everybody bloody good? How is everybody doing on this fantastic Sunday, chat? We are live early today doing a React Day today. It is a full React Day. We got a lot of videos we're going to be watching, which we will run down in a minute here. Tomorrow, I'm going to be live around 3:30. It's going to be a random game day. We're going to be playing Dread Nightmare and other random itch horror games, itch games in general, not Subnautica tomorrow. Tuesday, we will be doing Subnautica for another 3-4 hours into Gamble with Your Friends, me, Sneak, Zeusy, and Chris. Wednesday's a horror game day into God is Dead, another horror game. That's on itch. Thursday, a little bit of Subnautica 2 probably into games with Ron. Friday reacts, Saturday not live, Sunday reacts, next Monday, Memorial Day, I'm not live, and then I'm live 4 days in a row, and then off 4 days, then we're back rounding out stream, charity stream, June 5th. Next week, Forza Horizon 6, Soros drops, we're going to be doing 007 as well, potentially finishing Subnautica. Does anybody know how far we are into Subnautica? I have no idea. Or Subnautica 2. Like, if I had to guess, I'd say I'm probably, like, halfway. Maybe a little bit more. Like, I think I have a decent setup thus far. Like, how far are we into it? What is early access? Like, 50%? That's what I would say. We have about 8 hours of playtime. I've been told there's around 20 hours. But that's 20 hours, give or take 5 hours based on how long you fuck around, you know what I mean? Like, some people are base building or just dying constantly versus, like, actively trying to beat the game. So, we'll see. Do you find Leviathan? No, but we found the Kraken. We're in that area. I have a base next to that alien tower. So, what GPU do you have? I have a 4090. I don't know what type. Exclamation point specs. It'll tell you exactly. Z-Fruit and the Mister for the sub, Cutout Jim and Kale for the sub, Livey out for the 3. Saw the Michael movie last night, Closet. Last night, closest thing we'll get to seeing him live. Have you ever seen it? No. I haven't seen it yet. This, LX, Tire, and Mini for the sub, Some, this. Manifest for the 3. Woke up 12 minutes ago, watched the NASCAR race at 5 a.m. My favorite driver crashed lap 1. I'm sorry to hear that, man. Memphis and Jackson, Oss, and IDR for the sub. Ben and Shotgun for the sub, Flight, Mega, Zix. Tonbul Tide and Zim, thank you for the sub, 206 for the 3. These videos will be better if you are geed. Did you mean geeked? Big and Eclipse for the sub, Mad, Just A, Jordan Tur, and Shotgun Willie, thank you for the 10 gifteds. I'm not getting high right now. I'm sipping a coffee. Ved for the 3. If you have any tips on studying for exams, do you guys use Quizlet still? I don't know what people use today because ChatGPT exists, so I don't know if there's like a more efficient way. When I was in high school and even college, just Quizlet, man. I would make my own Quizlets. If you're lucky, you had a teacher that would have, like, the same class over and over again, and you would find an exact Quizlet that already exists with the info that you need. But otherwise, I'd make my own cards. Say it's Sunday, right, today, and the test is on Thursday. On Monday, I'd probably start studying, and say it's 120 terms. I'm going to go through all of them, each term, each thing, question, whatever it is. Let's say it's just not memorizing terms. I'm just giving an example, like AP Bio. You know, it's like you're doing cells and molecules. Every term I'm going to go through once, see what I know, see what I don't know. I'm going to star the shit I don't know, right? The stuff that I do know, I don't even need to study because I knew it without studying. That only might eliminate 20 of the 100 things. After that, I go through all 100. Again, double check, maybe just get a vibe. Then I'm probably going to segment 20 things. I'm going to try and memorize 20, go back, retest myself. Go back, retest myself. Once I have all those 20 down, I go to the next 20. Go do that, test myself. Go do that, test myself. Once I have all those done, I do all 40, right? And then I'm going to forget some. I star those. The ones I remember, I move away. And then you just keep doing that. Segment, nonstop. Over the course of like 4 days. And then you get it down. And then you'll take the test and you'll immediately forget all of it. That's like key cram studying. Andy for the 3. Sorry about yesterday's dono. I didn't know you couldn't give financial advice. You're good. There are streamers that will, but like legally speaking, I'm not supposed to tell you guys like, hey, invest your money into this, right? Unless there's a million disclaimers. Hopefully you can answer this. When starting out content creation, how do you keep your community engaged and entertained? As in preventing a fall off. I feel like that's my biggest problem. Thank you for answering my questions. It's nice to learn new things from favorite streamers. When starting out content, how did you keep your community engaged and entertained? I don't know. You kind of learn that through time with your community. If I'm being real, that's like a problem up until recently. Now I just don't give a fuck anymore. And I think I'm at a point now where some of you guys have been watching me so long, you'll just watch me watch paint dry. So that's like where you want to build to, is where like your audience just doesn't care. And they just like want to watch you, right? But when you start out, a lot of the time they're into you playing a specific thing or doing a specific thing. So variety can be pretty hard. I don't know. Engagement in community is a big thing. I was talking to Chris about this the other day. Smaller communities, you have to really tailor towards individual viewers a lot more than bigger. Like, I kind of talk to you guys as a whole now, whereas when you're like a 100-viewer streamer or less, you kind of talk to individual chatters. Like, I'm not like calling out like the Sakany and he's saying Flex Joe and I'm reading his fucking chat, you know? Like, realistically, I kind of just read a chat and then I move on. Whereas like, you have to kind of be more personalized when you're smaller, and then you slowly become less personalized in transition. Outside of that, it's just in trial and error, man. I mean, like, engagement in general, you have your view count on. It's very stressful to have your view count on because it'll drop. Like, right now, I have 10K people in stream. If I hopped on a game people didn't want to watch, 4K people would leave. And, like, I'm at a place now where I don't really care. But when I was smaller and I had 3K viewers and I'd hop on a game and 1,500 people would leave and I just halved my viewers, that's a lot bigger of a deal than if I half my viewers right now. You know, like, more people leave, but I'm saying like you retain a lot more. So it's not as much of a problem. But like when you have, say, 200 viewers, if you lose 30% of your audience, that's a lot bigger of a hit in terms of like stream energy, right? Like, if I have 5K people, so you're saying we aren't special. No, Sketty, I'm not saying you aren't special. Holy guilt trip. I'm saying holy guilt trip from Sketty there. I'm saying if you have a chat with 10K people versus 5K people, there's an equal level of engagement possible. Whereas like if you have 200 people and you have 40, 50 people chatting, and 50 people leave and 15 of your active chatters rather than lurkers leave, that affects your stream in a lot more negative of a way. That's kind of what I'm saying. So it's hard. Like, I actually don't have an answer in that sense because it's like so dependent on like who the fuck's watching you. Because you got to keep in mind, like, entertaining a Twitch viewer isn't just entertaining a Twitch viewer. It's entertaining an actual person with their own sonder, their own life, their own habits, their own interests, right? And so like, you kind of, over time, build an audience that's very similar. Like, a lot of you guys are different in many ways, but in terms of what you find entertaining, your common knowledge is that you find me entertaining. Like, so you have more in common than a random-ass person. Like, you guys watch me, right? That is a similarity. No, we don't. Okay, well, McChunky hate watches. So, but I'm saying, like, in that sense, you have to build that audience. It's just hard to do. It's just trial and error. It takes time. Consistency, really. Sketty for the 3. Not sure if you know this. There's an account on YouTube that straight rips your content 3 hours of your videos every day. It's called Tai Chin TV. Oh, my God. Is it another one of those fucking Asian channels that rips my content? Bro, this is like such a problem on my channel. Oh, there's another one called Resume des Dramas. Yeah, I've seen this one. This one, like, look. You go, oh, Joe, you're being fucked up. What do you mean, oh, what are these channels ripping your content? Look, they post 3 hours of Joe Bart to fall asleep to, and then you scroll down enough, and it's like, what the fuck am I watching? What is this? What is this? What is this? It's like they hard pivot from posting these, like, Korean drama romance films to, like, just randomly posting me. No, I'm serious. This is, like, a problem I have on YouTube. This is why I copyright. Right? And I understand I do reacts. I don't copyright like other people's reacts. But like people literally just repost my shit and I have to copyright it because they'll eventually start getting views from like random goblins that think like this is me somehow. Like I don't know what level. Like it's such like, I don't want to say it's a dumb viewer of mine because, like, I don't think you guys are dumb, but there are people that flat out probably think this channel's me. Like, there are people, it'll be like, this one's less, like, blatant because it's just an AI Fox and it says Resume des Dramas, but there will be ones, oh, it's a French channel, there will be ones that are, like, flat out Joe Bart. It'll be a picture of me, and it's, like, clearly not me, but they're, like, posting my shit in, like, really even worse editing, and they'll just be like, oh, I'm Joe Bart, and they'll respond to comments like they're me. And if you scroll down on their page enough, it's just like, what is this?
Lee est un homme d'affaires millionnaire, très arrogant. Lorsqu'il arrive au bureau, il découvre qu'un chien a été choisi pour la nouvelle campagne. Comme il n'aime pas trop les animaux, il demande à son assistant de s'en occuper. Lee regarde l'enregistrement de la pub.
Like, what the fuck? That's not even the channel Sketty just said. Sketty, what the fuck is the channel? That's not even, like, that's just a different channel. I can't find the one that you're talking about. Bro, it's just wild to me. It's actually wild to me. Most of the time, it's Filipino or Thai channels. Filipino or Thai channels. And they'll have videos of their own of, like, in, like, 420p. And then they'll just randomly start, like, posting my content. I just don't get it. I'm like, how did you find me? Fruit Mr. and Z for the sub. YXL for the 3. Caleb TNJ, O'Reilly, Mech, What, Dex, X3, Mr. for the sub, Blitz for the 3, Ty for the 3. Any tips for getting over my irrational fear of being unsuccessful? It's probably limiting the fact that you could succeed because you're stressing about the fact that you won't succeed. You can't succeed unless you try, and a lot of trying is failing. So don't be afraid to fail. Vivity and Max for the sub, Labraz for the sub. I don't know how I could get you to do that, though. Ace, thank you for the 3. Currently at college, graduating UWM. Awesome. Eloy Caden for the sub, Bolt for the 3. It's my birthday. Happy birthday. Spidey and Lamb, thank you for the sub. Master 6. Caleb, I'm Carter, Andrew for the sub, sorry for the 3. Not for a month. Amar for the 5, gifted your boy. And Ricardo for the sub, Rena, thank you for the 3. What's your favorite animal? Don't really have one. Andre, thank you for the 2K biddies. Tony and Graham for the sub, Shotgun for the 3. Can't lie, sometimes I'm guilty of throwing these channels on before bed. Starsai, FW Venom, Oak the Ancient for the 5 gifted. Venom, I'm thinking for the 3. Blazo, Blair, and Mister for the sub. I understand that for other YouTubers, right? There's other YouTubers where they have mini accounts that kind of aren't run by the streamer and they clip them and, like, you know, I get other people watching them because there's no other content. But in my head, I'm not mad at you guys either for throwing on these channels. But, like, how do you not have enough Joe Bart content to watch? I post every day. I post every single day. I post twice a day. Once on the main, once on the gaming. I have a philosophy channel on the side I post once a week on. And I have a VOD channel. You're telling me you've ran out of all of that? Like, all that's gone. So now it's just like, what do I watch? Right? Like, I think my channel in general, like, Jinxie's actually described it this way, where he'll, like, watch me before he goes to sleep. Bro, my channel isn't like, oh, Joe Bart posted a new video. When you're bored, you just go on the Joe Bart stream, or you just go on the Joe Bart channel and you scroll until something looks interesting. Because I post that much. I post that much that you could just be like, oh, this one looks fun. And then you just click that. Like, that's what most people do. You just scroll until you're like, oh, this looks awesome. Right? I mean, I don't post every day. I post like 5 days a week. But, I mean, the past 2 weeks I posted every day. Prince and Nightmare for the sub. OG and Sin, thank you for the sub. Lily for the 3D, Master, Dat, Ty, Shade, O'Blair, and Mister for the sub. That's my YouTube channel, though. My YouTube channel is basically just a VOD cut up into like 4 videos on gaming or main. And then you just watch them whenever you want. Blay, thank you for the 3. Thanks for the last. I love your channel. Thank you. All right. Worm, thank you for those 10 gifted subs. Worm underscore best. Appreciate the fucking subs there, buddy. Thank you if you got a sub. Thank you for the 10 gifted. Chat. Video lineup of the day. Man breaks into airport, doesn't end well. Caught body cam video. I investigated the country where it's illegal to be fat. The nut scandal that almost ruined Korean Air. LARPing 101. What did ancient humans do all day before jobs existed? And the Gen Z religious revival isn't real. That's a philosophy video. Blitz, thank you for the 3. My parents are mad that I'm going into cybersecurity for college instead of becoming something they want me to be. What do they want you to be? Well, I'm telling you I made a mistake. What should I do? It's your life, man. It's up to you. Jay, thank you for the sub. Your fave, thank you for the 3. You also could change your major a year into college. Like, she's kind of tweaking, if I'm being honest. You realize it's like 60% of college students change their major. Hey, dumb fuck, look at Discord. Okay, you took a picture of it. I can't Google the channel. Fiddledinks. Oh, here it is. And he linked it. They're just sending a picture of the channel. Whatever. Yeah, this. I probably copyright this. Wait, let's make our guesses. I've never seen this channel. I guarantee you at the bottom, it is a random fuck. Also, they live stream. Is he Tung Sahur in Fortnite? Awesome. Yep. That's copyrighted. What is with these motherfuckers, dude? I just don't understand. Like, is his goal to build his channel and then pivot? I feel like they build these channels and that is an AI picture of me. And what is it? 3 hours of Joe Bart to fall asleep to? Is it edited or is it just a VOD? 1,000 ants for
biological flies.
And how about that? Like, that's, it's chat. It's just, I see, you guys watching this actually frustrates me. This is just my videos spliced together. This is just my actual videos in lower quality in a 2-hour clip. It's not even a VOD. No, it's not a VOD. It's edited. But he didn't edit this. This is just 7 random videos of mine he just downloaded, put together, and then posted. Nuclear energy is...
Yeah, that does.
Rest assured. Oh my god.
Yeah, they're fucked.
Have you police roll?
Actually, I don't know. Yeah, see, it's just random. That one's from Christmas. It's just random videos. Whatever. I don't know. What was I saying, though? You got me so off topic. What was I just saying? What was I just talking about? Oh, do what you want to do in college. Most college majors, or most college students switch their major. Like, if you go into it and you're like, this isn't for me, this isn't right, switch, right? Jay for the sub. Your fave for the 3. Do you have any VODs? Are you playing the first Subnautica? I don't know. Brady might. Sam, thank you for the 3. I didn't finish it, though. Or for the 5. How would you come up with the video ideas when you started TikTok? I feel like I can't come up with anything, and I'm going to ruin my chances of being a content creator. You're acting like there's like a shot clock. I can't come up with anything. Well, I don't know. I mean, I would say it should come to you, right, what you want to do. And then after that, it's like thinking, like, you don't have to make the same type of content I did. When I did TikTok before Reacts, I would sit in class in AP Bio and just write down 20 fucking rant ideas. And I don't even think my content was good then. It just performed well. And I'd be like, oh, I'm just going to rant about this, 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 and this. It was just like really a numbers game. And then I just put on that stupid, like, oh, why is there ramen in the watermelon? Why is there ramen in your watermelon? Stupid shit. Like, I just come up with ideas, bro. I would post like 6 videos a day, 5 videos a day. Every day. For like a year. And I made no money too. I made no money too. I was pouring like hours of my day into TikTok and I made nothing on that shit. Bro, I had like 10 million followers and I guarantee you I probably had a total earnings on TikTok and social media in general of like 10K total. Like I was making less than minimum wage with 10 million followers. Like, and then like YouTube and Twitch transitioned. Creator Fund came out on TikTok. That helped me a bit. That enabled me to put money into YouTube and Twitch. And then I started making money there. 10K? 10K total. You're so out of touch. Chad, I'm saying over the course of a year. Like, I would have made more money on a regular job. Am I getting rage baited right now by my entire chat? Or you realize 10K a year is like poverty. Like I was making nothing. Like I was putting like I'm not saying 10K isn't a lot of money, chat. 10K is a lot of money. I'm saying that is a livable wage. I'm not getting into this again. Nope. I'm not getting clipped on. No, this is not a Twitter clip where people take shit out of context and fucking say I'm an asshole. No. Chat, yeah, oh my God. I already sent it to Asmon Gold. Well, that clip, Asmon agreed with me. It was the other clip he didn't. 10K is not livable. Well, it wasn't even the first year because I started TikTok in 2020. I didn't make any money on TikTok till mid 2021. And so all of 2020, I made $0. Outside, no, in 2020, I made money. I did 4 ads for this guy. He paid me $150 an ad. I remember this. And I ended up doing the ads. I got the money. And he was like, you want to keep re-upping? And then out of nowhere, this creator, Jack Neal, reaches out to me. And he goes, dude, you're doing the plug? And I'm like, yeah. This guy pays me $150 to do a video. And he's like, you're getting scammed. And I'm going, what do you mean? I'm getting paid. And he's like, you're getting paid $150. This guy's probably making $1,000 on you. And so he put me on this app that you would do an ad and you got paid per download. So I would do an ad and there's no guaranteed money, but you would get paid like 88 cents per download of an app. And so I would just promo these apps. And I remember the first wave, the first time I actually made money was when Trump was going to ban TikTok for the first time. Y'all remember Bigo Live, that shit ass app? They had a promo on the plug because people were bugging about it. And so I went on TikTok and I was like, Bigo Live. Everybody go to Bigo Live. It's the next TikTok, bro. Come on, Trump's going to ban it. And probably like 1,000 people downloaded that shit. And I remember I made like 2K. And I was like, oh, yes. And that fucking, that made me, bro, what is the title? Stop. Fucking balding, rich, entitled man. Bro, stop. Anyways. No, I made like 2K off that. That enabled me. Bro, I used to use my dead great aunt's lamp to make TikToks for the first year. I had no money. It was a willed lamp. I'm so serious. It was this like shitty ass like 100-year-old lamp I would plug in. It had this yellow glow, so all my TikToks looked really bad. And I remember it was a big deal when I bought my first ring light. And then I started streaming, made no money on streaming. I made money on streaming, but I had to put like 2K into a setup. All the money I had made just got poured into like going to Best Buy and like building a PC. And I had no desk. I had never had a PC. I was a console kid. So I needed to buy a keyboard, a mic, all this other shit. I had a blue snowball mic that was like $50. And then as I made money, I just reinvested it into streaming shit. And then I probably started profiting around like October of 21. I was making money. Like when I started dating Brooke is when I was like not making like crazy money, but I was making enough money for it to be like, oh, this is a good side gig while I'm in college. And then 2022, like mid 22 is when I was like, oh, I could actually be a streamer. All right, yo, stop spamming about the title, actually. Sammy the Thray. Kirby for the sub, game for the Thray. I've seen people edit down your streams and short videos and things that you post on your channel, like exclusive Twitch stuff about YouTube. Daddy Parker Blue, Yujiro, and Laura for the sub, Twitter, thank you for the 3. You should read about Kayla kidnapping stuff happened to my hotel last week. I've never heard of that. Tilted for the sub, Zoro for the 3. Proud VOD viewer, I farm your views on there. Blade, thank you for the 3. Can you wish Gideon a happy birthday? Happy birthday, Gideon. Griffin for the sub, Banana for the 3. See the trailer for Wolverine game video, social game, social Flash for the sub, Sketty for the 3. Full for sending a picture, Sam for the sub, Aspect for the 3. What's your top 3 YouTube intro, outro? Mine would be Jacksepticeye, H2O Delirious Game Theory. I don't really have a top 3. I've never really thought about that. Nostalgia MC Finest. Unknown for the sub, Brandon for the 3. Love your content. Jack Pembroke videos coming out in a month. Oshira, Kyle, Chicken, JDR for the sub. After 2P and Castro for the sub, R-Ring for the 3. What happened to Everest? I told to stop posting when I made my own VOD channel. And then they disappeared. Also, Nas for the sub, Blazy, thank you for the 3. Zuri and Deanna for the sub, Simon for the 3. Mods, pin don't 10 bits right now. Having a really tough time. I'm trying to stay on top of my old high school work towards the end of junior year, dealing with the loss of my grandma. Rip the chat. I'm sorry for your loss. It's hard. I don't have any friend groups, and I'm so alone. I wish I had some support. Well, you just got to keep pushing, man. You could talk to your family or friends about it that you're able to, but if you don't have a friend group, you talk to your family, man. You got to be open in that sense. All for Big for the sub. Motsumi, Anthony, and Richie for the sub. Anthony for the 3. Really like your philosophy. Interest in studying philosophy. I don't want to go to college for it. Do you recommend anything to learn more about philosophy? Read philosophy books. Angeles, thank you for the 3. Love the content. You make me laugh. Keep it up. Matthias and Pooh for the sub. Miriam and 2K for the sub. I'm sorry I glanced past questions like that so fast, but it's like, if you're not going to go study it in school, it's just read philosophy. Like, that's the only thing. Watch fucking Alex O'Connor. Watch Alex O'Connor. Doom watch Alex O'Connor, and you'll get smarter at philosophy. Just watch fucking 9 hours of his shit, and then you'll fucking understand philosophy better. Certain shit, not everything, but he's goated. His podcasts especially. Super River and Blaze for the sub. He's like one of the best pseudo intellects. Not even really a pseudo intellect. He's just an intellect. All right, chat. First video of the day. Lock in. Man breaks into airport. It doesn't end well.
Get on the ground.
When a man ends up on an airport.
Bro, I saw a video the other day, and I don't think it was AI. It was on Twitter, shocker, of a man jumping into a moving airplane turbine. They were running at him, and then as he got, I don't even know how he got on the fucking airline strip. That was real? Yeah, no, that shit was actually disgusting. So sad, but oh my God, why would that guy do that? He killed himself. He jumped into the turbine and it was like red mist, like chopped his body into pieces. And there's some dude that's like chasing him. And they're like, stop, stop. And then he gets under the plane, and it's like, for his own safety, he has to stop because he doesn't want to get sucked in. Dude runs behind the turbine, just fucking full jumps into it, dies. Schmidley Dilla for the sub. Sabin Aim for the sub. Worm for the sub. I think that's part of the reason. Like, obviously, it's a safety hazard for everybody for you to be on an airstrip. But it's like, the big thing is like, bro, you can't be out here, man. You could just straight up die.
Runway. Chaos erupts as officers scramble to figure out how he got there and why.
Probably jump the fence.
He's like a little MMA fighter type guy. You know what I mean? Like.
Around 4:30 p.m. on May 22nd, 2021, 2 Campbell police officers arrive at the La Crosse Regional Airport in Wisconsin to assist the La Crosse Police Department after getting a call about a man who had jumped the fence. And
yo, this guy's about to hit the craziest fucking football pivot you've ever seen in your entire life. You see this? You see this fucking maneuver? He's about to fucking sidestep the shit out of this cop.
Ended up on the tarmac, seemingly under the influence of something. As the officers struggle to restrain him, nothing he says about how he got there is going to make any sense.
I mean, is it that shocking on how he got there? I feel like most airline strips, you could just jump the fence. It's barbed wire, but like, you know, if you're methed out, you could just fucking climb it. Like, yeah, it's gonna hurt. You might bleed a little, but like, this isn't stopping anybody from climbing. Like, this isn't like an end-all, be-all. It's like, oh, barbed wire. Just fucking climb it.
Is going to make any sense.
Get down on the ground. Get down on the ground.
I'm telling you, I want you guys to help me.
Get down on the ground. Get down on the ground right now.
Please help me.
Get down on the ground.
Please help.
Turn of events, the backrooms exists. He just returned on an airstrip. You don't understand. I was just in an infinite IKEA. I opened a door and I just teleported here.
Get on the ground now. Get on the ground.
I'm gonna save everybody.
That was 16 deployed.
I'm gonna help you.
Roll on
I'm
the
not gonna
ground.
tell.
Roll on the ground. Turn over. Turn over.
Look at
Turn
John.
over. Turn over now. Turn over.
Oh, he is drugged out, dude.
Roll over. You're gonna get tasered. Stop.
I'm gonna be real, it didn't look like the taser did anything. You ever see those videos? Right, he's kind of a smaller character. You ever see those videos of some big-ass dude, 6'5", 250? Cops like, stop getting near me. They tase him. Dude just fucking grabs the cords, rips him out. That's like top 5 fear for a cop there. That's like you're walking into an Elden Ring boss and it jumps into the air and you're like, I'm fucked.
Stop harassing me. It's gonna help me. I'm gonna help you. Oh! Oh!
That's where they pull out a weapon? Yeah, usually.
God, I love Jesus.
A little side quest.
Oh, give me your hand. I'll deal.
Stop. Stop resisting. Give us
Remember my sisters! Jesus Christ!
Stop.
I want to save Terry! I want to save Terry! I want to save Terry now! Just kidding. Yes, I...
Is there not a more efficient... Yo, can we get like a bug net? Like, when this shit happens, you ever see these videos, bro? They tase him, he gets up and runs. They tase him, he gets up and runs. We need like a bug, like a net. You know what I mean? Like they shoot it and it just captures him. Not like a bug net, like an animal net, like a thoomph. And it just like grabs his body and then like hooks him to the ground. Yeah, like a fishing net, but like shootable. A net? Yeah, that's how you'd get someone. If you got a guy like this that's on drugs and he just can't, he doesn't feel pain and he's just like running, like you gotta have something that like stops him. Taser does nothing. And you can't shoot him. A sticky trap. You corral him like a sheep. We gotta get out the sticky pad. You fucking... like some Mr. Beast video. They're just like fucking flanking him into this corner. He has to run down an alleyway, gets stuck in a fish trap, or not a fish trap, a sticky trap.
No, I'm just kidding. Ah! Help me, Lord! Arrest me, arrest me! No, I'm a good guy! Don't!
What's your name, bud?
Listen,
What's your name?
I have to get up.
How many likes on TikTok the light went up with you? I don't do those, man. I'm sorry.
Sure.
I have to get
I don't do the how many likes?
up and leave.
We got an ambulance coming for you.
Starts a steamroll snowball effect of that. 500 million.
To help him. Let me back up over here, no question.
500 million.
I gotta get out of here. It's to help everybody else. No, it's important to help them. Bring me over there.
I love that shit with the phase guys, or not the phase guys, the core boys. Sorry. You ever see the shit with like Ron? It'll be like a kid walks up to them. They're like, "How much to do a stream with you?" Ron looks him dead in the eyes and goes, 12 million likes. The kid goes,
Telling you,
Did you see this
"What?"
guy walking on Dawson Avenue?
I gotta go. I can't.
What's your name again?
I'm sick. I'm not sick, I'm not sick. I gotta do what I gotta do. My name's not anyone.
Stop. Have your
took
lay
my
here.
things away.
Calm down.
No.
Take some slow, deep breaths.
Listen to me. I made a few mistakes.
Yep.
I wanna go save somebody.
Okay, so you're on airport property, okay?
Just tell us.
If I disappear, I help everybody.
What do you got to say, bud?
Saying they couldn't do that.
How like if he's on drugs, he jumps this, he wasn't violent towards them, like is he getting thrown in jail? Like I think he's spending a night in jail, but it's like how much of a crime is this? Like it's trespassing on an airport grounds. I feel like that's the biggest thing. Him like running from the cops or whatever, it's just like, meh. I don't think they're actually gonna like get him for that.
I trust you guys.
Salvia? No, he's not on Salvia. He'd already be done tripping.
Trust everybody. I have to help.
Okay, we're gonna get you some help, all right?
You bring me over there and you show me what to do.
Motherfuckers take Salvia, they become like SpongeBob in that one, or not SpongeBob, they become Squidward in that future. You always curl up in a ball, bro. Motherfuckers on Salvia, they're not running around.
I'm not a
That's like such a strong trip, you just can't move.
coward. I know
Just
I can't.
relax, Edward. Just relax, okay? Put your hands behind you.
Please help me.
What you been taking today, bud?
I'll tell you something. It's important for me to get away from here and save everybody.
Saving from what?
I don't know. I need to go back to the shut stuff up. I don't even know my name. I don't even need to know me.
Okay, we're gonna get you some help, okay, bud?
Just thank you. For my sakes, I'll do it. I'm fine.
Stay where you're at.
I'm fine. I need to be.
Why is it like half of these body cam? Oh, it's 2021.
I know the trick here. I can't be. I gotta go.
I was gonna say, why does he just have like a face mask wrapped around his neck?
He disappeared. Please, listen.
I can continue with excited delirium. The name of the
2021, what a year, what a shit year.
Listen, I want to help. I disappeared. And then doing it for
That's a bottom year out of the top of the last 10 years.
everybody else. Trust me on this one.
That is a bottom year. Out of like 2016 to now, 2021's dead last. That was awful.
I never got a win. I want to help them. And guys, by
2023 was pretty cool.
getting away from everybody. I don't know my name because I can't know my name.
The suspect is 42-year-old Ed.
Out of the last 10 though, 2019. Damn, dude, let's think about that. Last 10 years, so 2016 to now, number 1. I feel like I gotta go 2018. 2018, bro. That's the year motherfuckers be like, that was a movie. You had to be there. You had to be there, bro. 2018 was a great year. 2018 was a fire year. 2019 is kind of like a coin toss. 2020 shit. I would actually say 2020 was better than 2021. Because even though it was COVID, it was the start of COVID. And it's like, it was March. So the first 3 months of 2020 was fine. And then it was like 4 months of just like, hey, we kind of get to just chill home and do nothing. And then after that, it was like, wait, this is like, there's no end in sight. Like, when are we going back to doing anything? Like, what the fuck? That was the shitty part. Wow, Zod already marked. Zod said best to worst, 2016, 2018, 2017, 2019, 26, 24, 23, 2020, 25, 22, 21. I think 2020 is probably, I think worst is 2021, then 2020, then 22. Then I'm going to say 2017. I don't know where you were. I'm pretty sure 2017 was a mid-ass year. That was a mid-ass year for me. Maybe my own personal life, but that was just like, that was like sophomore year, freshman year in high school. That was just boring. Nothing happened.
And as officers try to figure out why he did this, they're met with nothing but bizarre words.
I don't know my name.
You're insane. 2017 was peak. There's a 1 in 2 chance the chatter that said that was 10 years old in 2017. There's a 1 in 2 chance, bro. Dude, 2017 was peak, man. Yeah, you were on the fucking DS, DS when the sun looked brighter. Back when the days felt longer.
As
long as they're on their way, I guess. What happened? We just came around and he was walking and I told him to get down on the ground and he wouldn't get on the ground and started running and then we tased him 2 times.
Yeah, from everything down. I want you guys to do
Joe graduated 2020. Yeah, I graduated high school 2020, college 24.
Just fought us.
just no. I only did it for a reason. I actually started running towards you because
What's the reason? What's the reason?
I gotta go back.
A what?
We never got a graduation. Yo, I hate motherfuckers that say that shit. Like, you care about your high school graduation, bro. That's a big milestone. It's a big milestone. It's a big milestone in the fact that you graduated, but the actual ceremony is so shit. That's what matters is that you got the degree. Can I say that? Like, that's the big thing. You're the first in your family to graduate high school. You're the first in your family to graduate college. So it's like, I get the ceremony in that sense matters, but the ceremony is literally just slop speeches of the same shit every time. Who thought after 4 years we would be sitting here today? all the struggles. Jeremy is struggling in math class. It's like, bro, it's just slop. It's just a slop-ass speech. And then you sit there and it's hot as fuck. You're outside most of the time, unless you're in college, because then it's usually in an auditorium. Outside, bro, it's just like, just waiting for your fucking name to be called.
I know what I gotta do because of...
What do you gotta do? He's got a card, Minnesota EBT or something.
Yeah, unskippable cutscene. Literally, bro. Literally. Sometimes you'll have a fire speech, but most of the time, bro, oh, same shit. I went to my graduation. Me and Brooke are the same age. But Brooke, because she switched majors, graduated a year later than me. I went to my graduation and her graduation. The guy gave the same fucking speech. The same speech. Sang the same song. I was like, wow, this is not unique at all. Like, we're all just experiencing the same shit. Like, that's why when I gave that stupid, 4 years ago, it's the same shit every year. It's the same shit every year. It's never unique. I guess that's what people want.
They're all just hotel cards.
I gave a speech, and I hope you gave a good one.
A quick trip card.
If I was up there, I'd be like, we're all gonna fucking die. I'd do a grim-ass speech. I'd say that we're graduating, we're never gonna have these days back. We're all gonna fucking die one day. Some of y'all are gonna be bums in about 4 years' time. I'm gonna forget. Yo, be dead ass too. I hate when they get up on stage and it's a valedictorian. I'll remember each and every single one of you. Get the fuck out of here. Remember each and every single one of you. You're never going to see 89% of the people in your high school class. The second that graduation's over, you're never going to see half those motherfuckers ever again. Ever again. You're going to see one of them for the first time 20 years from now in a Wawa at a gas station. They're going to recognize you. You're not going to remember them.
Yeah.
And then you're going to have an awkward conversation with them where it's like, oh, yeah, oh, yeah, I remember the math class. Oh, wow.
I feel like I've heard that name before. Yeah, he did.
I made some mistakes. I'm dealing with them like a man.
Where you see them all the time. Bro, I'll see one guy all the time at a bar. I see some guys repetitively. You'll see like 5 or 6 of them a lot, and then the other ones you just never see again.
What was your mistake?
Not knowing.
Make any sense at all?
Not knowing.
No. Said you need to catch a flight out here.
I saw one guy and I saw him in a store. And then you're gonna have a situation where you see the guy that you graduated from high school with, and he's your cashier at a local coffee shop. And you order from it acting like you're not looking up at him or you just don't know him. Ever have that? Ever have that? Ever have that? Ever been somewhere where the person waiting on you or you're interacting with, you do know, but you haven't talked to them in like 5 years. So you kind of just act like you don't remember them when you really do. And they do the same, but they also know you. And it's like this really awkward, like, hey, like, remember we used to be friends like 5 years ago for like 6 months and now we don't talk at all anymore. It's like, well, you're not going to bring that up. So I just go, hey, yeah, I'll have a iced latte with almond milk and sugar-free vanilla. Thanks. Is that all? Yep. Thanks. Yep. And then we stare at each other and then awkwardly leave.
Get to the airport. I actually saw him walking on Dawson Avenue.
Was he carrying something?
He had a bag.
I saw that too.
Yeah. I should actually ask this airport guy if he can go down and look.
That's rude. Bro, it's so much. I'd rather that be perceived as mildly rude than me to be like, remember? So, what you been up to? Because I know neither of us want to have that conversation, right? We're not in each other's lives anymore. We don't care about each other's lives anymore, right? Do I care about them as an individual? Yes. But, like, do I care enough about their life to be like, so, what have you been doing? No. And they don't care about mine either. So I'm not going to sit here and fake this shit where it's like both sides are being like overly nice.
For it?
Where do you want to go?
Get away from.
You don't care about them? Well, it's just, bro, it's like a motherfucker you knew.
I'm pretty sure.
They care about you because you're famous, be for real? Maybe.
He had a bag.
Bro, that's the number one thing. I see a motherfucker I knew in high school. Yo, how much money do you make?
With him.
Every time. First question out of their mouth. It's one of three. How much money do you make?
Do you know the entry point of where he came in?
Oh, hey, nice to see you too. How you been?
I was in the fire station.
Scroll, thank you for the 25 gifteds. Thank you if you got to stop. Thank you for the 25 fucking gifteds. Wow, this react has really turned into me ranting about high school. Anyways, back to the guy that's on drugs on the tarmac.
He had a bag with him. Do you know the entry point of where he came in?
I was in the fire station and I heard a bang.
Wait, I knew that guy from high school. He's laying on the ground. Remember me from Mr. Davis's AP Bio class.
And then I looked outside and I saw him running on the ramp. So I assume he jumped the fence right on the north side of the fire station there, in between the towers.
Can you just travel the grassy area and see if there's a bag for us?
Yeah.
So just, if you find one, pick it up and we'll take it. So.
Yep.
This airport operations staff member would later inform the officers that even when they had approached Edward, he had only told them that he needed to save the people in the terminal.
You're not gonna get goofy on us if we sit you up on your butt, right? Might be a little easier for you to breathe. Sit up on your butt. Stay right there for me, okay?
I was going to have a note. I'm actually a good guy.
Okay, you seem like a good guy.
Yeah, I pretty much knew who it is.
Yeah, he doesn't seem like a bad person. You know what I mean? Like, this is bad that he did this, but I'm not sitting here like, oh, he's malicious. I think he's like a guy on drugs that actually thinks he's trying to save people.
This was as soon as we got called up here, so.
Some excited delirium, we think,
Okay.
and he's been tased twice.
Do we know where he came from or anything
The other side
about
of the
it?
fence. No, we don't know.
Okay.
He's keeps talking about he has to fix something or he did something wrong, but he's not
Do
making
we know
sense.
who he is?
Edward?
Edward? Ed, hey Ed, what's your last name? Can you tell me your name? Yeah, we can. We sure can. We can bring you to the hospital. That's our option. Okay? But we need you to be cooperative with us, all right?
I want to listen to you guys because I'm a good person, but I don't want to. Okay.
As long as you listen to these guys.
Give it to me, and if that's if be me that, then maybe
Okay.
do that.
I say this every time you watch a body cam video, bro. Like, I don't think I could ever be a cop, obviously, but I really don't think I could ever be an EMT, bro. An EMT or a paramedic, man. To be the guy that's just constantly seeing people at their worst. Like, you're never seeing anything positive, bro.
Just say right there for a moment.
I was trying it before, and I think so again. I want to be useful.
It's always like this guy's hyped up on drugs and he's literally like at rock bottom in his life. You have to help him. Or it's like this guy got decapitated. Come to the scene. You have to help pronounce them dead.
Well, if I'm dead still.
We're going to bring you over to this cot. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
I said no, and I said no. Tell him you guys help me. I gotta get away.
Yep, we're helping you, okay?
We're bringing you
The
some.
biggest thing that I've always been told from the people I know that are paramedics is like they get really numb to that shit really quick. The only thing that gets to them is when it's like a kid. Like a kid dies or something like that. And not even like an infant. My friend will be like, if it's like an infant, it's like he's still numb to it. But it's like if it's like a 6-year-old, like where they're like conscious and they died, like that's super sad. Like, not that the other isn't sad, but it's like it's not a derealization. It like fully is like, holy shit, this is like a young child that died.
Okay, let's have you leave back.
Over to the airport is the best way to go.
Sorry.
Well, we gotta safely get you off the airport, okay? Because we're kind of on the tarmac here.
Yeah.
That's why.
Ed?
No, come on.
That's why, man.
Hey, we're trying to
I'm
help.
telling you, I can't.
Yep, we're gonna help you. You gotta let us help you, okay? Let's get your feet up. Ready?
That's the best way to go is over that way. Get away.
We're gonna bring you right inside the ambulance, okay?
Not all the sweet Jeff. Yeah, not making much sense, that's all I know.
No.
Definitely not in the right mind.
Little man.
Who knows?
Completely out of his mind.
Yeah. Except I want to know, it's a pretty tall fence and there's barbed wire.
Yeah. So what? You just come at you or what?
Yeah, we just both got out.
Okay, I'm going to have a very off-top. This whole video has been off-topic, and if this somehow becomes a YouTube video, sorry for the YouTube audience that assumed you would be watching a body cam video, and then you just got me word vomiting about nostalgia. But that's how it is. You know, you knew what you were clicking on watching Jim Art. Anyways, that guy was like sucking on a lollipop or something. Reminded me of this. You ever drive by like a construction site and you see like a 40-year-old man that's shirtless and pretty skinny but really tan, and he's like filling concrete, smoking a cigarette? Like, I see that all the time. You've probably been, like, it's just like a dude on the side of the road. He's like a union man. He's like filling concrete, smoking cigarettes and shit. I would never want that job, but for one day, I'd love to be in that guy's shoes. Like, I'm not sitting there like, oh, I'm envious of his job, but like one day I'd be like, damn, dude, to just chain smoke cigarettes and lay concrete. What a fucking, what an experience that would be. You know, that's really specific. Well, I see it and I'm like, damn, bro, like I'm going to do I got to go stream right now. And I'm not upset about it, but I'm like, wow, I wonder what, like, if he's enjoying that. That's a terrible idea. I mean, it's probably just hard fucking work, dude. Your back's got to be killing you.
And I immediately gave him verbal
Just laying concrete for fucking 9 hours.
commands to get on the ground, and then he kind of came at me, and then you came in kind of from behind.
That or like landscapers fixing a flower bed, smoking cigarettes. I'm like,
And he wasn't going with the program, so then he tased him first. I went around my car, and that's when
Chat, what if I didn't say anything, but like while we're streaming, like one day I just pull out a Marlboro Red, just light it in the room. I don't mention it at all. Like, I say nothing. Are you being like, what the fuck? Like, I'm just like, anyways, So
He just literally went.
I'm gonna give a fuck.
I
would, if I was you guys, I'd be like, oh, that's so degenerative.
behind him and got.
I think smoking cigarettes inside is crazy. I don't judge people that smoke cigs. I don't think you should smoke cigs, but it's like, oh, smoking a cigarette inside.
I'm on the ground and then I tased him a second time.
He's got to move his car, man. I need somebody.
Okay. I've seen
It's
his
aura though. That is not. That's a dark aura. Smoking cigarettes inside in a dark room, playing video games.
name before.
That's a devious aura.
Reminds me of like a little MMA fighter type guy. You know what I mean? Like
He just has no idea. He doesn't feel anything. No pain or nothing. Just
thanks for coming out and playing. Yeah.
Are we gonna get a resolution on what this guy was on?
Edward was charged with misdemeanor, resisting obstructing an officer, disorderly conduct, and bail jumping. He was later released on a $500 cash bond. About 2 years later, he pleaded guilty to resisting obstructing an officer. All remaining charges were dismissed, but read in. In the end, Edward was sentenced to 120 days in the La Crosse County Jail.
I don't know. That's not like that bad. Like, I get him having to serve time because he like went on to like an airline, like a airport tarmac and shit. But I'm like, bro, I feel like he needs to get help for whatever he was on. You know what I mean? I think that's the big thing. Is like, I don't think if he wasn't on fucking drugs, he would probably not have gone on there. Dude's fighting the war on drugs on the side of drugs. Expect nothing less from La Crosse Regional Airport. La Crosse, Wisconsin. Me on the other side of Atlantic Ocean, Sweden, getting ready to eat lunch in front of a YouTube video. Ah, shit. Here we go again. Wow, I never thought about that. Like a random European that's never been to the United States just knowing a specific city in Wisconsin because of body cam videos. Oh, we got another Tallahassee cam. Here we go. It's just like having niche knowledge about rural fucking American cities where there's just people that do crazy shit. Matt and Lucky for the sub. J. Kai Mac and Lucky for the sub. Lev, Mr. Law, Critty, Jack, Laser, Foxy, B for the sub. 124 for the 3. No. Morphin, Rudra for the sub. Scroll, thank you for the 25 gifted again. 0 and 23 for the sub. More for the sub. Rex Reno. 124 for the 3. Cam for the 3. Fuckhead School will probably make you send the speech to them before reviewing it. And the second you go off script, you're off stage. Yeah, that is true. They have to be able to be like, oh yeah, this is okay. And especially if it's like a rigid school, they wouldn't let you give a speech on something that's like unique. Positive Resin Matrix for the sub. Lynn, Blendy, Hob, Michael, TTV, The for the sub. It's your boy for the 3. Want to say hi, love you. Been watching since 2022. Well, welcome. And thank you for the 3. Thank you for the support. CZ, Real, and Sip. Atari, Cool, X, Ayi, and BTS. Thank you for the 3. Sharkies, Lucas, Future, Worm, Anthony for the 3. Sun for the sub, Mad, and Pin for the sub, Sloth for the 3. Have you watched the Jack Doherty body cam video? No. We might watch that another day, but I kind of skimmed that, and it just kind of looks like he's just clip farming. Like, he gets arrested, and then they just kind of go, like, what are you doing? Lucky for the 5. Not very interesting, I guess. Next video. I investigated the Lock in. I investigated the country where it's illegal to be fat.
Don't be ugly. Don't be poor.
I'm sure you know, like, it's like plastic surgery capital.
Don't be ugly. Don't be poor. That can't be a crime to be poor.
Don't be fat. Don't be ugly. Don't be poor.
I'm sure you know, like, it's like the plastic surgery capital.
Do you think an overweight foreigner coming to visit?
Oh, I was gonna say, let me guess the country off of the language, but he just said it's Korea.
Korea would have a negative experience.
Sadly, I've heard that.
It's not illegal to be fat in Korea, right? It's probably just like so socially looked down upon that there are very few fat people.
South Korea, the world's beauty capital, where being fat isn't just frowned upon, you're openly shamed.
Shop owners will clearly say to you like, oh, yeah, there's no clothes for you.
In a country where appearance can feel like currency, the pressure to be thin is everywhere. On billboards, subway floors, and storefront windows, a constant reminder to change and be better, creating a standard so intense it's driving a surge in weight loss drugs, extreme diet.
Dude, I think like semaglutide injections is like in paper, like, or on paper, really good for people that need it. In reality, so dystopian. It's like this, it's like WALL-E, bro. Like, instead of people being like, I'm going to put my nose to the grindstone and lose weight, it's like, no, I'm just going to inject myself with semaglutides when I'm not prescribed them just so I could fucking get really thin. But then it's like, you're not healthy. Like, you're just eating less.
And potentially something much worse.
Okay, so I have to get
What are your thoughts on peptides? I don't judge people that use semaglutides. I always just say, if you use them, when you're off of them, don't revert to an old diet. And when you're on them, eat healthy, right? Like, if you're on semaglutides and you're losing weight, like you need to lose 100 pounds or some shit, take it slow and also, like, eat good shit. Don't go from, like, eating fast food and, like, cheesecake and shit to, like, going on semaglutides and then just eating still the same shit. Like, you're going to lose all your muscle. You're going to lose all fat. Yeah, sure. But then you're just going to be, like, weak.
75 kilograms.
I'm here to find out just how bad it really is.
Welcome to South Korea, everybody. Before we get started with the day, I want to see what level of freak show the locals are going to see me as. So behind me, there's a fat test.
Hold up. SEO, thank you for the 3,500 buddies. I got a message from a girl I hooked up with 4 years ago, was saying that I needed to do a paternity test for a kid that might be mine. What do I do? Probably do the paternity test. Jacob Quinn and for the sub, your fave for the three. Do you ever squish your Nito or do you just hold it? No, I'm squishing it right now. Future, thank you for the 3. Sleeper and back, thank you for the sub. PGT for the sub, Lucky for the 5. MK for the sub, Lucky for the 5. Soft for the 3. All right, lock in.
That are in all the parks in Korea. They really just said, let's gamify emotional damage. So whatever I get here is going to...
This isn't really a fat test, though. This is like exoskeleton build test. Like, you could be jacked and in shape and not fit through the big one.
Dictate how I feel about myself today and probably how I eat. So according to Google Translate, this first one here, it says, you're an alien, ... I mean, I'd rather be called an alien than a fat ass. So I guess if I can't fit through this, I'm not considered human. That was
a pretty tight squeeze.
Very close. This next one is, you shouldn't be like this, which kind of sounds like a threat. Oh my God, I'm scraping it.
God, I don't know. I hate that mentality. Like, I think if you want to have something like this, it's got to be like a body fat scanner. Like, the whole idea of BMI and then body shape is so stupid because, like, what really matters on whether or not you're fat is your fat percentage. It's not like... Or also, you got to think, what if you're like a woman with big boobs? You're just not... You could be like a thin woman with big boobs and you're not fitting through like any of these. Like, you're just, like, and they're going, oh, you're an alien. Like, what? That, it just doesn't make sense. Big boobs is fat? Well, there's fat in your boobs, but that doesn't mean you're fat. Like, it's where you hold it as well.
We didn't pass that with flying colors. Level...
A pregnant woman? Yeah, a pregnant woman would be, oh, you're an alien.
3, you have a slim heart. Passive aggressive.
No. He gets stuck.
I have a slim body. Okay, we're good there. Okay, so the next one is just chubby. So not as word.
Chubby is 25 centimeters. You're on fucking crack, dude. Oh my God.
These the other ones, but still just as hurtful. Chubby.
Well, like, how tall is the average South Korean person? I feel like that's the big thing too. Is like... Because you got to think, like, a lot of Asian countries have a lot shorter, smaller people. So it's like, if this was in, like, Norway, these barriers would be a lot wider because the average person's, like, 6 foot.
I think I'm...
This
is changing the breakfast plans very quickly. No. Crazy to think that I'm considered chubby in Korea, because I like to think that I'm in pretty good shape. So after chubby, here we have average, which I would never be so grateful to be called mid in my entire life. I'd love to be average. And then we have thin, and then here says skinny, and it looks like they've removed actually one of the poles here, because maybe like it was probably too extreme. Like I don't even think a 90-day.
I don't think any, dude, 15 centimeters. Do I have a tape measure? Oh, no, I don't. I have this, though. 500 kroner. I don't have a fucking tape measure. 15 centimeters is like that. Like if your body could fit in there, I feel like that's, if anything, unhealthily thin versus you're skinny. Like
fast and a caved in rib cage.
That's 7 inches. Why do you know that?
I could fit through that because like thin, barely my quad goes through that. And the crazy thing about all of this is that this is literally in the middle of a children's park. And they're probably gonna see this as a game and you wanna beat the game. So I just go to this and if I can't fit through it, I'm gonna do whatever it takes to be able to fit through it eventually. So I think it just causes a lot of issues. Korea has a 0-calorie and 0-sugar obsession. And because of that, there's tons of different spots that cater towards that. So if I want to be able to fit through that tree a little later on, there's certain things that we have to do. So the first spot that we're checking out is the Zero store. So 0 calories and 0 employees. This is just kind of like a serve yourself kind of.
All of this stuff is 0 calories. How do you have food that's 0 calories? That doesn't, what are you eating? Just matter? Like, I'm eating fucking couch fibers? Like, what the fuck? It's got to be low calorie. What are you eating that's 0?
Place. This is pretty sick.
Oh, maybe just sugar alcohol, yeah.
I just feel like I found a loophole in my fitness journey.
That would make your stomach hurt so bad.
No way. They have 0-calorie ice cream? That's sick packaging, like 0 cal.
Bro, I've had really low calorie ice cream. It's just water. They don't even add milk. It's like almond milk or like really low calorie milk. And then the sugar replacement, it's just straight sucralose.
0 sugar. They have 0-calorie peanut butter, which sounds like I'd rather have a nut allergy than taste that. And a bunch of high protein foods here. This is sick. Wow. I've never seen a Coke Zero tall boy. Oh, I have to get that.
I will say a Coke Zero is better than Diet Coke. If I go to a fast food place, I ask for a Coke Zero.
That's so sick. I wonder if they have 0-calorie pizza. Just like cardboard that has a tomato scent. 43-gram protein in that. That's a hefty boy. I swear, I think this must be what.
Yo, the worst shit is cauliflower pizza. When I see somebody break out a cauliflower pizza, I want to punch a hole through drywall. Just don't eat pizza. Cauliflower pizza's still unhealthy as fuck. It's not good for you. It's like, oh yeah, I'm doing cauliflower because I'm trying to break out the carbs. Well, why are we eating pizza? Why are we eating pizza? I feel like if we're having a cheat meal, just eat healthier and then just have an actual slice of pizza. I'd rather have 1 slice of actual pizza than 3 slices of cauliflower pizza. Because cauliflower pizza is like eating shit. Like, it is so... I want a crunchy crust, and it's just like mush.
Heaven looks like.
There was so many different options of...
I'm gluten-free. It's not bad. Okay, fair. Gluten-free.
0-calorie.
Understandable. I feel bad for you. Gluten-free allergies pretty shit. Everything that is gluten-free does taste objectively worse.
0 sugar snacks to choose from, especially jelly, which is often seen as Korean Ozempic, providing you with something to fill your stomach.
What?
There was so many different options of 0-calorie, 0 sugar snacks to choose from, especially jelly, which is often seen as Korean Ozempic, providing you with something to fill your stomach with little to no calories at all.
Just having straight diarrhea, dude. Imagine eating 3 packs of those 0-calorie jellies, bro. I'm pissing out of my ass.
All this unsupervised protein is pretty incredible. Koreans must be trustworthy. All right, so we got a few things from the Zero store. We got to start off with the 0-calorie ice cream. What is this? Is this supposed to be like great white shark flavor? Like, it doesn't really tell me anything, and I can't really understand the back of it, but it's pretty in your face about being 0 calories, so you really can't forget it. All right, so visually,
looks about what I thought it would look like. Like some shit you get from an ice cream truck. You kind of expect the SpongeBob pop, and then you get Doodle Bob.
Shark-like, as in gray and ominous. It looks like meat that's been left in the freezer for like a month. It smells actually fire, though. Wow, what? Not as offensive as I thought it was gonna be. That's actually quite good. There's a lot of flavor going on. I thought it was gonna be very neutral. It's very fruit punchy. Oh. When you bite it, it doesn't taste bad. It just doesn't taste like anything, really. Just the outside's very fruity. Inside's nice and like red like that. But if I was on a diet to keep my mouth out of trouble, very good. We're gonna be trying the infamous cutting jelly, as in the malnutrition maximizer, because there's literally, I mean, there's nothing in it, 0 calories. This is just really to fill volume in your stomach.
I feel like I'd just eat a head of lettuce, dude. I feel like I would be lettuce maxing rather than this. Like, I'd just carry around a thing of lettuce, put some salt or pepper on it, and just fucking eat that shit. Like, fill my stomach with, like, actual, spam cabbage. Just fucking eating, like, straight leaves. Because then you're getting, like, 10 calories out of it, but you're getting something that's, like, actually, like, food. Whereas that's just, like, a brick of 0 calorie
Not bad.
jelly.
Have a couple of these, like 3 of them for breakfast, and you're good. Crazy to think right now, as we speak, I'm losing weight eating ice cream and jelly. There's no calories in it, but I'm burning calories talking to you. Think about that. We got a protein muffin, 200.
Don't you burn more calories eating? Is that a myth? Don't you burn more calories eating celery than you do from the nutrition of the celery?
100 calories, which practically at this point feels like a binge. I don't know if I should do it. I kind of feel bad. I want to fit through that tree. Nailed it. Just a chubby boy in Korea enjoying a muffin.
Running on just 200 calories for the day, I headed to another spot.
You burn more calories drinking alcohol? Certainly not. Certainly not. A shot of alcohol is like 100 calories. Like a shot of rum is like 100, 120 calories. And then if you do a mixed drink, look it up. What do you mean look it up? What do you mean? What do you mean look it up? Do you burn more calories drinking alcohol? No, it's the opposite, Sketty. Your body doesn't burn calories if you have alcohol in your system. When you drink alcohol, your body prioritizes storing these calories over anything. In other words, fat burning completely stops when you're drunk. You burn more drunk. It just said the opposite.
Built entirely around low-calorie, zero-sugar options.
We're in a zero-sugar cafe right now where the owner actually invented their own sweetener called Swello. Not to be confused with the Pokemon. But as you can see, they have protein overnight oats, no sugar added cream pudding. I got 2 spoons with my order, so I don't know if I'm being fat shamed right now.
That looks good as fuck. See, I could get behind eating this, dude. Some oats for breakfast, just a really sweet coffee.
Because to me, this looks like a meal for one. But maybe she thinks that I need to share it. The chubby boy over here. But we got the overnight oats, we got a drink. I've given this place multiple opportunities to earn my trust. So it's sugar-free, low-calorie, and gluten-free. So my mouth isn't exactly watering over here, but you never know. Let's try this overnight oats. Oh, it's thick. Just put it in right like that. I love when it's thick. If it doesn't fight back a little, I don't want it.
I do like a thick oatmeal. I like a drier oatmeal. If somebody gives me oatmeal and it's wet and there's like water at the bottom, I go, you really fucking ruined this.
That fire. My blood sugar.
What is AO?
Isn't spiked.
But dry? Well, not dry. I need it moist.
But my happiness levels definitely are. So flavorful. Swello needs to be FDA approved ASAP. How many calories? Wow. Now we have this coffee drink with a sugar-free foam on the top. It's a buttered pecan flavor. Scrumptious. So far, we have been given every opportunity to be skinny and no opportunity to blame the food.
After eating, I met up with Korean-American content creator Daniel Oh, who uses psychology, philosophy, and his cross-cultural perspectives to help women build self-love.
So am I considered kind of like chubby in Korea?
Not chubby, you would just be considered like a buff dude. If you look at the vast majority of like idols, for example.
Yeah, K-pop guys are so thin. It's like, I don't know, it's like this, it's this idea of like being skinny but not working out because being buff is also bad. Does that make sense? This is from an outsider perspective, But like all the famous music groups and like people that like get so many people that have crushes on them, they want to marry these K-pop stars. It's always like they're like 6 foot and 130 pounds. It's like it's like thin, but like they don't work out.
They're really skinny. I even have a friend who was an Idol trainee, but he started working out and he wasn't even like bodybuilder big. Like he was probably around my size, and they were like, you can't be an Idol anymore because you're too big.
Wow.
So
what? I like that's just such a weird. But do you think that's what the average like their audience they're capturing? Is that like the look like for like Korean women for these men, like or just like foreign women for these men? They want them to be like super thin.
They actually dropped him from the trainee program because they were like, you're gonna be too big compared to everybody else on stage.
What is the ideal male and female physique?
I think for men, it's the same anywhere in the world. You gotta be tall, right? So if you're 180 and above, that's like, you're considered handsome because you got that going for you. Yeah, so Will definitely would be considered a handsome guy in Korea. But actually, I could use just Will as an example of like why you would be considered a handsome guy by Korean standards.
Okay.
Yeah, so you also have what's considered like a small face.
Okay.
So in Korean society, when people say you're beautiful or you're handsome for men or women, one of the things they'll comment on is like, wow, you have such a small face. Basically what it means is like, if you look at the proportion of your face to the rest of your body, like it looks smaller, right? And so that's what people...
What? What does that mean? What does that mean? The proportion of your face to the rest of your body. Do I have a small face? I got a bobblehead, bro. I got a bobblehead, bro. I got a fat ass head. Do I fuck no? Okay.
Basically what it means is like, if you look at the proportion of your face to the rest of your body, like it looks smaller, right? And so that's what people mean by having a small face. It has a lot to do with proportions. And of course you have like a very defined jawline.
Did you get skinnier? No, I don't think so. I lost muscle. I mean, I still weigh 177. I weigh exactly the same.
So I think in that regard, it's not too different from what the standard would be for men anywhere you go in the world, right? And then for women, this is like super stringent standards. There is like a specific...
Stop, chat. Do I actually look smaller? Be real. Yes.
Angle of like your forehead to your nose, and then an angle of like your...
No abs anymore? Jesus Christ. Am I in Korea right now? I feel like I'm getting fucking scolded. Am I on stage and people are poking at me? Holy shit.
Nose to this part of your face right here. Wow. And
what the fuck?
Standards. There is like a specific angle of like your forehead to your nose, and then an angle of like your nose to this part of your face right here. Wow. And so like those angles are all like measured according to like what's called the golden ratio or the Fibonacci sequence. If you are, I think, over 60, I would say like 4 kilograms, you're considered like chubby for a...
141 pounds.
4 kilograms.
Yeah, for a Korean woman.
Okay. Well, still, that's crazy. I thought they were gonna say 141 pounds for a guy that's like 6 foot. I was gonna say that's like borderline unhealthily skinny.
64 kilograms.
Yeah, for a Korean woman.
Regardless of the height.
Yeah.
Regardless of height. You're a 6 foot Korean woman, and if you're above 140 pounds, that's bad.
Regardless of the height too. Yeah, it's tough because nowadays Korean women, like, they are also conscious of like their breast size, but because like naturally Korean women just don't have a lot of like subcutaneous fat, it's hard to get that naturally. So one of the most common procedures that women will get is like breast implants, right? And it's like...
Yeah, but that makes you weigh more.
Again, sometimes you can kind of tell because it's like you have a very skinny woman, but her like breasts are large, and it's kind of like, wow.
Breasts are large and they just sit like rocks.
How do you get that? That's kind of like, I would say, the most toxic aspect of the beauty standard that Korea is known.
Yeah, I think, but I mean, at the end of the day, the way that I see it is if you want to get body procedures, or you want a boob job, you want a butt job, you want a facelift, whatever it is, it's up to you. You know, like, I'm not going to sit there and be like, don't do that. You know, but I think there's a level of like people that get so obsessed with how they want to be looked rather than how they think they look. That's how I always say it. If you look in the mirror and you're happy with how you look, if nobody was around, that's all that matters. But if you're like wanting to get changes, but you're only getting changes because you think other people would care, that's what matters.
As soon as we started walking, we were flooded with more zero-calorie stores on every corner, plastic surgery ads everywhere, and impossible beauty standards at every turn.
These are the kinds of signs that you see in front of every single gym. Like, talk about a transformation. Like, I don't think I've ever related so hard to a before side of a transformation in my life. Like, when I see this, I don't see motivation or inspiration.
No, not at all. No, not at all. You see a model that's being used for... I think if you want to get guys, like, if you want something on the front of the gym to motivate, you need, like, a low-quality picture of a guy that worked out at the gym and got significantly bigger.
Like, I don't think...
Versus seeing some dude that's actually just shredded to the gills.
I think I've ever related so hard to a before side of a transformation in my life. Like, when I see this, I don't see motivation or inspiration, I just see pressure. So these ads on the wall, this is not possible to be attained naturally.
You can get it naturally, but there are some markers that show that it is plastic surgery. So for example, this like angle from forehead to nose bridge is kind of what I was talking about earlier of like that ideal angle that like women want. And then this like pointed nose and this angle from like here to here, again, more often than...
Are you think motherfuckers are measuring that, or they're just like eyeballing it and going, your nose is too short?
Not, you actually need an implant to get that pointy nose because it's very rare to see that like just naturally through genetics.
And then the husky blue eye.
Wow.
Yeah, so the lenses, now it's to the point where like a lot of women will feel self-conscious going out and not wearing lenses because it's just become so, you know, commonplace.
So
wait, why are people saying L ad? L ad? I don't run mid-roll ads. Because there's an ad? What ad? Oh, the ad's on the wall. Oh my God. I thought you guys were saying L ad like I ran an ad. I was going to say, I don't run ads on here.
What'd you say?
You just get pre-rolls. My bad, my bad.
Anime has...
I wanted to make sure because sometimes they might turn that shit on. I would just have to go turn it off.
Has a big impact on the style and how people look?
I think it has a lot more to do with Korea is such a trend-driven country. So if they see like, oh, you know.
There was a mid-roll, I got an ad. Bro, am I getting trolled? I have no ads scheduled. I only have pre-rolls and stream display ads. So you might get a little pop-up. You just exit out. I don't run ads. If you got an ad, you had to have clicked off.
You know, this influencer that I follow on social media started wearing colored lenses. Yeah, like, I want to do that too. Yeah, and then...
I got 2 mid-rolls. Are we dead ass? I'm so serious, chat. I don't run mid-roll ads. Like, if you go on my ad scheduling, you could slide scale where you want it to be, and mine is on 0. My shit is on 0. It just says, right now, it says streamers like you have run up to 3 minutes per ads per hour. In the past month, streamers who are based in the United States have 4K concurrent viewers or more, broadcast 120 hours a month, run 3 minutes of ads per hour. I have ads not scheduled. I have it on manual 0, and I have keep pre-rolls on my channel.
Like, trends just...
Put it in sub only! Fuck! You guys are trolling, dude.
Move so fast.
So we're walking by a bunch of these markets, And the clothing is so small, it's insane.
On this tag over here, it says F, which stands for free. So free size is basically the idea that like, it's like stretchable. So if you're a Korean person, you should be able to fit.
Like one size fits all?
Yeah, but as you can see here,
it's very tiny. That looks like it would fit around my thigh, not my waist.
Not a very friendly size.
Or my chest.
For a lot of foreigners, right?
I feel like I'm at a pet store shopping for my dog.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I feel like in the States, I'd see this at like the children's place.
Yeah.
You know, but like,
I think that if I went into a store and asked for my size, they would just hand me a salad or something. Like that is crazy. I don't even think my quad could fit in that.
Yeah, I think that's actually, you're right. Yeah, that's like the size of one of your quads.
That's literally my quad. I have a mini schnauzer at home. This would fit him, I think.
But we wanted to see if the men's clothes had more realistic sizes.
So I kind of want Will to try this one because it says here OF, which...
Damn, do you think they not have, like, in Korean stores, like, a 2X? They don't have, like, a 3X?
Stands for overfit. And it's the idea that, like...
I got it out of my phone as a sub. They might not be trolling. That might be a glitch. Bro, I have... ads for subs are fully disabled. So you just don't get ads. Bro, I'm done pausing about this shit. I'll check it again, man. I have not changed my settings for like 3 years. Ads do not get, or subs do not get ads. On my channel. Subs do not get ads. If I go to subs, where, oh my God, why am I wasting time on this? Like, am I getting trolled by my mods now? Like, I'm just like fully confused. Ad-free viewing. Allow subscribers to watch your content on your channel ad-free as a sub. Ticked on. Ignore slow mode. They have to still follow slow mode, and they could be in sub-only chat.
It's a baggier fit.
I don't know. Let's move on. Copy Elijah, Boogle, NRD, Tummy Zellum, It's Go That, Jake, Clutch, Bouncy, Scroll, Chase, O, Whiskey, and Nixus for the sub, Bouncy for the 3, Turkey for the 3, Bath and Morton for the sub, Sleeper for the 3. Lived in Korea for a year, all the good-looking women dated bigger guys. Rodney for the sub, Jolie for the 3. I was able to fit through 23-1. There was a few months ago. Albert for the sub, okay for the sub, Doobie for the 3. Used to say, take Odemic for diabetes. I'm going to say, if you don't need it, don't take it. It makes you super nauseous. You have to force eat. It's super expensive in part because of people using it unnecessarily. Milk, thank you for the 3. Down 36 pounds, 207 in total. Down 2 jean sizes, have been small since 23 right now. So 9 years. Wow. Salamander and LJ for the sub, Quinn for the sub, Jacob for the sub, Izio, thank you for the 3500 biddies, F4, Siggy and UT for the sub chat, lock in.
So,
yeah, I don't know, man. I literally cannot fit my head through it.
There's ads on YouTube. Yep, there's ads on YouTube. I run ads on YouTube. Never said I didn't run ads on YouTube. Lock in!
Button if you want to unbutton that thing there and see if you could pull it through.
There we go. Oh. I mean, I can get it on.
Like if a Korean dude was wearing it, it's supposed to be very loose, but now you just look like a private school.
I think it looks good.
Yeah, the private school boy. That's supposed to be like a baggier fit, I believe.
Oh, it's supposed to be full baggy. He just looks like he's wearing like a preppy uniform.
But you make it look like a regular fit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I only had to fly halfway across the world for my calves to feel above average. But the fact that this is oversized, I kind of feel fat.
Dieting alone can't always get you the body that you want, which is why Korea is packed with beauty clinics promising to speed up the process.
Hi, we just wanted to see like if you have like a menu of different like fat loss options. Lipolysis injection. So these are kind of like the fat melting injections that I talked about.
Okay.
So they got like stuff for double chin over here, contouring.
How much is that? What is 309,000
for the face? And it's 99,001 for a session. So that would be like around, right now with the exchange rate, maybe
90 bucks?
No, not even.
Not even.
Maybe like $70. So this
$70. So you could get a double chin vial for like fat removal for like 200 bucks.
This is like specifically targeting arms, thighs, abdomen. It's like very popular because again, it's like it's hard to actually do the work
Well,
of.
it was $1 million for your stomach, which would be like $700. No, but it was $1.3 million, so like 1,000.
Like eating properly, moving properly, right? But it's like, why do all that when you can just melt it off?
Yeah, and like the
Yeah.
proportions that are like people want to see are literally impossible to get. So
Exactly.
you have to do it this way.
That's right, because you can't target fat loss through natural means, right?
You guys want to see the ampoules, right? This is the violet injection, one of the most famous
fat melting injection in the world. It actually kills the fat tissue.
Are some of the people coming in pretty young asking for this stuff?
Yeah, sometimes, but usually 40 to 50.
Would you ever have any like thinner people come in requesting stuff like this?
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
But I try to tell him to do another thing.
That's not shocking. It's 40 to 50. I feel like that's when a lot of people start getting work done, especially like when you see like Hollywood actors and shit, because it's like you're no longer young. You're not old, but your body's starting to like decline and you're aging. So they want to like reverse that in some way.
Or a smooth way. This is kind of aggressive.
I think you should just own it, man. That's at least what I like. It's up to you. Never judge a motherfucker for it. But it's like, I feel like it's so weird when you see like a Hollywood actor that's 60 that has so much surgery done that it's like, oh, they look like they're 35, but like an uncanny 35 versus just being like, oh yeah, I'm going to own this.
It's a way to reduce fat.
So what do you think of Korea's body image culture?
Unfortunately. Actually, I like it because I get money from those kind
It's his job.
of culture, but I don't think that is that super dangerous thing because, you know, cultures from the America or the Europe, they are really damaging their health.
Yeah, but you're not healthy for doing this. Like, if you're going in here to lose fat, you're still not healthy. You're still at risk for mostly everything else. You're just like surgically removing these things.
Culture must be between the European style and Asian style.
What's your opinions on Korean?
I will agree. Yeah, it is a problem. Like, it is usually like a shock for a lot of people when they come to the US from another country. And it's like 1 in 3 people that you pass on a daily basis are like almost morbidly obese. And it's just like normal place, I guess. And you really notice it. As an American, you notice it when you go elsewhere. Like when you go to like another country that's like commonly very thin, you're like, oh wow, I have not seen one overweight person in a week.
Beauty standards.
Yeah, so I'm French. You know, I feel it's much more standardized in Korea. So yeah.
Yeah. When you moved here, did you look a lot different than you do now?
Yeah. So when I moved here, I was overweight basically. There was kind of a pressure myself to fit in. Like in France or in Europe, you will never have how to say, kind of negative remarks, but in Korea they'll be like, oh yeah, that's why you're fat or something.
Also, they're a lot more.
A random person on the street would just mention that you're fat in Korea. Wow, that would be like fighting words in the fucking US, dude. You just walk up to a guy and be like, yeah, you're kind of fat, man. Whoa.
Like forward here.
Yeah, exactly. Which, to be honest, is not that bad. Once I've lost weight, it's like much more direct also on the other way.
If I did gain a little bit, people would make a comment straight away and say like, oh, you gained some weight. And the whole reason to make that comment is like, I noticed you, or like, I care about you. And so you're supposed to feel good. Like, you're supposed to be like,
yeah, I think if it's like a friend-to-friend basis, I don't think that's fucked up. But there's also a level where you mention it or don't. Like, if one of my friends gained 5-10 pounds in fat, I'm probably not saying anything. But if me and Brooke had this conversation. She was like, would you let me know if I got like overweight? I'm like, yeah. Like, but not in the sense of like, somebody gains 5-10 pounds, you're not going to say anything. Now, if your friend gains like 40, you're going to be like, hey, you know, as a friend, it's up to you. I'm not judging, but it's like, you gotta, you know, you told me I'm getting a belly. Yeah, because you're drinking too many Pepsis, Chris. You eat like shit. Chris, I did tell Chris that. I didn't tell Chris that out of nowhere. I want that to be known. We weren't just sitting here and we were like, oh, Chris, you have a belly. No, me and Chris were in call and we're talking about like working out in some way. And he was like, Chris thinks that he's bulking, but Chris doesn't work out. And I needed to tell Chris, bro, you gaining fat right now, you're not turning that into muscle. Like, Chris is convincing himself that he's just bulking. And that's not bulk. Like, you're just eating like shit. Like, that's what it is. You're eating like shit and then you gain weight. Like, but it's not a bulk. Like, you're not, no, it's not a dirty bulk either because he's not working out. So it's like, he's just eating like that. And it's epic. Bro, I'm not judging you for it. I was just saying, like, I was like, yeah, you're going to gain weight because you're not working out. You're eating more than you burn. I'm soda maxing. Yes, you're soda maxing, but that in turn is just like sugar. Well, now you drink sugar-free sodas, but you Oreo max. And Oreos are like bottom 4 food for you.
Oh, she noticed and like she really cares about me and she thinks I should lose
It's hilarious. Chris is in chat.
weight for my health.
Are Koreans a lot more direct with how you look? Because I feel like in North America, if someone gained weight, you wouldn't really say it, but maybe you just like think it. So here they actually would just tell you straight to your face.
Straight to your face. Even like when I meet up with my...
I don't think that, I think it's the way that that's perceived. I don't think that's bad. I think there needs to be a middle ground. You know what I mean? Like in Korea, your friend gaining 5 pounds and you being like, yo, you're fat. That's fucked up, you know? But like in the US, motherfuckers won't say anything. And it's like, as a friend, I want to be able to be like, hey man, I'm kind of like worried for your health in that sense. But it's like, that comes off as like, oh, you're making fun of my weight.
My friends, and I haven't seen them in a while.
Joe's getting fat. I am getting a little chub on the sides. But I've been eating too much slop. I did that foreign snack review and I've just been eating all those candies. So I think I've been consuming like 600 more calories a day for the last like 2 weeks. So I've just gained like 5 pounds in fat, or like 4 pounds of fat. And I also have been half-assing the gym. I got to lock in, man. It's because I wake up too late.
If like my skin is looking worse, they'll be like, oh, yeah, you just got looks like you got some trouble on your face. If I look a little bit bigger, like the first thing they'll be like, oh my God, your face looks a little bigger than the last time I saw you. You look like you gained some weight. Or like vice versa, you look like you lost weight.
Do you like how forward?
It's the weed? Yeah, it's making me fucking lazy, dude. I'm just a bum now. The weed's making me eat too much. That's the problem. That's actually a fact. The weed's making me eat too much. And then I'm half-assing at the gym, and so I'm like maintaining muscle, but I'm just getting... I think I've lost a little bit of muscle, and I've gained a little bit of fat. Like, I think I've probably lost 3 pounds of muscle, gained 3 pounds of fat.
People are in Korea, or what do you think about that?
솔직히 말하면
You need a coach. Yep, Sketty soft launching the coach idea here.
조금 처음 보는 사이에서도 약간 무리하게.
You need a fitness coach. All right, rewind.
Vice versa, you look like you lost weight.
Do you like how forward people are in Korea, or what do you think about that?
솔직히 말하면 조금 처음 보는 사이에서도 약간 무리하게 이쁘다 아니면 뭐 코가 만약에 크면은 뭐 코가 크다든지 이런 식으로 좀 중심적으로 외모에 대해서는 말하는 게 있어서.
Yeah, that's wild. I think it's different if you see somebody and they're your friend and you're like, hey man, you're getting a little weight, versus you seeing a random person in public and being like, yeah, you got a big nose. Ooh.
그게 좀 저는 좀 무례한 것 같다고 생각하고.
Could you ask her to tell me like the first thing she thinks about when she sees me, and to not worry I won't get offended?
이제 솔직히 말씀해 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
Oh, she's about to grill his ass.
처음에는
talk about a negative canthal tilt. Your forehead sticks out too far. You have a weird forearm girth.
일단 키가 큰 게 눈에 띄었고요.
혹시 전체적인 체중에 대해서 그런 거는 눈에 띄는 건 없었어요?
체중? 네. 그런 건 눈에 띄었던 것 같아요. 몸이 좋은.
If we were longtime friends and you saw me for the first time, like what would you have to say to me?
There's a golden proportion of your face I learned recently. It's like 1, 1, and 0.8. So maybe your like bottom is a bit long, like this part.
My bottom's a bit long? That's it?
Wow, maybe it's just like the average Korean person's just like clavicular, like BP.
Like you could get some facial for your skin.
Looks maxing.
Is it hard being a girl in Korea?
I think so. There's many things that girls...
Like she flat out just went, your face is 1.8. Like she like eyeballed his face and went, yeah, your proportions are off.
Need to do to upkeep their
It's like a Chad thing to say.
appearances.
인 시선 같은 게 좀 여자들이 좀 뚱뚱하면 뒤에서 말 나오는 것도 있고 몇 번 들리는 말도 있으니까 그런 것 때문에 더 신경이 쓰이는 것 같아요.
We've been walking around looking for interviews.
I wonder what they would consider overweight, though. Like, do you think if somebody that wouldn't be considered overweight, but is, like, thick, came to Korea, they would be judged as fat?
But we were getting no...
Like, somebody with, like, a thin waist, big ass. Like, are they getting judged as fat? Probably.
No luck with girls because they're all just, like, they don't have makeup on, their hair's not done, their outfit's not good. So most of them are rejecting us right now. It's like they want to do it, but they just don't feel confident enough to be on camera.
Holy posture maxing. Holy posture maxing. Oh
right
my
now. It's
God,
like they
look
want
at
to
that
do
guy.
it, but they just...
Look at that. I've never seen somebody sit that perfectly.
Don't feel confident enough to be on camera right now.
On their phone.
Actually, the person we just asked, she does have makeup on, and she still didn't want to do it because she wasn't confident in
She needs more makeup on. So we've been asking girls to do interviews, and a lot of them are just like, oh, I have no makeup on, I can't. Like, is that very just common?
Oh yeah, if
Okay.
you like leave the house without makeup on, then mostly you'd wear a cap or like a mask to cover your face.
When looking for like a girlfriend, like what kind of a traits are you attracted to?
일단 외적으로 봤을 때는 저는 약간 좀 눈이 크고 좀 예쁜 헤어스타일이 있는 사람을 좀 좋아하는 것 같아요. 그리고 약간 내적으로 봤을 때는 뭔가 자기 일에 집중하고 뭐랄까 자기 본인의 일을 할 때 좀 행복해하는 사람을 좀 바라는 것 같아요.
What's the main reason, in your opinion, as to why a lot of people in Korea are so skinny?
근데 그게 조금 사람들이 보기에 건강해 보일 수도 있다고 생각을 하고 또 뚱뚱하면 좀 건강하지 않다는 생각을 가지고 있는 것도 같기도 해요. 또 이게 사람들의 생각으로는 이 신체 그러니까 이 체중을 빼는 것은 어느 정도 자기 노력으로 되는 부분이라고 생각을 하기 때문에 좀 스키니한 몸매를 좀 더 이상적으로 보지 않나 이렇게 생각해요.
How do you think Korean people look at fat people in the street?
Mostly that they don't care about themselves and they don't care about their family too, because a lot of the family members usually, as I mentioned, if you gain a bit of weight, you'll say something. So it's kind of like you didn't care about what your family said, or your family are not pointing out that you're unhealthy.
Would you associate skinny with being healthy?
To a certain point,
Wow, it's so weird. It's so weird. Like that dynamic where like people like hyperfixate on specific things. Because I think in the United States, it's like one of the biggest things is like, oh, smoking kills, man. But everybody's obese. Whereas here, it's like we just saw like 4 people just smoking cigarettes and drinking beer on the side of the street at fucking 2 p.m. But like being fat's bad. It's like both. Every country's gonna have one thing that they just don't really care about, and then everything else matters. I think in the U.S. people just don't care about food or like unhealthiness in that sense. So it's like a double standard in that way.
Contribute to like better health because I think having more weight on you can really hurt your knees a lot and your joints. That's one of my problem that my parents have. So I think
even me, bro. Oh my God, in the U.S. I mean, I focus on food like that. I get high like every day almost, and if somebody's drinking a full sugar Coke, I go, You really gonna do that? You're gonna drink a full sugar Pepsi? Then that night I drank 9 fucking beers. That night I drank 9 beers at a bar. Get really drunk and then eat Wendy's when I'm hammered. And I don't bat an eye.
That kind of weight.
But I make sure I got that fucking but I make sure I get that Coke Zero. But I make sure I get that Coke Zero though.
Really, if they didn't have it, I think they'd be feeling a lot better.
Sugar kills.
And they'd be a lot healthier for sure.
So would you rather be skinny or healthy?
I think be healthy. I think some of them kind of overlap in some extent. Yeah. But I think being healthy is more important, and just living like a long and happy life is more important.
Do you think an overweight foreigner coming to visit Korea would have a negative?
Do you have side effects when you don't smoke weed? Irritability. That's it. I sleep fine. There will be like days. That whole cruise I went on I didn't smoke at all.
Experience?
But I was also drunk half of it, so maybe I didn't notice.
Sadly, I've heard that a lot. Shopping is difficult too, and when you go shopping, the shop owners will clearly say
That was the longest I had been without weed in probably 2 years.
to you like,
On that cruise.
oh, yeah, there's no clothes for you. Like the reaction is very obvious, and I think they feel a bit left out sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Are there any extremes that people do to like look a certain way here?
I think the most extreme one, the most obvious one is like plastic surgery. But I know there's like, especially with the women, they go on like really crazy diets. Back like 10 years ago, there's this one K-pop idol called IU. I don't know if you know her.
No.
But one of her diets went like infamous because like all she ate for the day was like 1 sweet potato, like 1 apple, and like ice cubes or something. So she'd have like
sweet potato, apple, and ice cubes. That is like speed running, starving to death.
200, 300 calories for the day, and that like she lost like 10, 15 kilos in like 2 weeks or something, or a month or something.
And then a lot of people follow that, right?
Yeah, exactly. A lot of women tend to follow that kind of thing. So, yeah, it's
An
definitely
apple, a sweet potato, and ice cubes. I feel like you would be so lethargic you'd faint in public.
Very severe.
K-pop starvation diets don't just stay in the industry. They reshape how people everywhere see food and body image. When extreme restriction is framed as discipline and constant hunger starts to feel like progress instead of a warning sign, that mindset spreads fast, with people normalizing undereating and fearing calories just to chase an unrealistic look, like calling 130 calories a meal or using formulas like height minus 120 as a body weight goal. So I spoke with a K-pop singer who had to stay anonymous to avoid backlash about what that pressure actually feels like behind the scenes.
Do you think there's a lot of pressure on you to be skinny?
Yes, for my fans.
Is that good?
I don't think so, but they need, my fans need like that.
Korea ranks very high on rates.
Yeah.
Why do you think that would be?
Idol culture.
Idol culture.
Yes, they need skinny shape.
I think it's a mixture of things. You can't lump a suicide rate to just body dysmorphia, like body assumption. You know what I mean? Like you can't. That's probably a factor, but like somebody killing them, like if you go, oh, the suicide rate's very high, it's not just because people are really skinny. I think it's like that's a problem, but it also might be work culture, like lack of mental health help. Like it could be a variety of things.
Pretty face.
So the rates being so high, you think are related to the K-pop culture?
Yeah, I think so.
So the girl back in the cafe said that she needs to be skinny for her fans. Does that make sense to you?
Oh yeah, 100%. I would imagine that like a lot of her success is gonna depend on her followers and fans hyping her up, sharing her music, and just continuing to engage with her content. But if she were to gain weight, then they're just gonna like lose all interest in her because regardless.
I never understand how much money they make. Like I think I get the social space of YouTube a lot because like I'm in it, so I could kind of guess like how much Agent, Jinxie, and fucking Queso and all those guys make. But like I have no idea of music. Like I know the guys at the top in the rap game like Drake and those dudes are making, you know, millions and millions of dollars. But it's like how much is an average K-pop singer making? Because aren't there so many groups? Like there's so many organizations that are creating like the new One Direction in K-pop every other week. Like there are so many K-pop groups on male and female like group sides. So it's like, what, like, do they make 100K a year? Are they millionaires? Like I know what's like the biggest K-pop? Yeah, BTS. BTS, they're millionaires. They're making a lot of fucking money. But like an average K-pop group, I feel like they're probably making like good money, but they're not like retirement. Like even if they run this 5 years and then fall off, it's like they need to get another job.
Of talent?
Oh yeah, regardless of talent, because it's just kind of like
because I guarantee you their management takes so much. Like I think that's what like a toxicity or toxic aspect of like K-pop as well is like your management owns your ass. Like they're not taking a 20% cut, they're probably getting fucking half. And then the other half is just split amongst the 5 of you. So you're getting 10% of your group earnings.
No matter how talented you are, it's not like I couldn't find 15 other people who are equally as talented as you. So if you want to make it, you have to be talented and you got to be beautiful. And you got to be a great dancer, rapper, like that's the industry.
Somebody redeemed headset that. But Doke, Blum, and Anonymous for the sub, Sky for the sub, Mara for the sub, Dak, thank you for the 570 bits. Don't read out loud. Oh, you just gotta fucking move on, man. It's like easier said than done, but like, you know, fuck that shit. You know, focus on yourself, get better, improve yourself, and then, you know, you just find somebody better. Like, she's not meant for you, you know what I mean? Average for the sub. Game for the three. Found out that apparently America doesn't have Pepsi Max like we do in the UK. It's actually peak. Y'all missing out. B-Man, Brady for the sub, Steve for the 5. Just watch Jinxie. He doesn't read chats. Love you more. FN, thank you for the sub. OP and VR for the sub. I'm for the sub. Steve, thank you for the 3. Silver, Gabe, Vortex, and Gray for the sub. How for the sub. Scroll for the 1,000 biddies. I eat a bag of powdered donuts every day. Oh my God. Why? Thank you for the 4. I've got a 2-hour train ride right now. You're coming in clutch. Bubbles Trey and Omen G, thank you for the sub. Scroll for the 1,000 biddies. Stop giving me ads. I'm on to you. Brody and Jim, thank you for the sub. Moon, Laj, Not Carrot, Ziggy, the Whiskey, Oluxo, Bouncy, and Scroll for the sub. Jack for the sub. Zeb for the 3. Already watched the part 2 of the Wi-Fi's video. Scroll and chase for the sub. Bouncy for the 3. Turkey for the 3. Jack for the sub. JW and Crack. Rodney for the sub. Steve for the 3. I'm checking for the sub. Lock in.
So we found a place for lunch.
We gotta get done this video, bro. We've been on this shit for like an hour.
It's called Preppers, which it kind of sounds like contest prep, like you're prepping for something. And then the funny thing is, it says Preppers diet food, not healthy food, because I feel like healthy food wouldn't be as much of a draw to go in. Like diet just sounds like more like weight loss, right?
Yeah, I think you nailed it on the head. That would be my guess too.
Oh, that shit looks good as fuck though.
And yeah, I think
chicken looking a little bland, not gonna lie, but the steak
is for like weightlifters, and I see more and more popping up all over the place.
So a bunch of pasta bowls, rice bowls. You recommend the double bowl?
Yes, for me, only the double bowl gives me enough protein. Combo comes with a drink. For example, amino drink over here.
Oh, you
I
get
think,
amino
yeah,
drinks.
that's one of their things that they're known for. I have yet to try it, but I heard it's pretty good. So, and then they got like protein milkshakes and stuff.
Protein coffee milkshake, that sounds amazing. Like places like this in North America, like don't show up. And I feel like that's because there's like, they don't think there'd be enough traction.
Right.
So I feel like there's obviously a lot of traction and like demand for this.
Yeah. Like for me, when I first came to Korea, they didn't have shops like this. So I missed like...
Yo, I want to hop back on creatine. This is actually making me like not insecure, but I'm like, damn, bro, I need to get big again. Bro. I gotta lock in.
Chipotle or like Cobb.
Hop back on creatine, bro. GamerStop sent me some creatine shit. Apparently they have creatine products. They were like, do you want to try it? I'm like, yeah. I haven't hopped on it yet though. It's like this creatine hydration shit. I'm like, I might take it.
Because you could get pretty good macros for those, even though they have like high sodium. But you know,
you look good, bro. But imagine if I was a fucking 195. Imagine if I was a 195 meathead. Oh, my traps. I want my traps to make me look like I'm another person standing inside of myself. I want traps that are like here, boom, and then it looks like I'm a tiny person inside of a bigger person.
Now they got stuff like this.
It's not every day you see a fountain drink station where it's...
I don't really do trap workouts though. I think they look bad. If your traps are disproportionately large, it looks terrible.
Only the zero sugar stuff. I feel like Coke Zero is water here, and I respect that. Cheers, man.
Cheers.
When a place has Sprite Zero, you just know it's gonna slap because this is a rarity. Like this is a rare find. Most places have Coke Zero. Sprite Zero? You don't know how lucky you got it, man.
Wow. I don't think I've ever had Sprite Zero.
It's everywhere here in Korea, so I just assumed that it was...
Wow. And also the fact that this place is 24 hours is insane.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I love that, yeah.
Oh, I wanted to get the pasta bowl, but I feel like if I ordered that, I would have got bullied or something. It seems like a trap. Like who gets the pasta in Korea? All right, here we go.
You want to make sure you mix it all up nice. Ooh, that's a big boy bite.
God, that shit looks so good.
So good.
Good?
Nice. I like that it's a reflective plate. You know, so you get to the bottom.
There's like no vegetables. It's just a meat plate.
Bottom of the plate, and you can see your skinnier reflection when you're done. What would you say is like a big factor in Korea's low obesity rate? Would you say it's all lifestyle, or is there any like genetic components to that?
So I think one of the things that people don't know is that in addition to the social pressure that there is to stay thin and stay healthy, East Asians have a way lower subcutaneous fat cell count than our Western counterparts. And this is quite common in Korea. Well, you'll see like those skinny fat body types, right? Well, you'll see men or women that don't look that fat, but they have really high visceral fat levels just because there's not a lot of subcutaneous fat that can hold it. So they won't look as big, but they'll still have heart issues, diabetes, prediabetes, insulin resistance, like all across the board. So it doesn't take that much size for a Korean person to be equally as unhealthy as like, you know, a European-based or, yeah.
Okay. How many calories would you say this bowl is?
If I had to guess, I would put it around 600?
Okay, I was gonna be like around 700. Have you heard of Macro Factor?
I haven't.
It's the quickest and easiest. Code WILL for of the world. And literally every single building is a pharmacy just selling fat loss drugs. It's actually pretty insane. So there's a pharmacy right here.
Have you heard of Macro Factor? Have you heard of click, skip?
And then there's a pharmacy.
If you hear have you heard of, it's cooked.
See, right here.
Skipping that.
And then literally like 5 more feet, there's another pharmacy right here. And then next door is another pharmacy. And then across the street, there's more pharmacies over there. Which is like, I don't know why you need this many pharmacies. I guess the demand is super high. So we are gonna see how easy it is for me to go.
Was that just boxes of cigarettes?
Pharmacies over there. which is like, I don't know why you need this many pharmacies. I guess the demand is super, super high. So we are gonna see.
What are those? What are these boxes?
How easy it is for me to go to a clinic, get a prescription, and get some Wegovy. Let's see. Is this it here?
Here.
Oh shit.
Wow.
It might be busy.
Yes.
We got a whole ass fucking waiting room of people.
네, 이 외국인 친구인데요. 그 마운자로나 위고비 처방을 받고 싶어서. What's the name that you use in Korean?
정아름님.
Will.
Will.
I just walked in, said my name, gave my ID, and it's good.
And he just gives it to you, bro?
Do you have a preference of Wegovy or Mounjaro?
What does he recommend?
Oh my God, you're fucking joking. Like, you're not even going to a doctor's consultation. They're just giving you the drug.
어떤 거를 추천해 주실 수 있을까요? He said then you would have to get a consultation with the doctor.
So I can see him right now?
Mm-hmm. Right now.
Oh my God, they'll do it now?
Long wait?
I don't think it's gonna take that long.
Okay. We're in the waiting room right now for the weight loss drugs. Everyone in here is also here for the same thing. People are just coming in, asking for it, and you're like, yeah, just take a seat, meet with the doctor, and you're good. So
it's like that early Medcard days. For weed in the US, you'd walk in. It used to be like, okay, you actually have like spinal issues. And then it turned into like, my back hurts. How bad? Pretty bad. All right, well, here you go. All right, well.
We're gonna have a prescription in like 15 minutes, which is crazy here. Here we go.
Is it your first time doing Wegovy?
Yes, first time.
How about your height?
6 foot.
How about your weight?
Around
Kilogram.
90. 90, yeah.
What is your normal body weight?
I just want to get shredded.
After I gave the doctor my height, weight, and goal, he implemented my stats into a BMI chart and called me obese.
Because it's a BMI chart, bro. The BMI chart's the worst thing ever. Bro, Larry Wheels on a BMI chart would be like, oh, you should be dead. Because he's 300 pounds. But he's fucking jacked.
Presentation, you will have some obesity. Your BMI index is 24.47.
And he kept adding lower weights until it put me in the normal category.
If you have some weight loss about 15 kilogram, you will enter.
They want him to lose like 35 pounds.
To the normal body weight.
And I'll be healthier?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
The doctor is telling me I have to lose 15 kilograms or 33 pounds without any sort of background knowledge of my medical history or even my body composition, as fat and muscle ratios greatly impact your BMI score, and these lax measures are causing serious harm. And just like that, within a matter of minutes, I got a prescription, adding to Korea's major drug misuse problem.
Oh, she's asking if you want to get the injection here right now.
No, I'll do it.
Oh my God. Yeah, sure. Let's go in the back.
Yeah. All right, so this is pretty insane. We got it super easily within like 10 minutes. And there it is.
Wow.
So the doctor said I need to get to 75 kilograms, which now that I'm thinking about it, that's below my bodybuilding
comp weight.
Contest weight. So I think I would actually die.
Yeah, he would be at like fucking 3% body fat. He would have to lose muscle.
You'd be like 168 pounds.
Yeah.
That's how much I weigh, and I'm 5'8".
Gee.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they don't look at like your body fat percentage. They just go like, okay, height, weight, you're obese. And then there's no other discussion about like, do you work out consistently? Here you go.
Yeah, take off your shirt. He has a six pack. Yeah, I think you're kind of morbid. I think you're morbidly obese.
$150.
Yeah, I don't think he even asked you any questions about your overall health.
No.
Yeah, there was like no diagnosis. He was just like, oh, you want the drug? Like, okay, here's how to use it. You know, here are some side effects to expect. And I think they even offered to give you your first injection like right now.
Yeah. But I'm not gonna do that. No, I just got it for a prop. I'm not gonna use it.
It's clear Korea is facing a serious issue that can't be ignored. The relentless pressure to look a certain way, combined with the
bro, that guy is so on roids.
Facing a serious issue that can't be ignored. The relentless pressure.
Like, that doesn't even look like a real person, bro. Get out of here. He's not that fucking ripped.
To look a certain way.
I don't even know what it's promoting. It's just a gym.
Combined with a deeply ingrained culture of body shaming, is quietly taking a toll on people's lives. Over time, it doesn't just affect how you see yourself, it consumes your thoughts entirely, and eventually, you give in.
Wow, that was a fucking really good video, dude. Willie Tennyson. I feel like we've watched like one of his videos before. 0 calorie shop would help a lot of bodybuilders and athletes with their craving. I don't think that's bad. Like, there were certain aspects of this video that I was like, oh, you know, a 0 calorie shop, low calorie, like those restaurants, fine. The coffee shop, fine. Right? Like, none of the shops and like health shit I think is bad. It's more so just like this stigma that it's like, oh, if you have like any amount of fat, you're obese. Gray and Sargent for the sub, Moses for the 4. Just got off work, great to see you live. Flo and Jordan for the sub. Well, welcome to the stream. No, and Retro for the sub. Why? Aggro for the sub, 10 for the 3. How about our creatine 14-year-olds? Do you think that's bad? I love your content. I haven't watched it in a long time. I started creatine when I was 15, I think. And I took it till I was 18, then stopped. Or 18 or 19. I haven't been on it in like 2 years. Don't creatine load. You want to just take like, it's like 1 rounded teaspoon a day, but only on days like, I would only take it on days I worked out. I need a fucking haircut, dude. Holy shit. Lolly for the sub. Travis for the 3. I've been talking to this girl for a while. We got a lot together. She said she loves me, but she wouldn't date me publicly unless I'm objectively attractive, and I don't know what to do. Stop talking to her. That's fucking weird. VF and Astra for the sub. If she's embarrassed to date you publicly, she could go fucking fist herself. Count me down 30 seconds. I'm going to piss. Just finished a coffee, and now we're on to the gamer stops. Smile for the 3. Are you a feminist? Yeah. Doofus for the 3. If all your memories were erased, would you still be you? No. What kind of person would you be? You would have similar, maybe, attributes or interests biologically, like what you like food-wise and shit, but every part of you would be different. Blue and Zen for the sub. You'd basically be like a gray slate. Cookie for the sub, Flow for the 1,000 biddies. Got my gallbladder removed and watching you through the recovery. Well, I hope you're recovering well, bro. I'm sorry to get it removed. Jordan Flow for the sub. All right, yo, lock in, chat. Next video. Talk for the sub. Lock in, lock in. The nut scandal that almost ruined Korean Air.
December 5th, 2014, a flight operated by Korean Air was set to fly from New York City to Seoul, South Korea. But before it could even get off the ground, several people...
I gotta fix my hair, I'm sorry. It's fine. Whatever. It looks like shit. Lock in. Rewinding.
On December 5th, 2014, a flight operated by Korean Air was set to fly from New York City to Seoul, South Korea.
Was that a 16-hour flight?
But before it could even get off the ground, several people's lives were permanently altered by a bag of nuts. But despite where you might think this is going...
I thought this was going to be the nut scandal, like a chipmunk climbed into the fucking airplane overnight and started storing just all of its acorns and like peanuts that like weighed down one of the sides of the planes or something.
It's not a story about someone having an allergic reaction and the traumatized passengers who witness it. Instead, the story...
I had a rat problem at my old place back when I used to live in a trailer, and we got back from, like, this trip for a week. This was when I was, like, 8 years old. And a rat had taken all of the Hershey Kisses that were in a bowl and arranged them in a line in between the gap between my washer, or not my washer, my dishwasher, and the countertop. Because it was like, there was a gap about this big, and there was just a line of Hershey Kisses all the way from the back to the front. It's very weird.
Centers around...
Never found out why it did that, but I had a rat problem. I remember there was a rat problem, and we had a rat and a bat problem. Separate times. But when the rats were there, they would, like, grab stuff, and I still think about it. Like, to this day, I'm like, why did it do that? I know it was storing the food in some way, but it was, like, so, not perfectly organized, but it was, like, almost perfect. Like, it was just, like, lined, like, he, like, individually carried one over every time. Travis for the 3. Yo, mods, please don't send bits right now. I'm going to read these, and I appreciate the bits, but I need to lock in. We have, like, five more videos we got to watch. Cookie Talk for the sub, game for the 3. If there was one day was an AI that had enough neural pathways as a human brain, would it deserve the same rights as a human if it was conscious in the same way in sentience? Lofi for the sub, Travis for the 3. I've been talking to the troll for a while. We've done stuff together. I love her a lot. She says she loves me, but wouldn't date me publicly unless I'm objectively attractive. You just sent this message. I said fucking stop talking to her. I don't know what to do. I love her, but she said she won't date me. We also have a 1-year age difference in high school. Do you have any advice? Stop talking to her. She sucks. I hate to, like, damper on your fucking parade. If she won't date you because she thinks you're objectively unattractive, she sucks. Like, are you living in a trance right now, man? I mean, I'm like, I know you're asking for advice, and I might be being a dick in response. You have a woman that you claim to be in love with that refuses to date you because you're not objectively attractive enough. That's fucking weird. Stop talking to her. XP for the sub. Lock in.
Cho Hyun Ah. As passengers who witness is going, it's not a story about someone having an allergic reaction and the traumatized passengers who witness it. Instead, the story centers around Cho Hyun Ah, also known as Heather Cho, a vice president at Korean Air who was sitting in...
Did she have a nut allergy or something?
...first class for that flight. As the plane was preparing to take off, a flight attendant handed Mrs. Cho a bag of macadamia nuts. And this is when all hell broke loose.
The CEO, or like one of the heads of the company, gets a bag of macadamia nuts. Macadamia? You know I only eat cashews. How dare you?
Cho was instantly enraged because she was served the nuts in a bag instead of in a bowl. Yes, that's...
Oh my god. Like, that enraged her? I get maybe it'd be, like, policy to, like, put them in a bowl for first class. But if you're the CEO, I'd be like, you guys are supposed to put this in a bowl and move on. Not, oh, what do you think I am, some poor person? Sitting in coach? Are you going to offer me next a Biscoff cookie? Who do you think I am, some peasant?
The grave offense that's...
Next you're going to offer me fentanyl, I bet. That's why I do it in the back bathroom.
Started this whole thing. Cho began screaming at the flight attendant, a woman named Kim Do-hee, reportedly yelling, "What kind of service is this?" and berating her for a minute before realizing that she should really be yelling at Kim's boss. So she called over the cabin crew chief, Park Chang-jin, and began screaming at him instead, throwing the bag of nuts against a wall in the process. She asked Park why she had been served macadamia nuts in a bag instead of in a bowl, to which he replied,
and imagine being a customer. Like, you're sitting in first class next to her. You're also rich, but you're, like, not a dickhead. And you're going, whoa. This is like out of a movie level of, like, fucking, you know, privilege. You care that bad, just tear it open.
That his crew was...
The only thing that warrants this level of anger is if you're handed a Nature Valley bar in first class, in the package. and it's like an older plastic one that's really hard to tear, and you just know it's going to go everywhere. Like, that would be the problem.
Simply following the official Korean
Better to throw up an image of a Nature Valley bar crumbling all over the place.
Air service manual. Cho then demanded that they bring her.
I'm not dissing Nature Valley. I'm saying if you have a Nature Valley bar, it's like in that situation, I'd be like, all right, could you open it for me? Because the entire pain of a Nature Valley bar is opening a Nature Valley bar, whereas like you're just tearing open a bag of nuts.
Cho then demanded that they bring her the service manual to prove it. So Park grabbed a tablet which had the manual on it. Nervous from the situation, he accidentally mistyped the password for the tablet, causing Cho to get even more upset. But once he was able to get the manual open, he showed Cho proof that the flight attendant had correctly followed the guidelines for the cabin crew when it comes to serving macadamia nuts.
Oh, so it literally, like, they're right. So she's also just a shitty CEO that doesn't even know her own manual. Like, they didn't even fuck up. She's just crashing out for no reason. That's wild. Do you think it's like a germ thing? You're not supposed to give them in a bowl because it's like, ooh, loose nuts.
And if they had a whole
that's kind of weird
thing dedicated to that, I can only imagine how long that manual was. It's just a shame that they didn't have a section for.
Dude, serving nuts is really a rich person thing. You ever been to a shitty fucking, like, restaurant or, like, small eat spot and, like, one of the menu items is, like, mixed nuts? $9.
What to do when a vice president.
Why don't you just give me dirt and charge me for it? Mixed nuts, $9. Are you fucking serious? That should be free. Mixed nuts, fucking $9. If I'm at a bar and I'm buying fucking $20 drinks, $18 mixed drinks, and I have to pay $9 to get a shitty trail mix that you got from fucking Walmart down the street in a big barrel.
Of the company throws the bag of nuts at you. Unfortunately, the evidence that she was wrong did not do much to calm down Mrs. Cho. Instead, she continued yelling at both Kim and Park, eventually forcing them to get on their knees and beg for her forgiveness.
I know the job market's rough, but I don't think there's a world where I would get on my knees and beg a random woman that owns the company to, like, please save me. Quitting on the spot? Yeah, literally being like, all right, I'm taking this flight now. Fuck you.
That might seem intense, but anyone who's ever been handed a bag of macadamia nuts instead of having them presented to you in a bowl can understand the frustration. While the flight attendants were on their knees, Cho continued berating them and then grabbed the tablet and started hitting Park's knuckles with it. Again, I think we can all agree that.
What is this? What are we in a fucking 1930s American classroom where you get hit with a ruler? What type of shit is that? She started breaking his knuckles with a fucking iPad?
This is a pretty rational response, considering.
Honestly, get your bag, you know? Honestly, him kind of leaning. If he had just quit, that would be bad, you know? Because if he had quit, he's not getting anything. Like, maybe he just gets like a nice pay package for leaving. Now he could sue the shit out of her. Like, she's beating him with an iPad for giving her mixed nuts. Or not mixed nuts, macadamia nuts.
What Cho had endured. She then fired Park and demanded that the plane be sent back to the gate so he can be kicked off. The entire interaction took place in the first-class cabin, but there was only one other passenger flying first class on that flight.
Oh, so nobody was there to see it. I think somebody else would have fucking said something to her.
And I can only imagine the severe discomfort that person was experiencing in that moment. Sorry to interrupt, but could I trouble you for a ginger ale when you have a chance? The plane, which still...
Trouble you for a ginger ale? I would say something.
Hadn't taken...
If I was on a first-class plane for Korean Air and I know the CEO is crashing out on this person, I'm going, yo, I'm never flying with you again. Like, you're awful. Like, you need to step down.
Taken off at this point. Taxi...
No, you wouldn't. Yes, the fuck I would. Yes, the fuck I would, because I don't work for her. What is she going to do? Ban me from Korean Airlines? Oh, boo fucking who? Oh, boo fucking who? There's a million fucking airlines. You take another one.
Back to the gate, where Park...
You're not the hero. I'm not saying I'm a hero. I'm not doing that in this hero complex of like, let me save the day. You stop hitting that man in the knuckles with an iPad. I would be annoyed personally of how awkward and weird that is. I would walk up and be like, you're being a weird, like you're being a loser. Like, why are you crashing out? Like, what type of weird, prissy, rich shit is this? Like...
was let off into JFK Airport despite the fact...
I don't have, like, bro, because you got to realize, like, there's flying first class is fine. Like, if you have the money to fly it, fine. Spend the money to fly it. But, like, that level of... I hate rich people that act like snobby movie rich people, right? Like, I understand I have money now. I didn't have money then. And even though I have money now, I'm going to still tip people well. I'll, like, still be forgiving for mess-ups. Like, honestly, I've always said, most of the time, if a waitress brings me the wrong thing, I'm probably not sending it back, right? The rich people shit where it's like, oh, I have money, so therefore you must serve me better than the average person. No, you're just a regular-ass motherfucker. And I understand in first class you're paying for better service, but it's like, dude, they'll bring you like a damp towel to fucking wipe your face with. I flew first class one time, upgraded, and it was paid for by a company that was taking me somewhere. When I sat down, they handed me a wet towel. I went, what? Like what am I? It was a hot, wet towel, and he handed it to me, and I went, like, what am I supposed to do with this? He's like, it's for your hands or your face. I went, okay, and I just like put my hands in it, handed it back to him. I'm like, this is the most useless shit ever. That's the type of rich people shit I don't understand. Like, I have money now. I'm like, that is stupid. Like, why are we doing that? Why are we doing that? What do you need? Well, I need a warm towel for what? Like, I'm sitting on a fucking airline. Just give me like a drink and then I'm fine. Here's a water. Thanks. That's all I need.
The fact that he's Korean. Don't worry, Park. We'll let you buy a ticket back. The flight then took off 46 minutes late.
What's the most rich person thing you've done? I buy Main Plus when I fly now. I don't sit in the back of the plane, but I don't buy first class. I get Main Plus. 6 extra inches of leg room and a free checked bag. That's balling. I spend, if I'm flying, if like regular coach is like $400, I'll pay $650 for more leg room. And is it a waste of money? Yeah, sure. But like, that's why, like, I have the money for that. I don't have the money. I do have the money. I could fly first class, but it's stupid to fly first class. Like, that's just like, you're full on wasting money. Cause like Main Plus is $650 if coach is 4. First class is like $1,400 for a 4-hour flight or like a 3-hour flight. Like, I'm not paying that. Like, I'm just getting conned, you know? But if I was flying like, to like Asia, like if I ever fly to like Thailand or something, I'd buy one of the lay down seats. Cause sitting upright for 15 hours, I'm gonna be fucking bashing my head on the walls, man. That shit sounds terrible. Like, that I would pay the money for. What's the most rich person thing I've done though? I don't know. Like, I don't know. What do you mean by that? I bought like, oh no, you know the biggest rich person thing that I've done now, that I'm at the point in my life, I will give the waitress my card before knowing how much the bill was. I don't look at the bill. Like, if I'm out to eat, that's the thing that I've noticed. Like, I'll just hand them my card. Well, either way you're paying. Some people just do that, but like, I'll just hand them my card. But that's it. Like, I used to look at the bill. Now I don't look at the bill.
Flight attendant Kim Do-hee,
it's not really rich, it's more financial security,
was not dismissed since Cho had shifted her hatred towards...
What if they charge you for some shit you didn't order? I don't know. That probably has happened before.
Park at some point. But we can only imagine...
Ooh, no. Richest thing that I do is I buy my friend... Every time I go out, I buy shots. I waste money when I go out. If I go out to a bar, I'm probably blowing like $400 on drinks. That's like the stupidest shit I do. But it's like, I'd rather, like, I would want my friends to do that if they had money. So it's like, I want to do that shit. Like, I have money, I go out with my friends, like, they're all talking, I turn around, I have a tray of shots. Like, it's fun. Like, because I could spend that money.
Shifted her hatred towards Park at some point.
Yeah, gambling. Gambling, sure. What else? I don't know. Way back, I was financing my car, and I had, like, it was like 3 years that I had to finance this car, and like a year and a half in, I went, what the fuck am I doing? And I just paid it off. Like, I guess that. It was like, I was just like, why? Just buy it. Just buy it.
Shifted her hatred towards Park at some point. But we can only imagine the tension in that first-class cabin during the flight. And it's a good thing the moist towelette was the right temperature, otherwise we would have had to run the whole thing back.
See, that's what I'm saying, this moist towelette. That's the thing they run on every airline. Why am I getting a moist towelette? I've never been somewhere where they do that. It's weird. I don't want that. Why are you giving me a wet towel? It's like, honestly, I get, it's nice that it's warm, but it's like, ugh. Like, I don't, why?
Good thing the moist towelette was the right temperature, otherwise we would have had to run the whole thing back. Now, if you've heard this story and you're wondering how Heather Cho had enough power to not only fire the cabin crew chief for something this trivial, but also to turn the plane around and order it back to the gate, allow me to provide some context. Mrs. Cho was not just a vice president at Korean Air. She was also the daughter of Korean Air chairman and CEO Cho Yang-ho.
Oh, so she's like a Nepo baby.
You see, large South Korean conglomerates, known in the country as chaebols, are often controlled by powerful families. Members of these families are practically nobility, which is why everyone unquestionably obeyed Heather Cho throughout her macadamia nut tirade. Following the whole thing, Korean Air went out of their way to silence the incident and prevent it from getting into the public eye.
I'd take $2 million to not say anything. If I'm one of them, I'd go, give me $5 million.
Included contacting Park and Kim.
Retirement money. I won't say anything. You don't need it? No, but I'm saying if you're an average worker, I'd be like, I'd rather get $5 million and just dip.
And pressuring them into lying about the situation during the investigation from South Korea's Ministry of Transport.
Oh, that's really bad.
He gave Park a statement to say to the investigators, and Korean Air executives were reportedly present during the entire questioning. Since Park could tell the investigation was biased, he reported the story directly to the media, and that was when things got bad for Korean Air. They immediately issued a statement addressing the situation, apologizing for the inconvenience, but saying that it was Heather Cho's responsibility to enforce the procedures of the cabin crew, and she was simply doing her job. Not sure what kind of job requires you to attack your employees.
To hit him in the knuckles with an iPad and make him get on his knees. I think if anything, it'd be like, hey man, you're doing this wrong.
But maybe she was just making sure their combat skills were up to par. Their justification for Park being fired, despite him being totally in the right, was that he hadn't produced the proof quickly enough. And
he got the iPad code wrong, is why they fired him. He mistyped the password. Wow.
We know a woman who delayed a flight by 45 minutes over a bag of nuts really values timeliness.
No, and that's like, dude, people always go, oh, 45 minutes, you know, your flight's delayed, that's not too bad. But you got to realize, like, a flight getting delayed like 20 minutes is a butterfly effect for the rest of that day, is what's so fucked. Like, if you have 1 hour, if you have a flight in the morning get delayed by an hour, every flight on that plane for the rest of the day is now delayed at least an hour.
Further research into Cho revealed that this was not her first time behaving like this. In 2013, she physically assaulted a flight attendant who served her improperly cooked ramen noodles. This woman really is a hero for everyone who despises airline food. Cho was also involved in a separate controversy that same year when she traveled to Hawaii to give birth to her twin boys, therefore allowing them to be US citizens and avoid the South Korean mandatory military service. And in the interest of efficiency, maybe she was even able to clobber some flight attendants on the journey there. In fact, it seems most of the Cho family has a history of mean behavior, with Heather's sister, brother, and mother all involved in
water rage? What is it? What is it with nut rage? Brother of nut rage heiress injures mom in Christmas Day feud over power control? Or mum? Korean Air matriarch receives suspended jail sentence for abusing domestic staff. Why are they always hitting their employees?
Similar scandals. So the public wasn't buying the half-assed apology, and sales of Korean Air flights had dropped by 6.6%. Finally, the airline was forced to admit defeat. Cho Yang-ho stood before journalists and publicly apologized for his daughter's nut rage, calling it a foolish act and saying, "It's my fault. As chairman and father, I ask for the public's generous forgiveness." He also said that his daughter would be resigning from her positions at Korean Air. Heather Cho herself then stepped up to apologize in front of the media, hanging her head in shame and announcing that she would also be personally apologizing to Park and Kim. She reportedly went to their houses to do so, but neither of them were home, probably busy looking for jobs. So she left them both notes saying sorry instead.
They didn't get... Bro, she left them a note saying sorry? Oh my god. Why don't they just give them money? Like, I know that's like a sweep under the rug thing, but if it's like you're gonna abuse those employees like that and then fire them, it's like, give them $1 million. And then it's like, it's not all as good, but it's like, okay, you know, I got something out of this.
Glad she handled this apology like she was delivering a package that required a signature. Still, the backlash had reached a new level, with some people describing it as a national embarrassment and proof of chaebol power abuse. The whole thing was then taken to court, where Heather Cho was found guilty of obstructing aviation safety and sentenced to 10 months in prison. She was released after 5. And I honestly have no idea if that's too much of a punishment or not enough. Korean Air was also fined
Yeah, I don't really know. I've never been presented woman crashes out for getting nuts and hits guy with iPad.
$2.57 million by the Transport Ministry for the incident, as well as being ordered to pay $45,000 to Park for what he
Bro, what? Why is the ministry suing for $2.57 million and the employee gets $45K? Like, what type of lame-ass shit is that? Why is the ministry not giving that money to him?
experienced.
$40K? Bro, $40K? Are you serious? So he just gets a yearly salary. Yeah, that's good, but it's like, bro.
The whole thing even...
Like, you were a part of, like, a big-ass thing with, like, Korean Air abusing employees.
And led to a revision in the South Korean aviation laws, increasing the punishments for disruptive passengers. But the best thing to come from this was in South Korean supermarkets, where sales of macadamia nuts rose 250% following the incident. And that wasn't even some kind of protest. The whole thing just gave people a craving, I guess. It also
yeah, I haven't had macadamia nuts in a while, now that I'm thinking about it.
Gave Heather Cho a bad public image, which seems to have followed her over the years. In 2023, she changed her name from Cho Hyun-ah to Cho Seong-yeon. Yeah, that should fix everything. As for the only other passenger in first class, she actually contacted Korean Air about the incident after it happened. In response, the airline sent her a calendar and a model airplane as an apology. And honestly, I don't think they owe her any.
Holy corporate dystopia. Sorry you had a bad time. Here's a Korean Air themed calendar and a little plastic thing you could put on your desk.
She already got to witness the greatest in-flight entertainment of all time. Now please consider subscribing, or I'll turn this whole plane around and banish you to JFK Airport.
Oh god, JFK Airport, I can't go there. I'll subscribe. JFK Airport's fucking hell. Only airport worse, Newark Airport. Miami Airport also sucks. Newark Airport blows. Denver Airport's the size of a fucking country. Ever go to Denver Airport? Get from gate A to gate J. Takes 30 minutes. Fucking walking for 9 hours. Trying to get anywhere Denver Airport. All airports suck? Nah, some are chill. Some are chill. A lot of Texas airports are pretty easy to navigate. Atlanta Airport and Newark ain't that bad. Newark Airport sucks. It really does. Parking at Newark Airport's terrible. It's like fucking $500 for like 3 days. Dude, long-term parking is horrible. I don't know. I don't know the worst airport I've ever been. I went to St. Martin Airport when it was after the hurricane. They had wires hanging from the ceiling. And it was like the airport was like half broken. I was like, wow, this is rough. There was no AC either. But that was also like, hey, they just got hit with a hurricane. So can't really knock them, you know. Love for the 3. Can you pause the stream? I have to go to work. Classic Niche, the catch. Thank you for the sub. LOL.js, Confirm, Ultra, Yi, Zach, Breeze, Soul, Kratos, Pen, Lofi, and XP for the sub. All right, next video, chat. LARPing 101.
Go look at your paycheck. It's not at least 100 grand a month. You got work to do.
If it's not at least 100K a month, if you're not making $1.2 million a year, you gotta be doing work. I hate those like alpha male groups. You could make a video on just this guy alone. The dudes that like smoke cigars on a hoverboard and just scream at like insecure men that they need to get rich. And for some reason, these guys are paying them thinking it'll work. Any guy that sells a finance course on fucking social media, bro. Ugh. There's like maybe 2 or 3 of them that are successful. Keep in mind, most of these guys that sell these finance courses and show their Bugattis and their fucking McLarens and whatever weird cars they own and the rich houses they have, all of it's LARPing, and they LARP to a degree that you actually believe them. Then you buy their course, they actually get rich, and then they LARP more. Like, that's the method. So half of these guys are actually just fucking broke. Or they're Nepo babies acting like their parents' money is their money. I was talking to some, I can't name them because then it'll call these guys out. And then it'll start drama. A lot of these guys that'll be like, I went from being broke, I was working day-to-day jobs, and now I live in this mansion. The clips of them working like carpentry jobs is doing handyman work for their dad for like money. And now I live in this mansion, it's their dad's house. They're not rich. They still live at home with their parents. They have a car their parents bought them. That's nice. And they act like they're rich and sell courses to people. They're like LA kids. And they sell these courses to like other people. And most of the time these guys fail, right? There's like 100 guys doing this. And they all fucking fail. Except 2 of them. And those 2 guys are like world-renowned finance gurus. I got rich day trading. I know this. No, they know a little bit about the stock market, and they're pretty good at crypto. But most of the money they've made, say they have fucking $40 million, half of it's from selling shitty-ass courses in their Discord server. Like, most of the money they've made is LARPing to get people to believe they're rich and then actually getting rich. In reality, they made 10K one-time day trading, and then they post that 15 times. That gives them credibility. Then they cash out on a crypto they made from buying or from people buying their courses, which they made money on, so they could just post these clips of like, I made this, I made this, I made this, I made this. Buy my course, I'll teach you how to get rich. They're not going to teach you how to get fucking rich because they never actually built themselves. They LARPed to success and then got people to buy their course, which actually made them successful. You're buying a course on them teaching you how to sell a course. There's guys that actually do that. Buy my course, I'll teach you how to sell a course. It's like a Ponzi scheme. Or not even it's not a Ponzi scheme. It's like a pyramid scheme. Ponzi schemes when you give money and then other people take that money and give it to somebody else that also invested.
LARPing.
We have seen the future, and it is LARP.
Short for live action roleplay. This is not a new term on the internet. We have videos from 10 years ago called LARPing Saved My Life, which no it didn't. But before TikTok absolutely hijacked this word, it was used in reference to medieval roleplay.
Yeah, it was like medieval times shit. You're going to a Renaissance fair, you're LARPing.
And to explain the original meaning even more, it's just a bunch of, I would say, the coolest people on Earth, all committed to a medieval war storyline.
All right, boys, tear the flesh off that bone!
And then they're all...
All right, I think this is corny because they're wearing paper skeleton masks. But, like, I fuck with medieval LARPing. I like a Renaissance fair. I like a good LARP, okay? Not the new term LARP, like a good LARP. You're wearing chainmail and you're, like, kind of fake fighting. Like, that's sick. That's badass.
And then they all have names like Shadowfang, the Omen of Death. and it'd be a 42-year-old accountant named Greg. And there's real business behind the OG LARPing. Right? People would spend 300 doubloons on a LARPing sword, which might sound crazy, but people will be paying money to LARP right now. Saving up for 6 months to go to Miami and take pictures for the gram is arguably worse than spending $300 on a LARP sword. And the reason I call these people the coolest people on earth is because they don't LARP for the validation of others. They just have pure love for the game. But the modern version of
dude, I wish I could. I gotta hit up my friend and see if I could make a video about this guy. He does social media. He knows a guy that LARPs rich, and he showed me these reels, and it's literally him crying in front of a camera being like, I never thought I'd make this mill, but I'm finally here. I made it, and here's how I did it. And it's like, and he cuts to like the same image every time of him doing, it's like paint on his hands, and he's like, I was so poor. And I'm like, bro, you're never poor. You've lived in like a $50 million house.
LARPing mostly consists
your whole life
of either renting or flexing other people's things.
It's like in this straight bum shit, dude. It's like rich people that are bums.
This guy in the comments said rental camera, clothes, hat, watch, and car. Now, I don't know if this guy's actually renting out his whole life, but I know there's people that be financing clothes purely for the LARP. And I know there's people that also be posting images from Pinterest and other people's clips. Like, look at this guy all giddy that this video has no watermark. But is there not a sense of shame in posting somebody else's life and pretending it's yours? Like, maybe people will be impressed when they see it. You know, until they scroll and see a nigga with a 24-karat Lamborghini. But to the people that be going broke just to LARP, how does it feel when it's just you and your $40,000 in credit card debt?
You have $40K in credit card debt so you can wear chrome hearts or some shit, bro. Like, I never understand that.
But back to our LARPing lesson, which I would say...
Or, bro, you see a motherfucker, yo, I can never get over people that be buying, like, sports cars with, like, 80K miles on it for, like, 40 grand. They're buying like a fucking BMW or a Hellcat with like 120,000 miles, and they're financing it for like 50K over the next 3 years. Oh, I mean, that is like by far like the only other fastest way you could burn money and light it on fire is if you bought a horse and shot it. That is the quickest way you lose money. That or gambling, you might win. The only other, it's financing a fucking a BMW or a Hellcat that has 100K miles on it from like 9 years ago. That's setting money on fire. Second fastest way to set money on fire: buy a living animal and kill it. Like that is the only other way that you could burn money quicker.
LARPing has sort of kept its original definition.
Because you're not getting anything out of that.
Roleplay aspect is now role-playing a rich nigga instead of a medieval dark wizard. But the term LARPing can also be used when somebody's pretending to have knowledge on some shit they just don't know about. Like there's people that just pretend to have watched a show instead of actually watching.
Leveling, we have Sung Jinwoo. That guy.
Nick 830 goes insane after getting early access to unreleased solo leveling Fortnite skins.
Leveling, we have Sung Jinwoo. That guy's my favorite when he does all of his crazy anime stuff in the... Jinwoo. That guy...
He does all his crazy anime stuff.
That guy's my favorite when he does all of his crazy anime...
I've never seen this. Is this a sponsor? I feel like he has to glaze it. There's no way.
Stuff in the show, in the movies, like, it really makes my day.
And then the same people will take part in discussions about the show.
Bro... First season of solo leveling, I haven't seen second season because it wasn't in dub, and I'm not gonna LARP. I love watching dub because I constantly look down, and if I'm watching sub, I can't look down. So I watch dub. First season of solo leveling, the story sucks. Fight scenes, oh, chef's kiss, right? I just love watching him get stronger and then fight bigger things. That's all I want to see. Every episode, he could just get stronger, fight something that's stronger than him, and be like, duh, I don't know if I'm going to be able to beat this. And then he beats it, and then he levels up, and then he fights something bigger.
Even though they know damn well.
That's all you got to do. Rinse and repeat until he fights God. And then the show's over.
They watched it in 2x speed, divided in 3 parts on a TikTok channel. And this kind is beyond annoying when uninformed people want to act informed, and then just start spreading straight misinformation. And then there's people who outwardly express the fact that they like an artist.
Oh my god, people that LARP liking, like, underground rap. There's people that actually like net spend, and then there's people that say they like Too Slimy. And I just can't. Like I can't like that's like there's a level of like LARPing behind that, and it's like, okay, I understand why you like net spend. It's like unique and it's like different, and then it's like, okay, I'm just gonna be more different than that, and I'm gonna fuck with Too Slimy. Like I like Too Slimy's. Let's play a Too Slimy song. Not liking Too Slimy's LARPing. I don't know. I'm not like, bro, I understand he has an audience, but I'm saying I can't get behind. Like, I just don't get it. I get net spend. Like, there's certain net spend songs I, like, really don't like, but there's certain ones where I'm like, okay. You like, Paris Hilton's a cool song. Like, I get people liking that.
But they haven't actually listened.
Versus one literally just flat out being noise pollution. Like, it's just... And people say that to me about funk. Bro, I was talking to Jack Pembroke about that. Jack was like, funk music's fucking noise pollution comparable to like net spend. And I'm like, well, no, I like certain net spend songs, but I'm like, bro, funk music is not noise pollution. There's a beat to it versus just like me listening to like, this is like basic, but like, maybe it's noise pollution, but I just like that. I like that fucking, that hype shit. Like that, like, bro. That's cringe as fuck? Bro, I don't give a fuck. I love funk music. I used to like rave music. Now I like funk music. I just love shit with beats, bro. Like, or even like this. This is a good ass song. I even like, bro, so bad. I want to go to a club and they have this on. This is techno. This shit gets you hyper, bro. This shit spikes your heart rate. I like that.
To the artist.
Makes me feel like I'm alive.
And then they'll just bite the aesthetic that's associated with liking that artist.
Yo, if you're gonna start me off with a song, what would it be? Viva la vida.
It's the worst time to stutter. It's the worst time to stutter. You can't, bro. That's like when you're trying to diss somebody and you're like, "Oh, well, you look like a yeah." You just gotta say, like, if you don't get it out, it's like, I'm just walking away. Never mind. Viva la vida.
With liking that artist.
Yo, if you're gonna start me off with a song, what would it be? Viva la vida. Viva la vida. By Kyle.
I'd be like, bro, cut that out. Yo, like right after that, I'd be like, yo, chop that shit.
That was a targeted example, but it can be much more generalized. Like, let's say skating. People like the skater aesthetic, but aren't willing to actually put in the effort to get good. And these are referred to...
Bro, you know the shit that actually fucking pisses me off? I'm fine with people doing, like, hobby horsing or any of that, like, hobby horsing or the fucking... What's the shit where they just grind on the floor? Sliding. I think that's cool. Whatever. Fine. You want to do that? I hate hobby mountain biking. Hobby mountain biking is the stupidest shit. How do I even find this? Because if I look up hobby mountain biking, it just shows me people actually mountain biking. Hobby mountain biking is a thing where they have... Oh, God, is this one? No, it's just the front wheel. It's the front wheel. And they just run around with the front wheel. What would I look up to find that? Oh, they have hobby, oh my God, they have hobby motocross. I didn't even know that. I gotta cut the fucking music though. Bro, come on.
This is called Hobby Duro. This is Andy, and he went viral.
Like, I don't know if this is a meme. This isn't even what I'm talking about, but it's just imagine this with like a mountain bike.
This is called Hobby Duro. This is Andy, and he went viral for being the first professional hobby rider. And Hobby Duro is basically just like normal enduro, but the stunts are much safer since your bike doesn't have an engine or wheels. But is this too dangerous? This is called Hobby Duro.
Bro, that's so lame. Like, that's so lame. Like, I get people liking hobby horsing, right? Like this, because you're doing like some sort of athletics and you're trying to like mock what a horse looks like. Like they're doing high jump basically. Like there's shows. You know, am I gonna go watch that? No, but like I'm not judging that. Hobby mountain biking, just get a fucking mountain bike. You chud. Why? Like you're doing tricks that you could just do on a bike. Like just sit on the bike. Just ride the bike. Why? I get maybe hobby motocross. I get it even more than hobby mountain biking. Because like motocross, it's like, oh fuck, I could like snap my neck and die. But like hobby mountain biking, bro, there has to be a video of it. I'm going to look it up on TikTok. There has to be a video of it. Oh my God, here it is. Wait.
So here's another sport that's...
This is a guy commentating on it, but it's fine.
So here's another sport that's similar to hobby horsing.
Why am I doing
where
a
I guess
fucking
it's just the
captcha?
front fucking tire of a mountain bike, and these guys do it. I don't know if you guys have seen those, you know, the hobby horsing videos where people have a stick between their legs.
It's making me do a puzzle.
You know, like a horse obstacle course, and then they jump, but they jump themselves. And I was gonna say this is just as bad, but this is actually better.
Oh my God, it just made me do it like 20
hobby
times.
horsing.
What the fuck? This.
Where I guess it's just the front fucking tire of a mountain bike, and these guys do it. I don't know if you guys have seen those, you know, the hobby horsing videos where people have a stick between their legs, and then they pretend like they're on a, you know, like a horse obstacle course, and then they jump, but they jump themselves. And
like, why do you not just get on an actual bike? Like, this has to be fake. I understand this is LARPing, but this is like, why? Why? Just fingerboard? Bro, not even just fingerboard. What are we doing? Just have an actual bike. You're telling me you're too scared to just do the jump? Just do the jump. This seems like more effort.
I was going to say this is just as bad, but this is actually better than that, because this is at least, you know, part of a bike. You know, this is just the front part of a mountain bike.
Oh my God, no, stop. The fucking... Like it's a hard hang time. And then lands it back down. But you could learn how to do that in like a week. Like, you're not going to be good. You're going to fall probably sometimes, but it's like, ugh. Why?
To his poses, poses are an OG form of LARPer.
I've been using it for that thing Gumball said, land surfing.
Same with the term casual in sports, like somebody that watches NBA here and there but will still act like they got the most valid takes.
If Wemby can somehow get to at least the third round of the playoffs, would it be wrong to say Wemby is already better than LeBron?
And there's probably way more examples of terms that are just the same thing as LARPing. But if you like the aesthetic of something, why not just actually get into it instead of pretending that you have? But when people use this form of pretending to have...
Because you jump from thing to thing. Like, if you're a LARPer for a specific hobby, you could just hop from hobby to hobby. You don't need to actually invest time into something that you seriously enjoy.
More knowledge about something than they actually do.
I'm just curious, what's the price on that rig there?
So yeah, you probably... It's mostly because they're just getting into it or they want to be included.
That kid actually knows his stuff, though. I'll see him on TikTok. That kid's not LARPing. No, seriously, I'm going to defend that kid. That kid's not LARPing. That kid actually knows tractors, and he's like 8 years old.
Getting into it or they want to be included in that community. But why is it not okay to not know everything about everything all the time? Can we just normalize saying I don't know again? Because when you don't and you pretend to know about some shit, it just comes off as rage bait. My current favorite video on the internet is this video of this guy asking his coworker, who's a better fighter in terms of boxing, Mike Tyson?
I was gonna rip his heart out. I'm the best ever. I'm the most brutal and vicious and most ruthless champion there's ever been.
Or Zuku Midoriya. And this nigga was
who would win in a fight?
Talking about how he's seen his fights.
Where would you place Zuko Midoriya?
I don't know. I don't need to write this shit down. But Manny Pacquiao gotta be up there.
I still think Zuko Midoriya is over Mike Tyson.
He's just too quick.
That's great.
He got.
Just say you don't know who Zuku Midoriya is, gang. It's fine, bro.
Oh, I thought he was just going, oh, well, if they had no powers. He didn't know who Izuku Midoriya was. I was going to say there's no world where, like, Mike Tyson with no powers beats Deku. Like, Deku's just fucking eviscerating you.
Zuku Midoriya.
Even though I hate Deku. Deku season 1 would lose to Mike Tyson.
And this nigga was talking about how he's seen his fights.
Where would you place Izuku Midoriya?
I don't know. I would need to write this shit down.
Yeah,
But Manny Pacquiao gotta be up there.
I still think Izuku Midoriya is over Mike Tyson. He's just too quick.
That's great.
He got.
Just say you don't know who Zuku Midoriya is, gang. It's fine, bro.
Oh my god, he's acting like he's just a regular boxer, bro.
But I find that the word LARPing is often confused with flexing. It's confused when LARPing is simply just flexing something that's not yours, or flexing a lifestyle that you know damn well you can't keep up with, but still promote the idea that this is the daily. And this confusion is just a side effect of the way that social media just is. Some flicks with a Nobu sign out in the back, bro. It is not telling you the story of the 16-hour shift that was just eaten away.
Bro, you see those videos of motherfuckers posted in front of a Lamborghini that isn't theirs, and then the owner pulls up and he's like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? Oh, top 10 awkward moments. Top 10 awkward moments. You're getting Instagram flex in front of a Lambo that's not even rented. It's just not yours. It's just parked on the side of the road. And then the actual owner pulls up and he's like, yo, get off my car.
And the mindset behind LARPing is a fucking domino effect. See, from the perspective of a LARPer, it's like, why does everyone seem so plentiful and gold? And now you force my hand and I have to rent a Miami high-rise with the last of my savings. And easily the worst kind of LARPer is the core sellers. People will LARP having a get-
Yes! This is what I started this video with. They are the worst. This actual shit. Bro, might be his, bro. Rented ass BMW. Rented ass shit. He don't own that fucking thing. He got that leased.
rich quick method, while the get
That's one of his friends' cars. His dad bought it.
rich quick method is them LARPing, and they're selling their course by showing
I will say, even if you are rich, yes, you could get inherited money. If you are a teenager and your parents are rich and you're flexing, you're LARPing. Because that's not your fucking money. If once you're like 25 and you have a job, even if you work for your fucking parents and now you have money, okay, fine. But like you're LARPing being rich, even if you are a part of a rich family because you have no money. Like you're flexing shit that isn't really yours. Like it's your car that your dad got you, your mom got you, but is it in your name? Maybe, but it's like, bro, you ain't got no money. They're paying the payments, they're paying your phone bill, they're paying your Wi-Fi bill, your insurance, all this other shit. You still live with them. Like you're not rich. You live with somebody that's rich.
videos of Lambos they don't own and vacations they got from other niggas' videos.
Hold on, I gotta ban this weirdo.
I promise, like, and even it's been a witness these past few months.
And this is a genuine method people were trying to make money. This is nicknamed the TJR method, and all because people believe this.
Yes, he's the one that started it. And it worked. TJR actually is fucking rich, but TJR made all these other goblins come out of the fucking woodworks that are like, I'm gonna fucking post my BMW that I rented and get people to buy my course. You're not TJR. You're not TJR, right? It worked for him. It's not gonna work for you. Ty Lopez is the OG. No, somebody in my chat just said, remember, Ty Lopez did it. No, Ty Lopez is the OG. Here in my garage with my new Lamborghini. But you know what's better than all these cars? Knowledge. I read a book every day. Bro, shut up. Fuck. That was the most annoying ad in like 2015 or whenever that was posted.
Isn't legit, and that he lopped himself a Koenigsegg, which is a $3 million car, by the way. But in my opinion, though, I'll just say this is people hating. But there's this idea, which for the most part I think is a joke, but knowing the internet, you just never really know. And it's this idea that LARPing is like a form of manifestation. The idea is that in order to become rich, you first have to pretend.
I know this is a joke. Oh my god, maybe it's not. But you call me a chud every day. Your LARPing is an Italian. We know you're a Jew spy.
To be rich, and is followed up with arguments like this. To sleep, you first have to act like you're asleep. Therefore, LARPing is the key to life.
But it's not.
It's not relevant, is it?
But there's a niche group of people that don't hate on LARPing but straight up promote it. I saw this TikTok from this guy Ben Carr, a 10-minute video on how to LARP. I have multiple extensive PowerPoint slides on each of the methods.
I fucking hate that video.
And I'll give it to bro, because this shit is
that video and that GIF pisses me off.
revolutionary. Just peep the tech of using screenshots from videos instead of direct images.
What do you mean in-betweeners reference? Oh, right here.
Just from Pinterest. Reverse image search was a LARPer's worst nightmare. This nigga really changed the game. But I'm not gonna sit here and act like LARPing is not just human nature. At the end of the day, we all, yes, we all.
Also, this guy named Chris from he's from Vancouver, Canada.
We all somewhat care about other.
Ranking everyone on Earth. Wait, no, that's a funny ass bit.
He's from Vancouver, Canada.
We all somewhat care about other people's opinions. Drop that nonchalant shit 2026, it's going on a mug. But especially when it comes to posting online, I will never believe that I post for myself logic. Cause when you think about it, it doesn't make any sense. Give me even one reason that shit did not remain in your camera roll then. But the main reason behind posting something personal has almost always been external validation. And in no universe am I trying to say this like it's wrong or a bad thing. It can be
Bro, should I do that? I'm thinking I would love to make a fucking tier list, not of everybody on Earth, but just random ass people. Optic Scumpy, Adam Sandler, Phase Adapt, my friend Chris. I just start pulling a random president, George Washington. Like, I just get like fucking 300 people that are like all over an area. I would have to make it though so I know who they are.
as simple as I like this photo, I'ma share it and I hope
Rob Little.
Other people like
Rob Little followed me.
it. This can include a whole
big
bunch of other things too, like a photo of a sunset. Nobody gives a fuck about your sunset, bro. It should have stayed in the camera roll if you wanted to post it for yourself. But still, sharing it because you think it's cool and maybe other people will like the photo too, that is a valid reason for posting that sunset. LARPing is just an attempt to speedrun the most amount of validation, and the only times it's not is when it's done as a growth method, you know, the LARP your way to the top idea. And then there's people like J. Cole, who people say LARP's being humble. You know, maybe he's not LARPing being humble, but someone explained to me why this multi-millionaire is driving around in a beat-up Honda Civic. The way
Yeah, that is confusing.
some celebrities try to be relatable is so cringe because it's pure LARP. This clip of Rocky LARPing watching streamers.
Then y'all got the youngsters like, you know, show speed, taking it to a whole nother level. And Kasana, he's still doing podcasting?
Nigga, who the hell is show speed? And then the Michael B. Jordan Naruto incident.
What do you think, Michael?
Names the two biggest streamers. You know, these streamers. I Show Speed, Mr. Beast.
B. Jordan's favorite anime is? It's a good question. Favorite anime is Naruto Shippuden. Naruto Shippuden. Naruto Shippuden. Been a fan of it for years, since I was like maybe 12, 13 years old.
I'm done, bro. Eat this outro.
Damn, dude. I would just make up some other shit. I would just say Dragon Ball. Because you can't mispronounce that. There's a lot of animes that I could pronounce. Or you could pronounce really badly. Naruto. What's another one? There's just like, I don't, not My Hero Academia, no. There's like so many, yeah, Pokemon, no. Jujutsu Kaisen, Yu-Gi-Oh, I don't know, or like characters even. Just more characters in the show. Like if you just say the character name wrong, bro, people will flame your ass. All right. Yeah, lock in. Next vid. I actually got to piss real quick, then we'll hop into the next one. We still have 2 more videos. All right. Fire, thank you for the raid. Miles for the 3. It's my birthday a couple days ago. Happy birthday. Giggity, Dylan, T, Miss, Kirk, Shib, Prex, Ladder, Real Reptile, Red, Lemon, and Zed for the sub. XFX, PR Bard, and C, thank you for the sub. Yo, count me down like 30 seconds, chat. I gotta piss. Hold up. All right. Hold up. Okay. Lock in, chat. Zeb, thank you for the 3. When are you posting the Minecraft for? I'm not posting that. It's copyrighted. TD, thank you for the sub medal. Thank you for the 3. No point in paying an editor to edit it if the entire thing is copyrighted. Copyright in certain countries, and there's like 9. Every song you use is fully copyrighted in that. I watch every video you post on YouTube. When you say I gotta go to piss, your outro starts playing in my head. Ali and Dagger, thank you for the sub. Miles for the 3. Mega for the sub. All right, next vid. If you have any videos you want to watch, chat, or games you want me to play, video, subscribe, game, subscribe, it's time for most of the videos to watch games I play. Reacted today, Shotgun Willie. Thank you for the 25 gifted subs. Thank you for the sub. Thank you for the 25 gifted Shotgun Willie. Thank you for the fucking support. And thank you for the 25 fucking gifted Shotgun Willie dub in the fucking chat. Chat, today's a React Day. We have 2 more videos. Tomorrow, I'm going to be live around 3:30. We're going to be doing random games, Dread Neighbor, other horror games, other random games. Tuesday, Subnautica 2, Into Gamble with your friends, me, Sneak, Zeusy, Chris. Wednesday, horror games, as well as God is Dead. Thursday, a little more Subnautica or other random games into games with Ron. Friday, React. Saturday, not live. Next Sunday, early React Day. Next Monday, Memorial Day, I'm not live. And then we will go from there. Probably 4 more days of streaming until I have 4 days off. That next week, we have Forza Horizon 6. Saros 007, more Subnautica, other random games, fucking Shift at Midnight drops as well. React Day, and then I'm gone for like 4 days. And then we're back first week of June. React Day, / charity stream June 5th, and then a bunch of other games, probably finishing up Subnautica, a bunch of other shit as well. Only other thing, I'm probably going to switch to like the summer stream schedule. Like second week of June. If I had to guess, where I start streaming at like 2 on weekdays. Right now, I already stream a little bit earlier, like 3:30 on weekdays. But I'll probably start streaming a little earlier for the summer in like June. But yeah, I have been just streaming earlier because I usually stream a little longer too. So I go live at like 3:30. Club, thank you for the 3. Tell my friend about my night. She said, damn, you love talking about yourself. I was trying to conversate. Am I in the wrong? I don't really know. I'm sorry. I can't really help with that. K and X, thank you for the sub. Zeb, thank you for the sub. And Shotgun, thank you for the 25 gifteds. All right, lock in, chat. Chat, if you're spamming for me to play other stuff or do anything else, video /tab, game /tab. I'm going to ban this chatter because he's spamming it. HFog, I apologize, brother. But I talk constantly about how that's annoying. And, yeah. Joe's a huge LARPer. Do you listen to him? I'm not clicking that. It's I've been in the hills. All right, lock in. All right, lock in. 1v1 Jinxie on what? Jinxie's calling. What do you mean?
Joe is not even on Omago.
I'm not on Omago now. What is his setup right now? Is his green screen like broken?
All right, guys, let's react to the trailer. Let's go.
Oh, can you not use a green screen on Omago? Do you have to have you have to have your full face? Oh, it's optimized. Okay. All right, lock in. Chat, next video. What did ancient humans do all day before jobs existed? Lock. Captain for the sub. Lock. Stop saying Jinxie's calling. Sub-only mode. What did ancient humans do all day before jobs existed?
You wake up when your body is ready. No alarm, no schedule, no place you need to be. You sit up, stretch, and ask yourself one question. What should I do today? For 99% of human history, this wasn't a hypothetical. This was every single morning for roughly 300,000 years. And
Yeah, bro, but you're not waking up in a fucking bedroom going, oh, no alarm clock. What do I do today? You're waking up because you're sleeping in the outside. You're sleeping in nature. The sun rises, there's animals about, you're probably just going to wake up because it's time to wake up. Like, if you had to work on, like, circadian rhythm clock and you lived outside, you probably would wake up at, like, 7 a.m. every day because the sun's up. Like, maybe you sleep, like, an hour longer tops, but then you got shit to do, dude. You're going to die if you don't get fucking food.
Answer to that question looked nothing like the life you're living right now.
I know there was, even in medieval times, like, once, like, alarm clocks didn't exist, but there was societies, there were people you could pay to, like, throw pebbles at your window to wake you up. Like, they would be your alarm clock. There was, like, a person whose job was to stay up, and, like, when the sun rose, you would wake them up. They were called knocker-uppers. Is that actually what they were called? Yeah, it was a job. Knocker-uppers were human alarm clocks, and they worked in Britain and Ireland during the Industrial Revolution. They were paid a few pence a week per person to wake up factory and mill laborers. Alarm clocks were expensive and unreliable. These people had long poles and pea shooters to, like, bang on windows, and they would wake your ass up. What a fucking job. It's for the sub. Jen and Toby for the sub. I love learning about jobs like that, like, used to exist, but now they're just, like, you know, in the future, irrelevant. So why would you ever have somebody do that?
Now, modern humans spend about 90,000 hours of their lives working. That's roughly 1/3 of your waking existence dedicated to a job. But for the overwhelming majority of human history, jobs didn't exist. There was no employment, no wages, no boss, no career ladder to climb. So what did people actually do all day? Let's start with what we know for certain.
Fucking hunt, walk around. If I was a kid, I feel like most of it was, like, cultivating food, right? Like, even before, like, farming, it was just, like, foraging for shit, hunting animals, making a fire, cooking the food, maybe improving on your shelter in some way, and then just fucking, you know. Infant mortality was through the roof. They had to constantly be having kids.
1963, archaeologist Richard Lee conducted a study that would change how we understand prehistoric life. He tracked the daily activities of the Dobeju.
When does gooning come in? I don't think they were ever gooning. I think they were just constantly having sex. Because it was like, if you were alive in, like, caveman times, the odds that you would live past the age of 5 was very slim. Like, you're probably dying when you're born. You're dying in the first year that you were born, or you're getting eaten or fucking some sort of disease in the first 5 years of your life. Like, one of the biggest things of science in general is the fact that we have reduced infantile mortality drastically. That's why our lifespan's up, right? There were a lot of people, like, when they say the average person didn't live till 25 in, like, caveman times, that's true, but the number's highly skewed from, like, people that died in infancy through early childhood. Like, if you were a caveman and you lived to, like, the age of 20, odds are you might live to fucking 45. Like, you'll probably figure it out. You know, you're not going to live to, like, you're 80, but there were people that were living till their 40s in earlier caveman times.
Swansea people in Botswana, one of the few remaining groups still living in a way that resembles pre-agricultural human life. He found that adults spent about 2.5 days per
1 in every 2 newborns died at birth. That, and then even in newer societies like the Spartans, 1 in 2 newborns died at birth. Maybe it might have been a little bit lower in that earlier society, but Spartan society, if your kid had a defect, they'd fucking throw it off a cliff. So it's like, you're getting a pull rate of, like, fucking 30%. Like, 30% of kids are actually making it into the adult world. Not even the adult world. 30% are getting cared for because the other 70% died or they threw it off a cliff. And then of that 30%, only, like, what? 80% of them live to, you know, a certain age. And then now they die when they're 20 because they have to enroll in the military and all this stuff. It was, like, brutal, man.
A week acquiring food.
Like, you always got to think, bro, Alexander the Great did all that shit before he was, like, 22. And then he died. Like, when you think of, like, people like that, like, Alexander the Great, he died when he was 32. Like, most of the shit he accomplished, he was, like, 20.
That's roughly 17 hours. The rest of the time, they did whatever they want.
We've all seen 300, mate, ... lol. Okay, Benny boy. we've all seen 300, the movie. They don't show them chucking babies off cliffs and the fact that to prove yourself in the Spartan army, you had to go kill slaves. They romanticize the Spartan army. The Spartans were brutal people. It wasn't allowed to kill, like, you weren't allowed to do it, but it was still an initiation ritual where you had to go fucking murder some guy. Like, there was crazy shit they did in Spartan societies that they didn't show in the fucking movies.
And here's the important part. This pattern shows up everywhere.
It's just this war group of people where it's like, 300 men that are trained to go kill wolves and they have to prove themselves in the wilderness. It's like, yeah, it was more than that.
Anthropologists look. The Hadza in Tanzania, the Ache in Paraguay, the Martu in Australia. Completely different environments, different continents. Same result, about 15 to 20 hours per week spent on survival activities. For context, you probably work twice that. Now, some of you are thinking, but those are modern people. How do we know ancient humans lived the same way? Fair question, and the answer comes from bones. When archaeologists compare skeletons of ancient humans to early agricultural populations, the difference is dramatic. Farmers were shorter. Their bones show signs of nutritional deficiency. Their teeth were riddled with cavities from grain-heavy diets. They had arthritis in their spines from repetitive labor, and they died younger. Ancient human skeletons, taller, stronger, healthier teeth, less joint damage. Their bones tell a clear story. They were doing less repetitive physical labor, not more. But the most fascinating evidence comes from something archaeologists found that shouldn't exist if survival was a constant struggle: art. In 1994, explorers discovered Chauvet Cave in southern France.
Yeah, it was clear they had free time. Like, they had time to kill. Cave art, even Neanderthals, non-Homo sapiens did cave art. Like, other versions of humans did cave art. Like, they were efficient enough to do shit. And I always think about that, too. Like, imagine being alive in a time where other versions of people existed. Like, not just, like, Homo habilis or, like, Neanderthals. Like, what was that one group of people that lived on, like, island countries and they were 3 feet tall? Different types of, human species. No, it wasn't Homo erectus. Oh my god. Not Homo habilis. I think it's Homo florensis. Florensiensis. Homo florensiensis. It was like a cave. I can't show this. They're naked. It was a type of people that lived in Indonesia. And this is before Homo sapiens. And they were like averagely 3 feet tall. Like full grown. It wasn't like they were like little people or something. Like they were like averagely 3 feet tall. This is like the skull structure of them. You could look it up. All the images, they're butt naked. But they were like really tiny. And they lived and like flourished for like thousands of years. Like none of them are alive anymore, but they were alive 50K years ago. And then they went extinct. We're all part. If you are from non-African descent, the average like European individual, like a Caucasian male, is like 1 to 2% Neanderthal.
Side were paintings
because they crossbreeded, and then we killed them.
Created roughly
or outcompeted them
30,000 years ago. Horses.
Sucks. There's different types of humans. Well, I think it would ground people more if there were different types of humans. I think we hold ourselves at this higher echelon because it's like, oh, we're not animals, we're people. But like if there were different types of humans, you would be like, oh, we're just animals. Like it would be a lot more recognizable if there were like Neanderthals and Homo erectus still walking around. You'd be like, oh, there's like actually different types of fucking people, man.
Lions, rhinoceroses, rendered with perspective, shading, and movement.
I gotta rewind.
Ago. Horses, lions, rhinoceroses.
This is cave art.
Rendered with perspective, shading, and movement. These weren't crude stick figures. This was sophisticated art that required skill, planning, and most importantly, time. Someone spent hours, maybe days, deep inside a cave by firelight, painting animals on a wall. Not for survival, not for food, for beauty, for meaning, for something to do. In Blombo's cave in South Africa.
Well, and then even games. Like what, like you could look up like, I actually always look into this shit. Like what's the earliest board game? What's the oldest game played? Like what's the oldest game? Senet, an ancient Egyptian race game from the year 3100 BC. Bakuman from 3000 BC. So these are games for like 5,000 years ago. And then even then, there were probably just like stupid shit cavemen did. Like who could hit this tree with a rock or
Archaeologists found 100,000-year-old
Soggy Biscuit. Yeah, Soggy Biscuit. A classic. An instant classic.
100,000-year-old perforated shell beads, tiny holes drilled through seashells, clearly meant to be strung together as jewelry. The nearest coastline was 20 kilometers away. Someone walked 40 kilometers round trip just to collect shells, then spent hours carefully drilling holes with stone tools, just to look good. In 2008...
Yeah, but I wonder how they had that. I feel like they had to be collecting and doing stuff in that time frame too, because like he's saying 15 to 20 hours a week was spent foraging and hunting. And yeah, I will say you want to be more sedentary because then you're burning more calories. Like there's no point. I'm forgetting that there's no food storage. So if you have food for the week, like say you have raw meat and you've cooked it, or you've like even maybe put it in salt, like earlier on, like humans figured that shit out. Like that's not lasting super long. Like if you have food, okay, I'm good for 3 days, and then I got to go get more food. There's no point in getting food now because I have it right now. And if I get more food, it'll rot. So it's like if you kill a deer, now you just do nothing for 3 days because you and your tribe are fine. Like you're just chilling. So it's like, all right, let's kill time. Let's go fuck around. And then we got to go find food again.
Researchers found a 40,000-year-old flute carved from a vulture bone in Germany. 5 finger holes, perfectly spaced. Whoever made this understood music, they understood pitch, and they spent significant time crafting it. Not for hunting, not for defense, for music. These aren't...
Like, that's so cool, man. Somebody figured that shit out.
...isolated finds. Across Europe, Africa, and Asia, archaeological sites from 100,000 years ago onward are filled with evidence of decorative objects. Carefully crafted tools far more elaborate than necessary for survival.
From 100,000 years ago?
And items that required hours of focused work with no immediate practical benefit. This is what people did when they weren't securing food. They created. They decorated. They made things beautiful. So let's reconstruct a day. You wake up around...
Bro, I just want to know the first human that went, whoa, what? Who am I? You know? And then I assume that's where, like, it had to be, like, earlier language. Like, once language was made... You know, there were people that were using complex language to question feelings they once had. Like, before language, there might have been some sort of sentience and a feeling of, like, dread, and it's kind of unexplainable. And then now they're able to put it to words once they have language capabilities, like, generations down. And then there had to be a first guy that's like, wait, what are humans? Like, what are we?
Gone. The fire from last night is still smoldering. Someone adds wood. You eat leftover meat or fish from yesterday. Maybe some nuts or berries collected the day before. Breakfast is social. People talk. They plan loosely for the day. Not because they have...
If there was no language, did they have inner voice? No, because your inner voice would be what the language you spoke is. So it'd be more animalistic and emotional based, maybe image based, like imagery in your brain. But earlier languages, it started out as like, you could look into like how languages begin. Written language is a lot more complex in how I try to understand it. Like when we had to do this for like some fucking class I took. But it's like earlier humans, it started out as like just base grunts and like kind of emotional communication. And then it was more like common terms where they didn't have sentences that could string together. But if they said a phrase, like they would know like, meant fucking deer or some shit. That was a bad explanation. But, like, they had a common shared term for something, and then they got better at signing to each other if they had to be quiet. Like, oh, go over here. So they knew how to point and stuff. And then you start connecting that over thousands of years of, like, shared knowledge and what you're giving down to your kids. Eventually, they're able to talk like we are in, like, a stringed way. They're able to more complexly or more in a complicated way share how they feel. Or how they think.
Because that's what humans do. Around mid-morning, a small group might leave to hunt or gather.
Because, like, you get what I'm saying very rapidly, but if you break down every word of every sentence that I'm saying, it's like, it's correlated with some sort of meaning, right? You just get it because you've spoken English for your whole life or most of your life, or, like, you understand English fluently. But, like, if you're able to break down every term, it's like, oh, it's its own unique thing, obviously, with its own definition. This is a no shit moment. Somebody in chat say, no shit, Joe Bart, you're a dumbass, you're LARPing. But what was I saying? Like that, it's just that over thousands of years just slowly combined. Boom, 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 boom. We need a word for this. Let's name it. Blah, blah, blah. Like, yeah, no shit.
But here,
I never understand how they put, like, an alphabet to something. Like, or earlier, like, Egyptian language makes more sense to me. Like, the idea of having symbols that correlate with image in your mind. You know, having like a Latin root, yeah, or like a fucking vowel. Like a vowel was the biggest thing in written language. Is like A-E-I-O-U. Being able to like connect phrases in that way, because it's like what we're saying makes sense, but when you read a language, it's so verbally different. That's how you have people that are illiterate. It's because you can understand a language verbally, but like writing it down, it's too, you know English as a language in two different ways. You know Spanish as a language in two different ways. Like, you could learn Japanese and never be able to read it. Because it's like, you actually know two different modes of communication.
Here's the key. You don't go every day. If the hunt was successful 2 days ago and food is stored, you might not leave camp at all. You might spend the morning working on tools, sharpening a spear, weaving a basket, scraping an animal hide to make it soft and usable. This isn't...
And that's why it's like, it's always based off of something. It's usually based off of vocal, like written language is based off vocal language. But for somebody that's like deaf that learns ASL is its own unique language that isn't correlated to spoken English. It's like its own fucking thing. They still understand both, but like somebody that is deaf reads, say, written English and also is able to communicate with American Sign Language. Baba, thank you for the raid. Jojo and Ima, thank you for the sub. It's CD, Alba, Dill, Cole, and H-Day, thank you for the sub. Rocky, thank you for the 3. Looking good with the longer hair. Thank you. It's coming in V2 for the sub. Or to Zaw, It's, Whirl, Pew, and Tofi for the sub.
Work in the modern sense. There's no clock, no supervisor. You do it because competence matters, because being skilled earns respect, because making things well is part of being human. If hunting happens, it's not the frantic chase you see in movies. Humans are persistence hunters. We track animals at a steady jog for hours until they overheat and collapse. We're the only species that can do this effectively because we can sweat and regulate our body temperature while running. Most animals can't. So we outlast them. The hunt might take 3 to 6 hours, including travel. Then the animal is carried back.
Or even when they had the hunt for exhaustion, yeah, might take that long. But even if you have an instance where they have bow and arrows and they shoot one, they might shoot a moose. Like if you're an earlier human, you shoot a fucking big ass animal. You hit a kill shot, but now you just kind of have to follow the moose around for fucking 9 hours till it collapses. Because you can't rush at it because it'll kill you. But...
and butchered.
You just have to wait from afar for it to fucking die and bleed out. Dylan, thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
Everyone eats. And by early afternoon, the productive part of the day is essentially over. What happens next is what modern people find hardest to understand. Nothing and everything. People rest. They sit in the shade and talk. They play with children. They groom each other, picking through hair, reinforcing bonds. They make...
I think it's like it's just a more complex version of like what chimps would do. Or like apes. Like... earlier humans, before they had conversations, it was maybe like just regular grunts and stuff. Okay, yep, and Nate's banned. Jesus. All right. Bro, 3-month sub. Let's use our head there, big dog. Anyways, you, chat. We're in sub only. How are people getting banned right now? It's just, it's unreal to me. Yep, and there's another ban. All right, let's think before we type. Fucking hell. As I was saying, if you're an earlier human, your chill time is the equivalent of being just like a more evolved ape creature.
Jewelry from shells or beads or animal teeth. They carve designs into bones or stones. They nap. Anthropologist James Sussman documented that among the Juhuansi, adults spend roughly 6 hours per day in what he called social time. Not working, not sleeping, just being with other people, talking.
Yeah, we tried, man. It's instant back into sub only, dude. React days are so dog shit.
Laughing, telling.
I'm sorry for the non-subs that don't have money to sub or don't want to sub. Like, I'm not trying to pressure you to sub, man, but you got to realize, like, there's probably a good shit fucking handful of chatters. Like, the second I take it out of sub only, it's so noticeable.
Jokes, because in a world without money or police or written contracts, you're
All right, rewind. Lock in.
social time. Not working, not sleeping, just being with other people, talking, laughing, telling jokes, because in a world without money or police or written contracts, your survival depends entirely on your relationships. If people don't like you...
Yeah, but like when was there a fully spoken language where people were communicating in that way? What was the earliest spoken language? Well, I don't want to say an official language. It's impossible to know the first language ever spoken, true. Spoken languages leave no physical artifacts. Linguists estimate human speech emerged between 50,000 and 150,000 years ago, long before the invention of writing. Yeah, because written, that's where you're going to know is through written shit. Like Sumerians dating roughly back to 3400 BC, widely considered the oldest known written language. But even then, so say like 50,000 years ago, they had a definitive language they spoke to each other. Yeah, they just fucking chopped it up, just fucked around. But, like, what stories is there to do, you know? Because, like, when you hang out with your friends, you guys live different lives. You meet up. You have stories to share, things to talk about. If you're in a hunter-gatherer society with 8 people that you live with on a daily basis and you are around them all day, every day, like, what is there to talk about? You're not giving each other hypotheticals. You're not having fun, like, ooh, what ifs? What do you think about this? Oh, pop culture stuff. It's all just about, like, chilling and fucking, oh, food. Maybe that's where, like, earlier religions and, like, beliefs took place because they would talk about that. Like, what do you think? Like, philosophical shit, but, like, more surface level. But I feel like it'd be, like, very shallow conversations, yeah. Dylan, thank you for the 1,500 biddies. It's my my older sister's 20th birthday. Happy birthday, Reagan. Big fan, loves to watch your streams. Thank you. Happy birthday, Reagan. I'm BZ and more of the Subclover with 1,000 biddies. How's your day been? Good. Anything exciting coming up? Not really. Cambo and Clarging, thank you for the sub. Dylan for the 5 gifteds.
They don't have to share food when you're hungry. So you invest enormous amounts of time in those bonds. Not because it's productive, because...
They took shrooms and got geeked? I mean, we watched a video about that. Yeah, earlier ancient humans did get fucked up all the time.
Because it's how humans stay human. Then the sun sets, and this is when something remarkable happens. In 2014, anthropologist Polly Wiesner analyzed hundreds of hours of conversation recordings from the Zhu Huanzi. During the day, conversations were practical. Who saw animal tracks where? Which plants were ready for harvest, complaints about someone not sharing fairly. But at night, around the fire, 81% of conversations shifted to stories. Myths about how the world began, tales of ancestors who did impossible things, jokes that made everyone laugh, adventures from far away. Wiesner argued that this is where human culture was actually born. Gods, spirits, the past, the future. Things you can only think about when your stomach is full and you're safe. And people didn't go to sleep and stay asleep the way you do now. Historical records from medieval...
I mean, yeah, even earlier, like, more, like, philosophers in the thinkers sense were all just rich people, bro. Like, Plato and all those guys, like, it was very rare you'd have a philosopher in, like, early Greek times not be just filthy rich. Because if you weren't rich, you were working, and you didn't have time to fucking sit on your ass and think about life for, like, endless amounts of time. So it's, yeah, during free time is when people have those thoughts.
Europe and sleep studies from the 1990s confirmed that before artificial light, humans slept in 2 phases. First, sleep for about 4 hours, then a wakeful period of 1 to 2 hours in complete darkness, then second sleep for another 4 hours. So here's what...
I feel like that's how I live regularly. I feel like that is kind of just how I wake up at, like, fall asleep, wake up 4 hours later, can't fall asleep for another hour, pass out.
A full day looked like.
And the whole time I'm sitting there, I'm like, damn, I could just, like, start my day. But then I'm like, oh, I'm just going to crash 5 hours from now.
About 4 to 6 hours securing food or making tools. About 6 hours in social interaction, storytelling, grooming, playing. About 8 hours sleeping in 2 separate phases. And the rest, resting, sitting, watching clouds, doing nothing in particular.
Oh my God, having a fucking posted up Minecraft spawn. Holy shit. Living in just like a dope ass field on a beach, in a cave, in a mountain with a view.
Existing without needing to justify your existence through productivity. Then, about 10,000 years ago, something changed. Humans in the Fertile Crescent began planting seeds and domesticating animals. Agriculture. And agriculture is a trap. Once you start farming, you can feed more people. More people means you need more food. More food means more farming. Within a few generations, populations exploded and there was no going back. Because now there were too many mouths to survive by hunting and gathering. You were locked in. and farming required far more labor: plowing, planting, weeding, harvesting, storing, defending crops from animals and raiders. The skeleton.
But that's the only reason any of us are alive. Like, if we didn't have agriculture and mass population growth, none of us would exist because your parents would have never met and your parents' parents would have never met. Like, there would be people and humans still on Earth, but they would all be very localized populations of hunter-gatherers that stayed in that circle for thousands of years. Like, if you have like, maybe your parents were in the same area, but, like, your grandparents might be from 2 different countries. Like, and then their grandparents are from a different area. Like, you would have never had people intermingle like, culture-wise.
Still, evidence is unambiguous.
Or race. Like, if you're mixed, like, especially that. Like, if you're, like, half black, half Caucasian, there would have been 0 chance your ancestors would have fucking met without agriculture.
Early farmers worked harder, ate worse, and died younger than the hunter-gatherers who came before them. But the population kept growing, and with larger populations came specialists: toolmakers, potters, weavers, inventors, then soldiers, priests, administrators, and eventually jobs. Employment. The idea that your time belonged to someone else in exchange for resources. By the time we built cities, the original human lifestyle was gone, replaced by schedules, obligations, the need to work most of your waking hours just to survive in the system we created. Today, you spend 90,000 hours working.
And it's a constant loop of return to increase production. Like, any surplus of goods is reinvested into the system to grow the system. Like, we're constantly serving the future rather than the present. Like, anything that you do that's like, oh, this is more efficient, now we could do this. No, let's, like, we watched a video about that with factories. Like, if you're able to, like, more effectively produce energy, instead of just making energy cheaper, you just make more shit that needs energy. Like, that's why prices of that stuff never go down. Because whenever we get better at making something, you just make more things that need that shit. Because now we'll just keep that at, like, a stagnant $2. We'll make it more efficient, and then we'll add more stuff. So you have more luxuries, but those luxuries never get cheaper.
Your ancestors spent way less. You sleep in one block and call waking up at 2 a.m. insomnia. They slept in 2 phases and used the middle hours for reflection. You spend your life chasing an illusion of greatness, achievements, wealth, and success by standards society invented. They woke up every morning already free, already enough, and at peace with nothing to prove to anyone. They didn't need to become successful. They were already living the life you're working.
Yeah, I wonder if there was, like, a level of, like, what level of depression existed within earlier humans. I don't think it was ever depression. I think there was higher rates of anxiety. Like, that's what I think existed more. I think depression was very far and few between in earlier humans, and it was almost certainly just full-on anxiety because you're just worried about dying. Worried about the future. Your fucking leg's injured. You're bleeding out. You have an infection. Like, that type of shit.
Working your entire existence to retire into. You make art if you can find time after your job.
Like, you trade freedom for safety in modern society. Like, the freedom of this era was better, but it's like you could die at any time. There's no net to catch you.
Made art because they had time, and that's what humans do. We're not a different species, but we live so differently from how humans lived for 99% of our existence that we might as well be. We traded freedom for food security, leisure for population growth, time for productivity, and most of us have no idea what we gave up, because we never knew it was there.
You think somebody said you think they gambled? Maybe. But I don't know, dude. Imagine being the first guy that made a casino. Holy fucking printing. You're the first guy that invented, like, blackjack, and you're the house. Fuck. You probably raked in money, man. Going to the OG slots. Well, not even the OG slots, bro. Those were, like, glitchable. I'm just saying you're the first dude that invented, like, a roulette wheel. Bet on it. And you're just the house. Infinite money glitch. Legitimately. But everybody would hate you. Caesar and 11 for the sub. Real and Dylan for the sub. Happy for the 1,000 biddies. Love the streams. Always make my day whenever you're live. Thank you. Happy, thank you for the 1,000 biddies. BZ, thank you for the 1,000 biddies. I was at boot camp. Is there a mental health awareness month charity stream? I did a mental health charity stream a little back. You missed that, yeah. I know May is Mental Health Awareness Month, though. But, no, I have not done a mental health charity this month. Lester, thank you for the 1,000 buddies. Unibottom wants to go to that lifestyle. Pan and FT for the sub. BZ and Morrow for the sub. Dylan and I'm for the sub. Yeah, but his idea of mailing people bombs is probably not the way to get there. Rice, thank you for the sub. All right. I have to go piss. And then we'll hop into the last video. Next horror game tomorrow. Exclamation point schedule. Exclamation point schedule. Count me down. Again? Yeah, I've been fucking chugging caffeine, bro. What the fuck? Oh. All right. We have a philosophy video next. PSA. If you don't like philosophy or talking about religion or death or stuff, fuck off. Don't go, this is boring. I don't care if you think it's boring. Conversely, if you have a different opinion, that is fine. Just don't be a dick about it. That's what I say. If you think that this is the right way or this is the right way, keep in mind, faith and philosophy in general is subjective. Strong belief in God, doctrines of religion based on spiritual apprehension rather than proof, right? Nobody is neither right nor wrong. Obviously, it's objective to you, but it's subjective to everybody else. We're just here to have a conversation, learn each other's point of views, and move on. The video today is the Gen Z religious revival isn't real. Let's lock in. Maybe not super philosophical. Might be a lot more statistics, but I think it's a good conversation.
Headlines, you'd think that the US is in the... If you only read the headlines, you'd think that the US is in the middle of a religious revival led by Gen Z. USA Today, Gen Z is returning to Christianity. Axios, young men are leading a religious resurgence. And here's a very confident claim from the evangelical ministry, the Gospel Coalition. It's here. Gen Z revival hits campuses. But if you read sociological data instead of the headlines, the picture looks very different. A real revival would leave a clear statistical footprint, and it's just not there.
I think part of that is because people are largely less religious now. So when you see somebody get baptized in their 20s, it feels like a lot bigger of a movement than before, right? The amount of people that are, you got to keep in mind, America is also a very religious Christian country comparable to a lot of other countries. Like a lot of European countries are largely atheist, agnostic, or just non-religious in general, comparable to the United States. But the United States was built on, you know, Christianity, Catholicism, Protestantism, and there's always been back and forth on that. You can learn about how Catholics used to be persecuted and all this other shit, and how the majority of presidents that have ran this country, every president that has been a president in the United States is a Christian. or was a Christian, and I'm pretty sure only 2 of them were Catholic, and almost everybody else was Protestant. I think earlier, maybe like Thomas Jefferson or somebody maybe have been considered agnostic, and there were also founding fathers that were, considerably deist. A deist believes that a God created the earth but then left, kind of like the clockwork God, where he starts it and then leaves. But in general, the U.S. was built on religion. I think historically, your grandparents' generation, boomers' generation, was very religious. Your parents' generation, like Gen X, not as religious, maybe millennials even if you're younger. And then I think Gen Z, where we're at now, I think the baseline is less religious. So when somebody gets into religion, it seems like, oh, everybody's religious now. This is a big deal. But it's like, if you polled the average person that's in Gen Z, they might self-identify as Christian, but like the majority of Gen Z people are non-practicing. Like I think they say 60% of American adults identify as Christian, and obviously that's lumping in every American adult. But I think if you polled Gen Z, which we might see here, I think like a large portion of them do not go to church. Can we actually poll that for the people that are in Gen Z? Poll, do you go to church? Not are you Christian? Do you go to church? And when I say do you go to church, I don't mean you go on Easter and Christmas. I go, that's a 2 times a year churchgoer. I mean like devout, you go every week. Like that's very rare in today's terms.
To see this, let's zoom out and look at one of the most respected studies, the Pew Research Center's 2023-2024 Religious Landscape Study.
The decline of Christianity in the U.S. has slowed, maybe has leveled off.
This is a massive study of nearly 37,000 Americans designed to track their religious identity, beliefs, and practices over time. And here's the top line finding. Back in 2007, about 78% of American adults identified as Christian. By 2024, that number sat at roughly 63%. So the Christian population of the U.S. is dramatically smaller than it used to be. But notice here that this long downward slide is not continuing.
It's also the one thing that they don't talk about is again, the devoutness of Christian. How extreme. I don't like using the word extreme because that makes it seem bad if you are more Christian. It's just like Christians in earlier U.S. times were a lot more by the book than they are now. Like, most people that self-identify as Christian that I've met in my personal life, this is, obviously a fallacy in that sense because I'm sharing my own personal experience, but I think a lot of people would relate to this, is that a lot of people that are Christian in the United States now are Christian. They don't go to church as much, but they also kind of have their own nuanced take of the Bible. Like, they're less by the book. Yeah, fundamentalists, they more take the broad grasp of what God, Jesus, and the point of Christianity is, and then kind of meld their own moral beliefs to that rather than just going, this is what the Bible says. Whereas before, I think it used to be, 100 years ago, in like the 1920s or prior, it used to be a lot more, this is what the Bible says, this is what I believe, versus I'm Christian, but this is what I think, right?
At the same pace.
Christianity in general is a wide spectrum, just denomination wise. But I think it used to be earlier Christians was like Catholics, Protestants, Anglicans, and you were in that group. But now I think even within that group, there's a lot of subsections based on the church you go to, based on your upbringing, what you think, how you act, right? Like you could talk to one Christian in the United States that is a lot more conservative, traditional Christian than somebody else that you might find in like New York City that is a Christian, like how they think and what they think their religion is widely different.
Over the last 5 years or so, the graph has stabilized, hovering in roughly the 60 to 64% range. And we can see this also in measures of prayer and church attendance. The share of adults who say they pray daily, for example, has fallen dramatically since 2007, but since 2021, it has stabilized in the mid-40s. Monthly attendance to a religious service tells the same story, leveling off in the low 30s since around 2020. And we also see a slowing in the rise of religiously unaffiliated people, the so-called nones. That is N-O-N-E-S. The folks who check the none box on the survey question, what religion are you? They make up around 29% of...
I think that's because too, like, bro, this is again, personal experience. If I have 10 friends and 2 of them are agnostic and non-religious and 8 of them are Christian, of those 8, only 2 of them go to church. Like, I feel like it is very rare Like, I feel like a lot of churches, at least in New Jersey, are just fucking empty, man. Like, a Sunday mass has like 30 people, tops. Like, it's not, and so when they click that box, I think they have their own beliefs about God that aren't really what the Bible says, but they've grown up Christian and been told they're Christian and went to church, so they self-identify as Christian and check that box. But from an outside perspective, they aren't practicing at all.
US adults in the latest surveys, and they've been bouncing around that same range over the last few years. In other words, we're not seeing a third great awakening, we're seeing more of a religious plateau, an unmistakable long-term decline in Christian identification and a short-term stabilization. But here's the piece that matters most to the whole narrative of a Gen Z revival. Even though the overall decline has slowed, younger adults remain much less likely to be Christian than older adults. In that same survey, only around 46% of 18 to 24-year-olds identify as Christian. Only 27% of them pray daily, and 25% attend a religious service monthly.
That's what I'm saying, dude. 25% of the 46% or 25% of the total amount?
This is a huge generational gap.
Oh my God, look at that. It's halved. Halved. Like, from 80% to 46, 58 to 27. So the idea of like a revival, I think it might be like more like there are people that are converting to Christianity or refinding their faith, but I think it's widely less than of this demographic when they were our age.
When we compare to older adults. The sociologist Ryan Burge, and author of The Vanishing Church, backed this up when he dug into multiple datasets. Using data from the General Social Survey, Burge notes that the percentage of people who say they believe in...
Isn't there an increase in Muslims in mosques? Well, I think there's more of a... Yes, there's a lot more conversion. That's one thing. If you look at this statistic, I would be interested to see what percentage of people went from being in a Christian household to becoming, Islam or Buddhist or Hindu or something like that. But I would say widely, it's just non-religion, right? That's what Europe is for the most part. Like if you look at the UK, I wonder the UK's numbers. What percentage of UK residents are Christian? It says 46%. What percentage of UK Christians go to church? 11%. So it's half of even 18 to 24-year-olds in the United States.
When we compare to older adults. The sociologist Ryan Burge, and author...
Like people, I think a lot of people in this bubble in the United States believe like, oh, so many English-speaking countries are like Christian like the United States. It's like there are so many churches in the United States, but and then there's other like European countries. I think it's like Poland or somewhere. What country in Europe has like more churches than gas stations or some shit? I think it's Poland. No, not Vatican City. That's fucking cheap. That doesn't count. I looked up what country, and it says Vatican City has the most churches per capita. Italy has the highest number of churches, 65,000 religious buildings. Followed by France, Spain, Vatican City. Vatican City is like, okay, that doesn't really count. It counts as a country, but it's like, for this point of conversation, it's like, no shit. Vatican City has a lot of churches.
Author of The Vanishing Church backed this up when he dug into multiple datasets. Using data from the General Social Survey, Burge notes that the percentage of people who say they believe in God without a doubt drops with each generation. Boomers are highest at 57%, and that drops down to 40% with Gen Z. And he notes the biggest drop is the most recent shift from millennials to Gen Z, a drop of 8 points of people who confidently believe in God. And
I think Gen Alpha will be like 30. I think Gen Alpha will be like 30, and then I think like Gen Z's kids in late Gen Alpha, next generation will be even less. Like I think and that's why like churches get nervous, because it's like, you also got to think churches at some point in the United States with a dropping number of people will end up closing, because won't they not be financially capable of sustaining it with lack of donations? Like I've wondered that. Have any of you guys had like a church near you close? I've never really looked into that. Like, because at the end of it's not a business, right? It's a church, but churches need to be funded. And if you don't have followers, you're not getting funds, and therefore your church can't remain open. Like, you have to pay, even if you're not getting taxed. Like, you have to pay to keep the lights on, pay, to help keep not the pastor, but say you have a priest. Like, a pastor obviously could have another job and then they, work at the church. But if you have a priest, that priest doesn't have an income, but he has everything paid for him by the church.
Confidently believe in God. And when Burge looked at attendance, Gen Z...
My first church closed for embezzling money. Okay, well, that's not what I was asking. I was saying, was it getting fun? Embezzlement is a different, that's a white collar crime. What, they were embezzling money?
Believe in
who?
God. And when Burge looked at attendance, Gen Z comes out as the least church attending generation in American history, with only 17% attending weekly. Though the number that really jumps out is the 38% of Gen Z who never attends, way higher than any generation before them. As for religious identification, we see something similar with the Pew study. After decades of steady growth,
I don't think church pays taxes. Cool Ferret, did you listen to what I just said? Yes, religious buildings or religious institutions won't pay taxes off of tithing, but they still have to pay their electricity bill. They still have to pay to keep up they still do stuff, right? They still have stuff to pay, right? At some point it will close if they don't have enough people.
The share of American adults who say they have no religious affiliation has mostly flattened.
Yeah, I want to take it off sub only. I feel bad. But chat, keep in mind, it'll go back in sub only if people get rowdy. My church closed for renovations 10 years ago. We merged with another, and the original church is still closed. That's what I assume. It's like, if you have a church, say you go to a Anglican church in your local city, and yours closes, it's like they won't say it's closing. They'll just be like, oh, we're going to merge with this church. And then you all end up going to one 10 minutes away instead of 4 minutes away or something. Siege for the sub. 420, think of the 3. Australia's church attendance is 4.6%, while 44% are Christians. That's what I'm saying. I think most people, like most Christians, when they say I'm Christian, they don't say they don't mean I'm practicing. They just mean I believe in God. Sun for the sub. Like, if you really boil down and you poke questions, you say you're a Christian. Well, what do you believe? And you start going point to point on their moral beliefs, half of them won't coincide with the Bible. Like, genuinely. Like, half of people that proclaim to be Christian don't actually believe what the Bible says in a large portion of their own personal beliefs. They just believe in the Christian God. Senor for the sub, Sparky for the 3. It's almost like it's, you know how when somebody says they are Hindi or Hindu, that could mean a very wide array of things. I don't think Christianity is going down that route because at the end it is a monotheistic God, but it's becoming like very segmented in like what it's no longer I'm Catholic, right? It's I'm Catholic, but I believe this, and this outside of, like an individual, every single person believes this exact thing. It's no longer by the book. Sparky for the 3. Can you say hi, Abby? Hello. Draper and Parade for the sub. Temp, Curl, Isaac, and Saturn for the sub. Maddie, Muse, and Sir, thank you for the 3. 36-month sub anniversary. Ava, Nick for the sub. Alex for the 3. How's your content collab vacation? It was fun. Jonda and Gray for the sub. Mig and Liam for the sub. Mahler for the 1,000 biddies. Thinking about getting some gamer stuff. What's the best flavor? Queso's Bombsicle. Rye for the sub. Lester for the 1,000 biddies. Hold up. Zev, Jag, Kason, and Sun for the sub.
Out. So, taken together, is there a Gen Z revival? Well,
Chat, don't turn this into the paragraph spam.
Z has the lowest levels of confident belief in.
Could you rate Zeusy after? I rated him yesterday.
Taken together, is there a Gen Z revival?
Lock in. We're back in sub only. I'm sorry.
Well, Gen Z has the lowest levels of confident belief in God, and the highest rates of never going to church of any generation measured. Yes, the explosive growth of religious disaffiliation has slowed, but nothing here looks like a dramatic return to organized religion. Attendance hasn't bounced back, and belief hasn't surged. So if the major datasets all show the same thing, low belief, low attendance, and historically high levels of non-religion among Gen Z, why do we keep seeing headlines about a Gen Z revival? Well, a big part of the answer is that some of these claims are built on flawed data or on media outlets misreading what the data actually says. For example, consider a recent study from the UK making similar claims. A report from an organization called the Bible Society argued that church attendance in England and Wales had exploded since 2018. According to their numbers, attendance among men aged 18 to 24 supposedly jumped from 4% to 21% in just a few years.
I think that's what you see a lot as well. I think like more Gen Z men are turning to religion than women. I want to know the statistics skew on that, because he is also using the term men. I think a lot of younger men that are in like their 20s are getting more religious than women.
The sociologist David VODs,
I think it is, I don't know, I don't think it's brainwashing at all. Like, I think they have a gap in their spirituality that they find through religion rather than like personal, reflection. It's more like, oh, I found this religion that I now believe in, which is perfectly fine. It's your life, it's your faith. But I think that's like this space. I think you see it a lot with Gen Zers, as you would with any generation once they hit their 20s. You're a non-religious person, or you were in a Christian household and you became non-religious in high school. You went to college, you're out of college. Now you're in your working life and you're going, what's the point? What do I do? Why am I here? And you have all these questions. You might have political beliefs that coincide with Christianity. And so it's just like a puzzle piece and it matches. And then they become Christian. Like, I think that's really what's happening. I don't think it's like a shock. It's just, oh, this actually coincides with my already existing beliefs.
The leading experts on religious change took a closer look at the data.
Church of Satan. Satanism doesn't actually worship Satan for the large majority of Satanists. It's just a decline and mockery of faith in general, if you look into the history of Satanism.
And said, not so fast. The most trusted national survey, the British Social Attitude Study, shows the exact...
Because Satanists don't actually believe in God. So therefore, they don't believe in Satan. They're just worshiping Satan as a mockery for the most part. There are people that probably do worship Satan as some sort of like evil thing. And those people are, nuts. But...
opposite trend.
Like Satanists in general are not people that worship Satan. Like... word for word.
Church-going declined.
There's a lot of documentaries on Satanism that I'm not saying I'm a Satanist by any means, but I had to watch a documentary for my Church and State in America class, and it was like a 45-minute video on Satanism's historical rise and like why they came to be.
Between 2018 and 2023, and individual denominations reported the same, while the Bible says
Tweedle for the 3. I'm not even Jewish. The fact the second you took it out to sub only, I saw 5. Jew comments was nuts. Y'all are so fucking weird. Christian Joseph for the sub. Ben for the 3. Lex, thank you for the 3. Your streams are a long time. Heard your religion, your views on religion. Curious about your beliefs on spirituality and reality. Doofus for the 3 is the practice of Christian. I feel like more of the current Christian youth get stronger in their faith about being outward rather than being new members joining. Yeah, Zach for the sub. I think they were existing members of the Christian church. They just weren't practicing, and then they found a more in-depth love of their faith. Pierce for the 3. I was a raised Christian, used to go to church when I was younger. Existence of God, pastor, never answered the questions, wouldn't answer them as a definitive answer. Curious about your beliefs of spirituality and reality. I don't believe in a spirit at all. I think I die and that's it. I think all of my consciousness and sentience is derived through my neuroconnections in my brain. That's it. I think my personality is like more than just brain matter, but I don't think that I have like something tying me down outside of my physical being.
Society claimed that
I have a very absurdist look on life. Like, I think life has inherently no value or meaning. I think there is no reason we are here outside to enjoy the little things and the absurdity of the fact that we're here to begin with. It doesn't make sense we're here. It won't make sense we're here. There is no reason we are here, but because of that, I could just enjoy the fact that I exist.
Catholic Church attendance had doubled, data from the Catholic Church
and be happy that I'm here. So, like, in that sense, it's absurdism.
Itself actually showed a sizable drop during the same period. So where did the whole revival story come from?
Would that make you a nihilist? No, because nihilism in general would just be life has inherently no value, and they're not taking, it's like, boom, cut. Like, absurdism is, nothing really makes sense. I find joy in the absurdist idea or the absurdity of reality.
VODs argues it was the study's methodology.
I don't want to keep it in sub-only. I hate being in sub-only during these things.
The Bible Society used an online opt-in panel run by YouGov.
Oh, I gotta rewind.
Had doubled data from the... Where did the whole revival story come from? Data from the Catholic Church itself actually showed a sizable drop during the same period. So where did the whole revival story come from? VODs argues it was the study's methodology. The Bible Society used an online opt-in panel run by YouGov. People volunteer to join these panels, which means the sample is not truly random. Yeah. And that matters a lot, especially with young adults. They're a notoriously hard group to survey accurately, and the ones who do participate in these online panels tend to look very different from their peers. They're the young adults who are more settled, easier to reach, and more likely to already be involved in church life than the average young adult. This can create the illusion of a massive surge, but you're actually just seeing a skewed sample. Dr. VODs' bottom line is the old cliche that extraordinary claims require extraordinary data, and the evidence here is just not strong enough. When you compare these revival headlines to the durable long-term surveys, the probability-based ones that actually track national trends, nothing suggests a dramatic return to organized religion in the UK. In other cases, the Gen Z revival narrative comes from misunderstanding.
I think it's also, I think the lack of religion is also the broad access to information now. And I think a lot of people will be faithful regardless, right? Because that's what they believe, and that's awesome. But I think a lot of people in earlier times, when they lived in a town, they didn't really ever leave their town, and everyone believed in the same thing. Obviously, you're going to go, well, that's the right belief for me, because it's the only one you know of. But once you're in modern society and you can learn about other religions and other belief sets, I think you see a lot more people falling into converting to another religion because they find that one more, believable. They go to agnosticism, where they just don't choose because there's too many options. They don't believe any of them. Or somebody said holy liberal sissy mods. Or I love when we do these philosophy streams now. It's like motherfuckers come out of the woodworks complaining. Or they get more rooted in their faith, right? Which I think you do see. I think you see a lot of people in modern times see all these other options, go, none of these are for me. I'm found set on my faith in Christianity, whatever denomination that may be. And so I think it seems like there's a revival because I think more people are getting more foundational into their beliefs, but you're also seeing a lot of people just go, I don't really believe in anything. I don't know.
The underlying data.
I think a lot of people now have that take. Like, if you polled the average Gen Zer on the side of the street, what do you believe? I don't really know. Something that's a higher power. And then would you go identify yourself? They might say Christian, they might not, and then they move on. I don't think it's like, oh, I'm a devout believer, I go to church every Sunday, right? Like, I don't think that is as commonplace because of that as well. Because it's like, I also think there's a rejection that Gen Z has to believing what their parents believe. And maybe it's just like, oh, I'm going to believe the exact opposite. But I think it's more so just like a hesitancy to follow suit with their parents. Like, you see more and more. Obviously, a lot of people do just believe what their parents believe. Not because their parents believe it, but that's just, genetics, environmentalists, how they've been raised, what they believe, how they think. But, like, a lot of people now, it's just like, oh, I want to learn about other shit because I don't want to be just stuck in the same mindset my mom was or my dad was.
Take, for example, this Fox News article from October 2025.
It's not genetics. I'm not saying it's genetics. I'm saying genetic, like, root of, that was the wrong term, like your lineage, your culture, your family being always Christian, so you're therefore more likely to be Christian.
Gen Z men returning to church in surprising...
College? No, I don't think college is making people less religious. I think people are becoming less religious earlier than college. Like you're usually making that, you're on the tipping scale of non-religious or religious by high school, like by late high school. Like I would say the average person, if I had to guess, is probably deciding whether or not they believe in something by like 18, 17. Like they have a vibe of like, I don't believe this, or maybe. And then, yeah, their beliefs get foundationally stuck in the ground when they're like 22. But they get a vibe of like, yeah, I kind of started slipping through faith, or I found my faith earlier on.
Numbers in faith resurgence. It summarizes the findings of a study conducted by the Barna Group, saying church attendance has...
Like, I used to be Christian when, like, the first 2 years of high school, I did communion. I took communion, and I would say I was a Christian. Around 16 or 17, stopped believing in God. Not God as much, but, like, organized faith. Still believed in a God. Wore the cross until I was, like, 19. Took that shit off because I was getting death threats, surprisingly. Which was so weird because I was like, wow, that's like... I was getting death threats about that. And I was like, why is that? That doesn't make any sense. Shotgun Willie, thank you for the 50 gifted subs. I'm sorry I'm ignoring subs right now. I feel like I wanted to keep talking about this. Shotgun Willie, though, thank you for the 50 gifted. Malo, thank you for the 5 gifted. Freak Earth, the TK, Job, thank you for the sub. HCN and Malachi, thank you for the sub. And Shotgun Willie, thank you for the 50 gifted. Anyways, I took the cross off. Nothing against it. I wore it as a general sign of faith. And I get why that upset people, but I was like kind of shocked by how much people were upset. So I took it off. And then after that, I've kind of just slowly found this. I'm not an atheist. I will say I'm an atheist because it's easier for somebody to understand that doesn't know what I'm trying to say. I don't believe in a monotheistic God that exists in the foundation of what the religions that exist now are. I would say I'm an agnostic, leaning towards atheism. If I had to bet, I would say, like, if you were like, put all your money on there being an afterlife and there being a God or not, I would put it on not. But, like, I'm not confident enough to just say that, you know, of like, oh, I believe in fucking nothing. I'm certain of it. Because I'm not certain, right? I can't be certain. So, in that sense, I'm agnostic. But, yeah, I'm definitely not religious.
Increased among
open to the possibility, yeah. I'm not like, oh, there's 100% chance there's nothing, because I can't say that.
Gen Z and millennial men, showing signs of a return to church that surpasses older generations. But that's not what the underlying study shows, not even close. Dr. Burge pointed out the key detail that apparently everyone at Fox missed. The Barna study doesn't measure Gen Z as a whole. It only was looking at Gen Z who are already churchgoers. Not all of young adults, not the general population, just the ones who already attend church. So the study's actual finding is much more narrow. Among the subset of Gen Z who already go to church, they attend slightly more often than the subset of millennials who already go to church. And the difference is not dramatic. Church-going Gen Z attend about 1.9 times per month, and church-going millennials attend about 1.8 times per month. But
so they go more.
That tiny effect gets translated into the headline, Gen Z men returning to church in growing numbers. And I'm not saying that a millennial or Gen Z revival is impossible, but reversing the current trend would demand a shift on a scale that we've simply never seen in all of American history. And it's truly staggering when you put it into numbers. Dr. Burge points out that to bring millennials back to the level of religious affiliation as their parents, you would need around 10 million millennials to reaffiliate. And Gen Z, which starts from an even lower baseline, you would require around 18 million to reaffiliate. He writes, there's no sign of that happening in any dataset. The reality is that there hasn't been a single event in the past 50 years that sparked a sustained, measurable rise in religious attendance in the United States. So the real question is, does this plateau, which we do see in the data, does this signal the start of a religious rebound, or is it simply...
I think it's just going to be the new set for the next 20 years, and it might go down, stagnate a little bit. I just think in modern society, there's no world where you get a huge religious revival in a country with 350 million people. Like in a smaller country or an area that's already hugely, largely religious, maybe you get some more churchgoers off of that, but No, somebody just said science rules. I don't even think it's science rules. I just think, like, as we get further advanced, you're just going to see less and less people believe in, like, just faith. Like, you're just going to have less people that are faithful.
Simply a pause in a longer-term decline. I think it's simply a pause based on what we know about non-religion and generational change. When people imagine a revival, they picture, dramatic moments, mass conversion.
Religion might die, honestly. No, I don't think religion would ever die. I think that there's probably, like, a plateau where, I don't know, you would have to look at, like, a lot of countries and, like, their data on, like, outside of the U.S., how religion has, existed in their society. But I could see a world where it's just, like, baseline for the rest of existence. 30-40% of humans are religious, 70% are non-religious or unaffiliated, and that's just the norm, right? Because I think, like, religion is a needed thing for a lot of people, and you could argue the benefits and the downsides of religions historically, but I think, like, religion is something that is needed for a human population. Not every human, though, and so it's like, what number does that work out to be? It probably changes culture to culture, country to country. And I also think it's, like, socioeconomic things. Like, people in hardened times are more likely to turn to religion because it's like you have to put your faith in something beyond your own capabilities. Like, there's, like, a phrase that it's like nobody believes in God until, like, you have fucking grenades getting thrown into your fucking trench or some shit. Like, I'm not religious, but in a moment of, like, need, people get more religious. Like, when times get bad, people get more religious.
Versions. People.
Because you need to put something, you need to hope that something beyond you can help.
Suddenly flooding back into churches, a sudden spiritual awakening. But religion in the real world usually shifts through generations. Parents passing on their religion to their kids. And a growing body of sociological research.
What is your take on countries being led by religious people? What do you mean? By, like, a religious leader, like a priest, or a religious person meaning somebody that's just religious? That's two varying different answers.
Research shows that non-religion tends to be remarkable.
I think church and state needs to be separated in some regard. Obviously, they can't be, because if you are a religious person, that will trickle into your political beliefs. But I think you have to look at it at a non-religious perspective of, how would this affect society as a whole, not believing just in my faith in that sense, right? Like, but I think people that say, oh, just religion and faith, or religion and politics should never be intertwined and they can't exist together. It's like, I get what you're saying, but you can't tell a religious person that believes things politically from their religious perspective to just ignore that. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't go to a Christian and go, have this take, but ignore your faith. Like, no, they're gonna bring it in, but you have to bring it in light that not everyone believes what you believe. Everyone is an atheist until they clog a toilet in somebody else's house. That is not what Sun Tzu said.
Remarkably stable across generations. A recent study of school kids in England, fittingly titled The Stickiness of Non-Religion, helps to illustrate this. The sociologist found that when parents are already non-religious, their kids typically adopt the same stance through simple absence of religion in daily life. At home, religion is not talked about. There are no rituals, no social or behavioral expectations rooted in a particular religious culture. In that environment...
But I think in that environment, you're not likely to want to see religion in a actual, oh, I'm going to join light. And when you're old enough, you don't believe it because you already have this base norm. I think it does go back to your parents teaching you the faith, and whether or not... I'm not doing Klaus. Also, who fucking redeemed Klaus? I'm not doing Klaus. We are talking about a very serious topic right now. You want me to talk in a fucking German at Chris redeemed it? Chris, you're a dumbass. I love you, Chris. He told me he was going to redeem it earlier. I mean, by far the worst time he could have redeemed that. Refund that shit. Chris, 4 hours into stream, I'm talking about religion, and you want me to start talking like this? You want me to start talking like this for the rest of the stream? So honestly, I think it boils down to the fact that when you go to a regular person and their family is religious... No, I'm not... What the fuck? As I was saying, if a person if a person grows up in a religious household, they're more likely to believe that religion because it's what they've been grown up in their reality to be. Like, I've always said, I'm not opposed to, if I had a kid, them being religious. You know, it's their life, it's their faith. What I would not teach them any faith until they're old enough to reason whether or not it's real, right? Like, I can't, if you tell a 4-year-old anything, he's going to fucking believe you. And I don't think it's wrong to want your kid to believe in your faith because you want them to be saved. But at the same time, you have to recognize that a kid will believe in Santa Claus the second you fucking tell him Santa Claus is real. So in the same sense, he's not going to decipher the difference between that and anything foundational. Like a 5-year-old or an 8-year-old isn't going to be able to understand the concept of the afterlife, death, God, sentience, and morality, right? Like, so that's why it's like, in the same sense, they believe, like a 5-year-old believes in God the same way they believe in Santa. Like, it's belief because your parents instilled it onto you. And it's like, this makes sense. So it's like, I don't think there's a point in me raising my kid like that where I would just go, hey, once they're old enough, I'd go, hey, here's the religions, I'll teach you about them, and you could decide whether or not you believe, right? I'm not judging parents that instill their faith on their kids when they're young. I just think that's why you see a lot of people turn away from the faith when they get older, is because they didn't really believe it to begin with. It was just kind of a blind faith because their parents told them about it.
Religious becomes the default, and one of the striking takeaways from this broader line of research is just how strongly this non-religious default carries on forward. One landmark finding from the early 2000s is that if you're raised by 2 Christian parents in Britain, you have maybe a 50-50 chance of remaining Christian as an adult. But if you're raised with no religion, the odds that you'll stay non-religious are overwhelmingly high, well over 90% in some studies. Of course, we're talking about the UK and not the US, and the US is shown to be remarkably resistant when it comes to secularization compared to Europe. But these studies are why, for me, the idea of a Gen Z revival is so hard to square with the data. If younger generations of Americans are already starting at lower levels of belief and practice, and if non-religion itself is this sticky across generations, then a dramatic return to organized religion becomes even harder to imagine as Gen Z starts to have kids. So when you hear claims about a Gen Z revival, everything we're seeing across belief, behavior, belonging, and childhood transmission points to not a resurgence, but a plateau. And possibly beneath that plateau, the stickiness of non-religion that tends to flow in one direction generation after generation. So despite the headlines, the data leads us somewhere much less dramatic, and a lot of that comes down to how we understand the information we're swimming in. And one of the best creators exploring that broader media landscape is Lindsay Ellis. If you look at her YouTube channel, you might think that she's posted, one video in the last year? But that's because most of her stuff is now exclusive to Nebula. Her newest video essay is The Macabre World of Body Cam YouTube, a deep dive into this unsettling little corner of YouTube that packages police body cam footage into entertainment. And because it's Lindsay Ellis, it's smart, it's dark, and it's doing the thing that she does best, pulling apart an entire genre.
We watch body cam videos all the time. I would watch that video.
And showing you why it matters. And you can watch that in all of her other video essays.
That's what you do? Bro, I genuinely believe if my chat had their way, I would watch body cam videos every single day. Like, I get complained at to watch body. There was like a 2-month stint where I didn't watch body cam videos and people complained every day.
Is on Nebula. Nebula is a creator.
This is definitely an ad, by the way. Yeah. I'm not watching the rest of that. But that was a fucking goated video. Gen Z's returning to Christianity. Data proves it. Opinion is the best thing I've ever read all day. The word data right next to the opinion sells it. 100% of Gen Z men attend church according to this house poll done by local churches. Yeah, like you're going to poll people, do you go to church or not? And it's like your church is outputting this poll and the only people that are participating are Gen Zers that are religious. So it's just like skewing the numbers fully because like anybody else wouldn't even hear about the poll, let alone want to take the time to do it. Most Christians from previous generations were barely religious at all. I don't think that. I just think you notice the lack. Like if you talk to your grandparents are almost certainly more religious than your parents, and your parents are less religious than you or more religious than you. Like it's like you see it through generations, man. Like, maybe not, especially if you live in a very religious area or very religious state or city. But, like, I'm just saying from my own experience, my grandparents are so much more religious than my parents, and I'm so less religious than them. It's like you see it go doon, 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 down, 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 down over generations. And then once you have a parent that's not non-religious, it's very rare that you're going to have, not parent, once you have parents that are non-religious, it's very rare that your kid becomes religious. But yeah, I don't know. I think that's most families. It's the lack of teaching. It's not the lack of teaching. It's the lack of teaching, but it's like, dude, I had friends that went to CCD every day, and they hated it. I remember I didn't go to CCD. I went to school in early middle school. This was like fourth grade, fourth grade. I'm in class with like 20 other people, and like most of the guys, it was like me and one other guy didn't go to CCD. Everybody else did after school, and they fucking complained about it. They did not want to go. So it's not like, oh, these are like faithful people that are like, they need to be taught. What was CCD? After school church class, basically. You went to another school where you learned for about 2 hours about the Bible and God, and they hated it. And it was like, I don't even know what it stands for. They would just talk about it. It was Catholic. Confraternity of Christian Doctrine, a Catholic religious education program for children in kindergarten through high school who attend public or secular schools. Instruction on the Catholic doctrine and prepare students for sacraments like Holy First Communion, confirmation. So it was like they went to that and they would be like, dude, I have CCD after school. And I'd be like, oh, it sucks. And I would just go home. Like, so I'm just like, the kids don't like taking it. Not all kids, but like a lot of kids don't like taking it. So it's like, you can't say it's lack of teaching, because when they were being taught about it, they'd rather not be doing that. Moses, thank you for the 3. My delivery driver's late and I'm hangry. Can you yell? Travis, thank you for the 3. What religion do you relate with most? This doesn't mean you are religious in that sense, but what do you relate to with most? Buddhism? I liked learning about Buddhism because nirvana is the cessation of the cyclical life, death, and rebirth in like the 7 realms of existence. I think it's like Holy Ghost. Then it's like human, and that's how you escape, is the only one that you can be human. There's like God and other shit. So learning about that's cool. I don't really believe in reincarnation, but I like the idea that like the end is to not exist anymore. Saturn for the 3. Have you ever seriously looked into Islam, and would you ever be open to studying it, like only Islam specifically? I have learned briefly about the Quran and Islam in general, but I am certain I would not believe in it. Not judging it. Why? I don't believe in a monotheistic God. I don't believe that God can be all powerful and all good. Like, if it boils down to it, the idea of a all-being God that cares for humanity is very unbelievable to me. America for the sub, Nova for the sub. Just on any just, like, broad basis. Like, I've made rants about it you could go watch, but Nova for the sub, Travis for the 3. I'm not going to get into that right now. But yeah, I don't judge any faith. Like, I think faith is awesome. I always say I wish I could be religious, because I think being able to believe in a higher power fully, and not like force yourself to believe in it, like literally believe in it, is awesome. And it gives you a sense of safety in life, and it makes you feel like you have a better purpose. You're a better person because of it. And it's like, I just can't. Like, I just can't. Somebody literally yesterday, they were like, why don't you believe in God if the downside is much worse than if you do? Like, in Young Sheldon says he believes in God because there's no downside in believing in God, but there is a downside in not believing in God. Like, if you believe in God and then you accept Jesus as your savior, or like whatever monotheistic God you may believe in, or not monotheistic God, whatever religion of monotheism you believe in, whether it's Judaism, Islam, or Christianity, like, the downside is horrible, but the upside is great. But it's like, if you believe in for that, number one, they're going to see that because they're all knowing. It's God, number one. Number two, you don't actually believe it. You're just telling yourself to practice it because the downside is worse. Like, you're doing this logical idea of juggling faith because it's like, oh, well, I have to LARP being faithful because if I don't, I'll burn. But it's like, you're LARPing. You don't actually believe it. You're just telling yourself you have to because it's logically makes sense to. But it doesn't logically make sense in my mind that that exists, so I can't make myself believe in it. Alex for the 1,000 BDs. Thoughts on Jehovah's Witnesses, blood transfusions, lost grandparent to it, and it sucks. What do you mean Jehovah's Witnesses and blood transfusions? Like two separate things? What do you mean? Jake for the sub, Dominic for the 3. More of a lack of interest in religion. Why do you think it became that way? What's more of a lack of interest in religion? For me? Why do I think it became that way? Philosophy. Just religion in general. Oh, they don't accept foreign blood? Well, that's terrible. I think that any pseudoscience or belief for, like, what will help, like prayer in general, I think prayer is great. I think doing prayer and doing things to help yourself in a time of medical need is awesome. But to refuse the fact that science is the genuinely sole purpose and sole reason that humans live long now is wrong, right? The only reason kids don't die right from being born is because of science. The only reason that people are able to live long is because of science. Like, eating right, eating organic, following faith-based rules is not the reason that people live to 85, 90 now. Like, people were eating organic in fucking earlier caveman times and they died by 50, right? Like, the reason we are where we are now in terms of longevity is not because of pseudoscience. It's not because of some sort of, you know, rule that's been instilled 40,000 years ago, 4,000 years ago. It's because we have technological advancements. We have medical advancements. We understand the human body and germs more than ever. So it's like we're able to care for people in a way that we were prior. Religious, not pseudo. Well, I'm saying pseudoscience. I'm looping in pseudoscience to the idea of just not getting medical help, right? Because that's a part of the conversation. If I'm talking about not receiving blood transfusions, I'm also talking about people doing aromatherapy to cure cancer rather than getting fucking chemo. Like, get chemo, okay? Like, do what the doctor tells you to do. The reason people live long now is not because of fucking aromatherapy and lavender. It's because you fucking are getting the actual treatments that are proven to work and help people, right? Like, that, in that sense. Dominic for the 3. No, in general, like, why is our generation not as interested in religion or our grandparents were? I mean, that's what we were just talking about. I think it's, you have a wider reach in the world. You understand the world and beliefs more. You're able to talk to more people and see other opinions. Like, your grandparents lived in a time, if your grandparents were born in the 1940s, there wasn't streetlights, right? They were probably born when the first streetlights were put in. They lived in a town that they rarely left. Cars were just becoming widely available to the average person that was poor. Like, you got to keep in mind, like, you didn't really talk to many people. So what you believed was largely off of everybody around you. And if you had any questioning thoughts, you didn't leave your area. Sorry, I misspoke, chat. Anyways, you know what I meant. If you're in an area, this guy's a fucking idiot. If you live in an area where you never leave your town, if you have questions about your belief, you kind of stomach them because obviously you're probably wrong if everybody else is also believing, right? It's like, there were probably people that in your grandparents' time that questioned their faith, but they never really stepped out of it because they would be socially shunned. 100%. You're not socially shunned anymore for not being religious. Maybe in your family you are, right? Like, I have chatters that say, like, I'm not religious and my dad said he doesn't accept me anymore, which is fucking wild because the whole point is, like, acceptance of your kids and being a good person. But, like, if you were your grandparents living in a Christian town where 99% of people were religious and you went to your parents and went, I don't believe in God, you're out of the house. Something's wrong with you. You know, like, you would be perceived very poorly. So not only is it like a lack of info outside of that, it's also like a reinstallation of faith because everybody believes in it. And any sort of doubt you had was clouded by fear, not only of hell, but also that everyone would hate you. Because if you aren't, like, people aren't going to fuck with you. You know, like, everybody else is. You're not. It's like you're an outcast, you know? Ashley and Ever for the sub. A9 and Thigh for the sub. Dominic for the 3. It's not that way anymore, so I think more and more people leave. Because it's, like, not that crazy to not be religious in modern times. But in the 1930s, in the 1940s, you being an atheist was like, whoa, what is wrong with you? You know? Jake for the sub, Alex for the 1,000 biddies. But yeah, all right, I got a dip, chat. Ashley, think of the tier 3. W fucking talk. Chat, I will be live tomorrow at like 3:30 EST. We're doing Dread Neighbor and random games. Tuesday, Subnautica 2 into Gamble with Your Friends, me, Zeke, Juicy, Chris. Wednesday, Horror Games and God is Dead. Thursday, maybe a little bit of Subnautica 2, random games with Ron. Friday, React. Saturday, Not Live. Sunday, early React Day. Then Monday, Memorial Day, Not Live. Then we're live after that. Sorrows 4's a 6. That week after that, 007 drops as well. Shift at midnight. A little bit more Subnautica Reacts. Then I'm off for like 4 days, the 30th to the 2nd of June. So it's like 30th, 31st, 1st, 2nd. Then we're back running out stream. We have a charity stream June 5th. I'll choose the charity definitively by the end of this week. And then what? Airport Sucks coming out. Yugi collab coming up soon. Other shit. But yeah, I really appreciate you guys popping in. I love doing these philosophy talks, and I know I have a bigger audience now, and people get more pissed off when I say my shit. But like, I'm gonna speak my mind, bro. I understand it might upset you, but at the end of the day, it's the content that I've made. While you may have been ignorant to it and didn't see it, I've always made content like this. If you don't fuck with it, that's fine. You don't have to watch me. You don't have to watch that content. That's why when I do philosophy, people leave. It's not something you need to see. You know, like I'm going to make the content I want to make, and I just love talking about that stuff. You know, I always say I got to read philosophy more because I'd love to be more educated than I am. Right now I'm reading this, but I've been like so half-assed on it. It's not just about this. It's really just about like faith in general and like the idea of just organized religion. And then it goes into like a little bit of like anthropology on like societies. But yeah, I don't know. I just want to, I love that stuff. And I think like philosophy is just like a smaller passion of mine. I think gaming's a big passion. Obviously I game all the time, but it's like stuff I love to do. And, you know, I just kind of put that shit out there. If people don't fuck with it, they don't fuck with it. Ashley, thank you for the tier 3. But yeah, I don't know. Do you recommend that book? I'm too early into it. I'm probably like 60, 70 pages in. Yeah, 60, 70 pages in. It's not really something that I could recommend or not recommend yet. I feel like I at least got to be like halfway. But yeah. All right. Chat, we're going to call that there. Who do we raid? Who do we raid? Point Crow. I'm looking at who's live. Small Fries. Small Fries is live. Somebody said to raid Zeusy, but I raided him yesterday. I'm not going to raid him every day of a subathon. I think I'm going to raid Small Fries today. I don't even know what he's doing. He's always up to something now. All right, let's raid Small Fries. Lemonade, thank you for the sub. All right, chat, W stream. Appreciate y'all, and I will see y'all later. We are going to raid in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. See you tomorrow. 3 EST. Peace.